He's a lion named Zion. A little Bob Marley for you. 6'6", 262 pounds out of Missouri. This just might be the guy.
Okay.
The eventual DeMarcus Lawrence replacement. Tremendous size, tremendous physique. He is muscled. He is Conan the Barbarian out there. High energy player, elite run defender, one of the best run defenders in this entire draft. Great motor. Oh, I got to say it like Mel Kiper if I'm going to say that. He's got a great motor. Powerful with as much love for run stuffing as pass rushing, which is kind of rare because sacks get you paid. 16.5 tackles for loss last year, 6.5 sacks as a first-team All-SEC member. Lacks great athleticism, not like the first two guys I mentioned. Lacks great burst, lacks great speed, but Zion Young is a very interesting candidate to be taken 32nd overall by the Seahawks.
Being able to call him Zion the Lion.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's the lion named Zion.
Yeah.
Malachi Lawrence is our next member of the catalog. 2 Schneider bucks for a 6'4", 253-pound physical freak out of UCF. Very Bailey-like. 4.52, 40 at the combine, a 40-inch vertical. I think he can dunk.
Oh.
Pretty sure he can dunk with a 40-inch vertical at 6'4". Lawrence has some analysts drooling, but he also has just as many who've gone cold on his stock. Seems to be about the big play and maybe doesn't love doing the little nitty-gritty stuff that McDonald will demand of anyone who plays edge for him. He has a lot of moves to get after the quarterback, but how many of them are effective? Maybe doesn't set an edge, which I know that getting after the quarterback is your primary goal, but another major responsibility of an edge rusher is setting the edge, and it might not be his strength. I'm going to give you Malachi Lawrence for 2 Schneider bucks, which means he's a second-round selection in my book. But there is a chance that some people would be tempted enough to take him in the first round. For 1 Schneider buck, you could have Kaden Curry, 6'3", 257 pounds out of Ohio State. If that name rings a bell, well, then you're a UW fan. Because this dude dominated the Huskies O-line this past fall. I still have Kaden Curry night terrors in the middle of the night because of how much he disrupted everything Jed Fish wanted to do. He beat up a lot of teams this year, though, not just the Huskies. He had 16.5 tackles for loss and 11 sacks. So why is he being widely considered nothing more than a day 3 pick?
Yeah.
Well, according to those that I've read, apparently his tape doesn't quite match the results. Apparently his athleticism may not translate to the next level. But me and Damon Williams Jr., we saw enough. If this guy's available on day number 3, I'd take him because every game I watched Ohio State play, this guy was murdering people.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah. So Kaden Curry.
Seems like a steal at $1.
I would think, but there's a reason why he's being valued that way. And then finally, for a 50-cent piece, I will just present to you Mikhail Kamara from Indiana, only because I watched a lot of them because the Hoosiers won the national championship, but undersized at only 6'1", which belies what you want out of an edge rusher. 265 pounds, though, and he is thick, but he is a leader. He was a football player, made a lot of plays for the Hoosiers this past year. You'll probably be able to get him in the 7th round. High character guy, champion. So for 50-cent piece, if you're just looking to add to your edge rushing depth, then maybe Kamara is somebody that you'd be interested in. So there you go. That's how it works. 6 o'clock audience, the DraftMas catalog I have presented to you. Ashley, somebody from each basket. And now it is your job to circle someone in our edge portion of the DraftMas catalog.
And I'm debating between 2 players who you really sold me on, but one a lot less expensive. Zion the Lion, how much was he again?
2.5.
2.5.
That puts him right at maybe the first round, but not beyond the top of the second round.
Yeah, I'm going with Zion the Lion.
You are?
Yeah,
okay.
I am. Everything you said about him sounds very positive. His high energy, elite run defender, great motor.
Yeah,
He's
exactly.
powerful.
Sounds like a McDonald guy.
Yeah, exactly. Sounds like a hard worker. And to bring the energy, the team's going to love that.
I do too. I'm going to circle him as well, even though I'm very tempted to circle Caden Curry.
That was my other one. Yeah.
But I'm going to circle him as well. But Zion Young just feels right for the Seahawks. I mean, John Schneider's probably listening and laughing right now.
Yes.
You fools. We're not going to consider that guy.
His name's Zion the Lion.
He's got terrible penmanship. And he's got a nasty mouth.
Well,
Yeah.
you know what? We need a little potty mouth sometimes.
And I hate an effing potty mouth. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
All right. So there you go. We both circled the Lion, Zion Young from Mizzou. Let's find out what's on tap for the rest of our radio show.
Coming on Chuck and Bud.
Say what?
What's on tap? What's on tap?
We're not done with DraftMas. Ian Furness is going to join us. It's our house guest segment. It is back again on Fridays. This year, though, we're just going friends and family. I just feel like we got everybody here at the station that has a wish for what they want the Seahawks to do. So why not listen from within? So Ian Furness is going to join us today at 7:05 to be our friends and family house guest today. It's about time we gave back to them. I mean, they do so much for us. We might as well give them a glass of eggnog and let them warm their feet by the fire.
That's right.
Okay?
Yeah. Don't take too much nog, though, because you will get kicked out.
7:05, Ian Furness. We'll also probably ask him a question about the Kraken, who got mauled last night by the Utah Mammoth. 6-2 was the final score. I don't know about you, Ashley, but it feels over to me now.
It feels over, which is a bummer because I was at that game and it felt not over at all when it started, and then it quickly went downhill.
Yeah, jumped out to a 2-0 lead, and then 6 straight goals rattled off by Utah. The team wakes up this morning 4 games out of the final spot, but that's 4 teams tied.
Yeah.
Or maybe 3. 3 teams tied.
There's 3 teams ahead of them, but 4 the 2 teams that are in the wild card spots.
Yeah, so it's not looking good. They'll take on the Blackhawks tomorrow at 7. We'll find some time to talk about that. Final 4 tomorrow at 3 o'clock. Illinois versus UConn, and then Michigan versus Arizona. Quincy Pondexter from the UW coaching staff, and of course, former Husky player himself, is going to join us today at 9 o'clock. The Dogs faced 2 of these teams in the Final 4, so we'll get Quincy's thoughts on the Final 4, plus what it's going to take for UW to start being here at this time of the year. So we'll do that today at 9 o'clock. Sounders in action Saturday at 5:30 against the Houston Dynamo, so they're back to MLS action. M's are in Anaheim tonight. They start a series with the Angels. Brian Wu will start for the good guys. Reed Detmers, a left-hander, will start for the Angels. First pitch at 6:38. But tonight, the real story is that JP Crawford will be making his debut for the Mariners, activated from the IL from his shoulder injury that he worked his way through in spring training. So we'll talk about JP next. Now JP, future JP. We'll do it in our next segment. We're just getting started on a Friday. Great to have you with us. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, shave. Well,
Oh, yeah.
trimmed.
People already called it out on
Is that
YouTube.
right?
Yeah. They're like, hey, looking good today.
Oh, good. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I haven't I think I've shaved once since I moved here 11 years ago.
Oh.
Like shave, like to
like
the
there's
skin.
nothing, yeah.
Yeah. But so I always keep a little bit of the 5 o'clock shadow kind of thing. And then I have this little scruff thing here at the bottom, which I don't know why I'm holding on to that. No, I don't think it's
comfortable.
I don't think it's all that special. But nonetheless, so I at least want to look presentable and not like, Methuselah's uncle. So here we are.
I'm sorry, whose uncle?
The oldest man in the Bible.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah. Apparently the oldest man that's ever lived.
Yeah, sounds like it.
According to King James. But anyway, so I did clean it up. People actually did comment on that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and they think we dressed up today.
Is that right?
Yeah. I was like, I'm just wearing a brown sweater.
It's because I won't speak for you. I was so dressed down the previous day. I did not know that was going on. And then I had a day of warning and I still didn't show up.
I mean, I wore a Mariners sweatshirt yesterday. That's not dressing. But I guess, over a gray T-shirt and a Mariners sweatshirt, a brown sweater, when you move up to sweater, yes, you have stepped up your game a bit.
Yeah, we didn't get in trouble, in case you're wondering. I think it was just, I know I put a little bit of pressure on myself, like, you can't look like that. You can't look like you've got a harmonica in your pocket and you're really getting ready to jump aboard a train wherever it takes you. You can't look like that. You can't look like you've got your lunch on a stick and held in a handkerchief. I can't look like that.
Nope, can't look like that.
Yeah,
can't do it.
Anyway, if
Can't
we're gonna be
like that.
if we're gonna be on YouTube, I at least got to show a little bit of effort. And on a scale from 1 to 10, I gave a 3.
I think I'm up to at least a 4.
So welcome our new world. Many platforms that we're operating on these days, and so that's been a little exciting this week.
Now, if we could just get the lighting to at least make it look like we have seen the sun at one point in our lives.
That would help.
Yeah.
How about just getting some sun this weekend?
Well, it's supposed to be 70 degrees on Monday. Did you see that? Woo!
Like one day gets up to 73 and then
going to be out there.
Right back down. All right. Well, good morning to you all, whether you're watching us, listening to us, or maybe you're just at home by yourself and you're doing an Ashley and Chuck puppet show to your children. I don't know. Sock puppets.
Works.
Yeah, that works too. Let's talk some baseball. Mariners will be back in action after a day off. They will be in Anaheim tonight taking on the Angels. But the big story here is the return of JP Crawford, our starting shortstop. He dealt with a shoulder injury at the end of last season, was dealing with a shoulder injury in spring training, and now is getting ready to be activated. And that rehab time, really didn't take very long. Once he was okay, I mean, it was pretty much bing, bang, boom. He was up with the big league club. So he'll make his season debut. That cost Ryan Bliss his job on the major league team, which I knew that. And I think I said Rivas yesterday, and stupid. But yeah, Bliss was the obvious. He goes down. Rivas was their planned utility man this entire process. So Rivas stays on the team. But the starting shortstop is now JP Crawford. And I think we just start with just this simple statement, Ashley. I mean, I'm glad to have him back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not the biggest JP Crawford, the baseball player fan, but I'm glad to have him back.
I think if it had been 2 years ago and he missed coming out of spring training with an injury after coming off a really great season, I would have been like, oh, all right, thank goodness he's back. But there was some questions last year, and there's some things that make you wonder, oh gosh, is he the same player he was? Because it doesn't seem like it. And there were some questionable throws. He's not as quick as he used to be. Not that he was ever very quick.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I am happy to have the experience back, and I hope that maybe we are going to see some more of the player that he was a couple years ago. That'd be nice.
Well, I mean, I think he's got the best eye on the team. I think of all the people that should do well with ABS challenge system, he's probably going to benefit the most. I think he does have a better eye than most managers or most umpires. And so that's one thing. Two, yeah, the experience. He's very well liked in the clubhouse. He's one of the leaders, even though I don't know if his leadership is as required anymore with Cal kind of having stepped up and Josh Naylor here for a full season. I think we got plenty of leaders, even if he's not here next year, which I don't expect JP to be here next year. So you get the leadership back. And okay, I think it's a little bit of team speak, but Perry Hill comes on our show and says, what our goal is we want to catch the baseball. And JP Crawford catches the baseball. When the ball is hit to him, he makes the play. And Perry Hill himself, greatest infield coach in the world, tells us that's organizationally, that's our philosophy. If we have them positioned in the right place, and that's Manny Acta's job, and the ball's hit to him, he's going to make the play. We don't want to give any extra outs because it affects so many other things, including pitch count, obviously situational, all of that sort of thing. So that really is important to us, to have a shortstop that makes the routine plays. So those are all the superlatives that I'll give JP Crawford. Now let's talk about the question marks, because as Ashley mentioned, we are talking about one of the worst lateral moving shortstops I've ever seen. And I don't mean to be so harsh. Cal Ripken wasn't a great lateral moving shortstop either, but Cal Ripken made every play that was hit to him and also was thunderous at the plate.
Yeah.
MVP-like type player. So JP's not bringing MVP-like offense. And let's face it, he doesn't make the routine play as frequently as what they carry on. We saw a lot of bad throws last year at the end of the season with that shoulder problem, and he got bailed out quite a bit.
By Josh Naylor.
Josh Naylor, yeah, at the end of last season. So we find out that he's got shoulder issues again this year. Yeah, I'm a little concerned about the arm strength.
Yeah.
Getting it across the field, and there's just no way that his offense... Well, I won't say no way, because I think that if he stays within himself and is not trying to jack homers, he'll run into 10 homers, and that's fine. And he'll walk a lot, and if he sprays the ball all over the field, which I think is his strength, then I think that he can be an effective offensive player for this baseball team. But when he is trying to swing for the hills, he's not. And now I need his defense to justify him being in the lineup, especially when I got Colt Emerson apparently itching to get up here.
Knocking on the door.
So I am all about JP Crawford. The stage is yours. You show us. I need to see JP Crawford at his best. When he's at his best, I need to see that version. I need to see you getting walks. I need you spraying the ball all over the infield. I need to see you making every routine play, because I know you're not going to get quicker and more athletic going forward. All right?
Yeah.
So that's what I need to see. And if I see that, and I hope I see that, you stay in the lineup all through the regular season, into the postseason, and I hope JP Crawford is celebrating catching the final out of the World Series as our starting shortstop. But I'm telling you, this is no season to monkey around with a shortstop that has a weak arm and is trying to hit a home run every time up. We've got too much talent. We got too much at stake. So for me, JP is on blast. I'm sorry that you see the objects in the rearview mirror and they are closer than they appear, but you're going to have to play with pressure, and you're going to have to play well, because if I get to June, July, and I'm looking at a 220 hitter with a 320 on base who's not making every single play at shortstop, Colt Emerson's my shortstop for the rest of the season.
Well, yeah, and he should be playing with pressure anyway, right? We're in a World Series window, a World Championship window. So there's pressure on all of these guys. And so if he's not stepping up, then sorry about it.
Yeah. But I am glad he's back.
Yeah, me too.
I'm looking forward to seeing him play tonight.
I am too. I just am hoping that maybe this shoulder issue that he dealt with was the lingering stuff from last year, and now it's all better, and then the throws will be better. And
yes,
we're going to see the revived JP. That's what I would love to see, the revived JP.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would love it that when Colt Emerson does get called up, it's they've got to figure out where he's going.
I agree.
He doesn't just have a slot that he's sliding right into.
Yeah, I agree. And I do believe this is JP's last season here. I don't think there's anything that's going to change that. Cole Emerson's going to be our shortstop on opening day next season. So I think this is his last year. And I would like nothing more, of course, for them to win the World Series.
Yes.
That's obviously our goal. But I would love nothing more than for JP Crawford to be our shortstop through that process. That'd be great. I'm rooting for that.
Sign me up for that.
I'm rooting for that. So tonight he's back on the field, and it will be good to see him. All right, coming up next, are the Kraken done? Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. The hour at 7:05. The idea is he's our first friends and family guest of the DraftMas season. It's House Guest Friday. So we're going to talk with Ian, get his thoughts on what he wants from the Seahawks in this year's NFL draft at 7:05. But it's going to be hard for us not to ask our hockey expert here about whether or not the Kraken season ended last night. Kraken lost to the Utah Mammoth by a final score of 6-2. Scored the first 2 goals of the night, one of them within the first minute of the game, and then watched Logan Cooley and the Mammoth just maul us.
Just cool us off.
Yeah, just like tusked us.
Yeah.
We got tusked.
Felt like we got speared by a tusk.
They scored 6 straight goals. So not only was that just a hugely important game because of the position the Kraken have put themselves in, but to lose in that fashion, it might have been the death nail. It just might have been the death nail. And it kind of feels that way this morning. Maybe Ian will feel differently. But 6-2 was the final score. And as we wake up this morning, Ashley, the Kraken are 4 points out of the last spot in the playoffs, but 4 points out of 3 different teams that have 79 points. They have 75, plus Winnipeg's in there as well. So you would have to jump 4 teams to get up there, and 3 of those 4 teams are 4 points up on you. And as we know in the NHL, you get 2 points for a victory. So, yes, it's easy to climb if you can. It's easy to add points, over the course of the last 8 games if you can go on a win streak here. But also those teams not only could win, they could also force ties. If you go in, not ties, but force into overtime, you get a point. And so it's hard to bring others down to you. It's easier to climb up, but it's hard to bring others down to you in terms of scoreboard watching when with 8 games to go, you are 4 points back of 3 different teams for 1 spot in the Stanley Cup playoffs. So not only is it not looking good, frankly, Ashley, it feels like it's over.
Well, yeah, and especially it'd be one thing if we still had all those teams to play. It would be hard, but you think, okay, we just got to beat them, just got to beat them, just got to beat them. But you're only playing.
You can't play them all at once.
Yeah, you can't, and you're only playing LA and Winnipeg. I think of the teams that are ahead of you. Yeah. I mean, Vegas is up there, but yeah. So I don't know. It feels like it would take a miracle.
Yes,
and that is a sad place.
Very sad. And look, I mean, they keep changing coaches because you want to know why they do that is because they feel like I don't think that the Kraken organization's fooling itself. I don't think that they believe that we should be Stanley Cup champions just yet. We don't have a Stanley Cup roster right now. But I do believe they feel they have a playoff roster. And to miss the playoffs again this year I think it's going to rattle some cages this year.
It's disappointing.
I don't think we're going to get rid of another head coach. I think that's a mistake to just keep turning and burning head coaches. I don't think that's the way to go. But I do believe that there should be a roster shakeup at this point. And maybe a little bit more of a go for it kind of offensive move. They seem so very protective of the young players that they have in this organization, and yet they've completely just turned their back on Shane Wright. I mean, there's obviously in the Lane Lambert era no faith in Shane Wright. So if you don't have any faith in him, some other organization's going to look at a guy that's still in his early 20s that was talked about as being a future phenom, and he can't get above your third line, fourth line on your team right now at the most important time of the year. Then I'm moving him this offseason to try to get some veteran, and I might package a few guys together. I mean, Yanni Neiman was supposed to be special. We haven't seen Yanni Neiman play since the second month of the year.
Well,
been down in the minor leagues. So you've been so protective of all of these young players, and Bobby McMahon was a nice addition at the trade deadline. I mean, feels like he scores every night.
Yeah.
But this organization's not sitting here wanting to play the expansion game of we'll get there eventually. This organization wanted to crack through the playoff crust and then stay there. Well, they cracked through it early, and they haven't gotten back. So I mean, I got to believe there's got to be a lot of soul searching going on with this organization if they don't end up pulling this off.
Oh, I would assume so. And yeah, and there's got to be some, even if they do miraculously pull it off, because again, like to have gotten down to this point in the season where you are so far behind everybody else, it does seem like, okay, yeah, if you can pull together a little miracle and do this, sure, but there's still got to be some changes made in the offseason because it shouldn't have come down to this. And last night was just sad. They honored Adam Larson for his 1,000th game. They did this whole big pregame celebration. The game starts. He was the one that almost scored that first goal. He didn't, but it almost set up like it was just going to be this perfect night, this win that you really needed. Yeah. And then that first Utah goal, it just felt like took everything out of the building.
Yeah. Well, Logan Cooley is the real deal.
Yeah.
21-year-old star for the Utah Mammoth. They are going to make the playoffs, and he's their best player. And so for all of those, they said it's really hard to find one of those superstars. I mean, Logan Cooley was in the same conversation as being a Matty Beniers type, Shane Wright. They were all in the same conversation, but Utah's guy is turning into that superstar. Beniers seems stuck at a good player, but not going to be a great player. And Wright feels like he took 10 steps back this year.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can find them in the draft with high draft picks. Why is Cooley turning into a superstar before our eyes, and our guys that were mentioned in the same breath aren't getting there, aren't taking those steps forward? We'll ask Ian a little bit about it, but we won't lose our focus. He's here to talk Seahawks, to talk draft, and he is our special house guest, so we're not going to make him feel bad about the Kraken.
That's right.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
So they'll count the goal. And the Utah Mammoth now with a 5-2 lead. And that puts the remaining playoff hopes for the Kraken in dangerous jeopardy with this goal. And this game now down 5-2 and not getting any help in the standings here tonight.
Unfortunately, that's your McDelivery of the game. Last night's call. We'll just call it call. I'm not going to call it the top call.
Yeah, there you go.
From the Kraken Audio Network, brought to you by McDonald's. Ordering the food you crave with McDelivery is a whole new way to love McDonald's. Order directly from the McDonald's app and select McDelivery today and start earning points for free food. See app for details. Kraken scored the first 2 goals of the game last night. I don't know how must-win it is. Not statistically must-win. But it all felt awfully musty. Returning home to take on the Utah Mammoth, jumped out to a 2-0 lead, ended up losing 6-2. That's right, 6 unanswered goals from the Utah Mammoth. They're heading toward the playoff and playing like a playoff team as they get ready for the postseason. Meanwhile, the Kraken have now slipped 4 points back of the 8th and final playoff spot. Worse than that, tied with three teams that they're back 4 points back of. For that 8th and final playoff spot. Plus, Winnipeg has slipped ahead of them. So not looking good. We will ask our next guest about it because he knows a thing or 6 about hockey. But we're also going to have Ian Furness on here in a moment to talk some NFL draft as well here on this 3rd day of DraftMas 2026. Great to have you with us, Chuck and Ashley with you. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. I choked on some water during the break, so forgive me. Yeah, I'm just trying to get my breath here a little bit. I'll do it during Frost Brewed Coors Light Choose Chill headlines. What do you say? The Kraken losing 6-2 will take on the Blackhawks tomorrow at 7 o'clock. Also tomorrow, the Final Four. The 2 games will be on 9:50 a.m. You can hear Illinois versus UConn at 3 o'clock, and then Michigan versus Arizona will play around 6 o'clock. Sounders in action against the Dynamo tomorrow at 5:30. That's going to be on the mothership. Mariners are in Anaheim tonight to take on the Angels, a lesser-than opponent than the first 2 they faced so far this season. The M's off to a less-than-spectacular 3-4 start. Hopefully our big 3 hitters in the middle of the order start getting it going tonight against the Angels. They'll face left-hander Reed Detmers. We'll go with Brian Wu. First pitch is at 6:38, and the big story there is that JP Crawford will be back in the lineup. Shoulder injury during the spring that he worked his way through. Didn't spend too much time in rehab. He's ready to rejoin the club tonight in Anaheim. That costs Ryan Bliss a roster spot. He'll be sent down to Tacoma, and Leo Rivas will bump to the utility position, which was the design for him this entire time. Also for Major League Baseball, the #1 prospect in the entire sport, 19-year-old Connor Griffin, who's been drawing comparisons to Alex Rodriguez, for goodness sake, is going to be making his debut for the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight, and that will be at home. A lot of teams still making their home debuts. So Pirates are playing their first game at home this season, and strategically, I think that you kind of screwed up. I mean, you could have opening night sell out and then have Connor Griffin on another night to sell out the place, but they've decided to combine the 2 worlds. So Connor Griffin makes his debut on the home opener for the Pirates this season, and so that will be a big story tonight in Major League Baseball. But the biggest story in my life these days, in my heart, in my loins, it happens to be the start of DraftMas right here on Chuck and Buck. Yes, it is the holiday that originated right here on Chuck and Buck on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. A month-long countdown/celebration to the NFL Draft on April 23rd, less than 3 weeks away from Draft Day. So we put together all sorts of fun and games and hijinks, and then only bring on the best guests to talk about the upcoming NFL Draft. And today we launch our house guest segment, which we've always done on Friday. And this year, we're going to have a theme within the theme. It's friends and family, because this year I want to check in with the voices that you hear all the time on KJR and who they're wanting the Seahawks to draft this draft season. So getting us started, you hear them right here at KJR every day from 1 to 3. It is our own Ian Furness. Good morning, sir. Happy Draftmas to you.
Thank you. Yes, a Merry Draftmas to you. Good morning. How are you?
You got some mistletoe up for you and Mrs. Furness?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. She loves this time of year. Yeah. She's very thrilled. Can't tell you how happy she is. She's actually. I think it's a good time of the year because for those 3 days I'm gone a lot, so I think that makes it even better.
I can't wait to dive into this here on a DraftMas, but obviously you're our hockey guy around here, so let's get that topic out of the way. I feel compelled.
Get it out of the way.
I feel compelled to ask you. I mean, I told Ashley this morning it felt like the finishing move. It felt like they're down for the count. 6-2 loss to the Mammoth last night. What was your reaction in the aftermath?
I just thought it was massively disappointing in terms of how it played out. I mean, you're up 2-0 and you give up a goal, 2-1. That's fine, and you know, the power play gives a 4-minute double minor to Kaden, and just that was kind of an unlucky play. His stick, he's cutting into the offensive zone, his stick kind of gets popped up and cuts the guy, and so it's a 4-minute minor or double minor, and they score 2-2, and okay, you're all right. And you know, before the 2-2 goal, Seattle looked like they took a 3-1 lead. There was a weird night. There were three goaltender interference calls, challenges, non-challenges, and every one of them went against Seattle, including the one that made it 3-1. Melanson scored. You're thinking 3-1, okay, you're good, and that gets waved off 2-2 and 3-2 later, and then you go into the third period, you're down by 1, and you come out and you think you had one shot on goal in the first 7 or 8 minutes of the third, down a goal, and just, I don't know, man. It was I felt like they kind of tapped out, and the score was. I think the score was indicative of what happened in the last part of the third period. 3-2, then it gets to be 4-2, and they're done. I think Eberle kind of said that last night, and that's just disappointing. And it kind of speaks to what's going to happen in this offseason. And that's, there's some guys that are unrestricted free agents anyway that probably need to go. And then, I think you got to take a long, hard look at how the thing's being run. I think Lane Lambert's the right coach. I think the only reason they're in the playoff hunt, Chuck, is Lane Lambert, Chris Taylor, and Aaron Schneekloth. They're three coaches. But outside of that, I think everything should be on the table. It was really disappointing. They came they go into the Olympic break with a 5-game cushion, and they're going to miss probably by 5 or 6 points when it's all said and done.
Yeah, very disappointing. All right, well,
and Joey was bad too. And all I'll say is, Joey was really bad last night. You need your goaltender to be good. Grubauer's giving you a chance the last 3 games. They go back to Joey last night, and he wasn't good, and that didn't help.
Yeah, very disappointing. Well, I'll let you save more of your Kraken stuff for 1 o'clock today. We have a mission. It's to get to the NFL draft. Friends and family house guest segment here today with Ian Furness. And I've heard your show. I've heard you talk a lot about still being worried about this Ken Walker void at running back. Yeah. And so at what point do you want them to address it? With their first selection at 32, or whether that's in the second round, or do you trust John and Mike to find somebody on day 2?
Well, I think the first thing you got to do is figure out, what you're going to do overall. What's your overall plan? And, with just the 4 picks, the 32nd in the first round on day 1, 2 on day 2 at 64 and 96, and then only 1 on day 3. And that's not until, round 6. I just cannot fathom, that John Schneider's going to stay with just 4, which kind of would take pick 32 off the board. You're out there with us all day Saturday. You know what it's like. That's John Schneider's favorite day of DraftMas is your favorite time of the year. Saturday of day 3 of the draft is John Schneider's favorite day, isn't it? I mean, he loves to get busy in rounds 4 through 7, and for him not to have a pick on only have 1 pick on day 3. I really think that they're going to have to do something, and will do something with that 32nd pick, but. To get more than 4. I mean, to have 3 and basically be done after Friday night would just be odd. Now, obviously it happened before, but that was the odd year with COVID, and they just kind of tapped out of that draft, and probably rightfully so. They just didn't trust what they saw with the weird schedule, and some teams playing only 4 or 5 games, and some teams playing less than that. So that was a different time. I want them to go after a running back, early. I just think that, and I think there's plenty of guys out there that they can find, but I do think that has to be priority number 1. Cornerback, obviously, some depth there. maybe find somebody that can compete with Josh Jobe, and then depth at the edge rush position. Boye Mafe wasn't a sack master by any means 2 last year, but he did. If you want to look at the old win rate stat from PFF and others, may it rest in peace. Then you probably have to find some depth there. But boy, Chuck, I just think you got to find a running back fairly soon.
Yeah. I mean, if they keep what they've got, so a first rounder, a second rounder, and a third rounder, just to play along with the game a little bit, how would you prioritize that? If you were drafting just based on priority, would you go running back, cornerback, edge, cornerback, running back? How would you at least draft from a priority standpoint if they keep those first 3 picks?
Running back 1, cornerback 2, edge 3.
Okay.
And then again, I'm assuming that what they said, that DeMarcus Lawrence is coming back is accurate, and there's no concern there. So I think they can. I think that's what that's probably where I would go. We've been doing this for many years. You and I have been out there, and you've been doing the DraftMas thing for trying to predict what John Schneider's going to do is one of the most maddening situations you could ever put yourself in, but and also kind of a fun exercise in futility, because that whatever you say and think, he's going to go elsewhere. But yeah, I think that's
he's taking a Mike linebacker, no doubt about it.
I know it's going to be something like that, isn't it? Or I think we can accurately and pretty safely say they're probably not going to take a wide receiver.
Right.
I think.
Okay. Good. I'm with that.
I would think the tight end position is fairly well set as well. Offensive tackle, I think you're okay there. But but you're right. I mean, we've got Ernest Jones, but we really like this guy, so let's go down that road. But that's where I would go.
Ian Furness is with us. It's our house guest segment here. Day number 3 of the DraftMas season, less than 3 weeks away from the NFL draft. And this year we're going to check in with friends and family here at KJR every Friday. And so Ian gets us started. Do you have a name in mind? I mean, I don't know how deeply you're getting into the process. I mean, we're just getting DraftMas started. Maybe you rely entirely on the information we provide here in the mornings on KJR. I don't know, but do you?
I do.
Do you have a name in mind of somebody that you would love to see the Seahawks get at running back?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would say that there's a number of names, and the fun thing with the running back position is that you can kind of go down and say, hey, outside of the top guy and Jeremiah Love, everybody else is probably a day 2, day 3 guy, and there's a bunch of dudes that fit into that category. I mean, Mike Washington in Arkansas, Emmett Johnson in Nebraska, the local guy in Jonah Coleman, who I like a lot. I think I kind of wonder a little bit about, some, I guess, durability. He kind of wore down last year a little bit, but I sure like, he's a touchdown machine. Jadarian Price is the name that seems to get the so-called other running back at Notre Dame, right? He's the guy that everyone kind of seems to put towards Seattle in mock drafts and things like that. He's not as explosive, say, as Jeremiah Love, but I think one thing he can do, he can return kicks as well. And even though you have guys that can do that, as we found out last year, you can never have too many guys that can do that. But I think Jadarian Price is a guy that fits big time. Nick Singleton at Penn State. There's a bunch. The thing that's interesting is a bunch of big backs too. There's some guys that have some size. Coleman's obviously not the biggest, but Mike Washington at Arkansas is a big dude. He's over 6 feet. He's 220, and he's fast.
Yeah.
And that he's the one that scares me, because you look at the numbers and go, geez, 6'1", he's 230 or 225. He ran a 4.3 at the combine. Why is he said not to be like a top 5 guy? So I don't know. Those are the guys that feel like they're in Seattle's wheelhouse, and not knowing what the new offensive coordinator in Florida is going to really want from a running back. It's hard to say, but I do know this. When they've reached for a running back early, oftentimes outside of maybe Walker, and he didn't really, if we're being honest, we talked a lot about how Walker wasn't doing enough up until the Super Bowl, right? Over his career
playoffs.
in Seattle.
Yeah, this year's playoffs.
Right, yeah, right. That was the thing with him. when he's reached, though, Rashad Penny, injury prone, Christian Michael, what are we doing? Things like that. But then he has found guys. The Chris Carson draft pick was a terrific pick, picking Thomas Rawls before he got hurt off the scrap heap. Terrific pick. So I think that my guess is, honestly, Chuck, I think when they do add draft picks, that they'll add more than one running back. I could see this being a situation where they draft more than one guy, because I know there's some, my buddy Rang and yours and Corbin and some other guys, they'll sing the praises of George Holani, but I mean, George Holani to me is the definition of a Jag. He's just a guy. I think we've seen enough there. Kenny McIntosh coming off an ACL, probably a guy that can, he showed some things last year. In fact, he was probably going to be in the mix until he got hurt last year. Jacardi White, right? Remember, he was preseason All-Pro last season before he got hurt and put on injury reserve for on the practice squad injury reserve. He's shown a little bit of burst in some things too. So they do have some guys in the stable that we really don't talk about or hear about, but I can see him taking two guys.
As good as Pete and John were together at one point, I mean, you've seen two different champions, one built by Pete and John, and now one built by John and Mike. Were they ever this locked in like Mike and John seem to be with personnel decisions?
I don't think so, but only because the dynamic was so different. Pete had truly the final say. And, which I always thought was an odd thing. I got it. I get the power structure. Early on, like if you remember back, like their first few years here, like 2000.
Oh, they were great.
10, 11, 12, 13. They were also like, they'd finish each other's sentence. Pete and John would. It was just like the running joke, right? They would sit there and finish each other's second sentence. I think as time went on and as the roster was built to the point of being a Super Bowl champion, I think that they got to the point where they started taking some flyers on guys. I could just mention the Christian Michaels of the world and, guys like Malik McDowell. They started taking chances because they could. Mm-hmm. And so I think we kind of thought, well, maybe they're not in lockstep. I do think Pete made some, was the guy that would make some moves that didn't make as much sense. Jamal Adams really felt like a Pete move for sure. Kind of desperate for a pass rusher. Instead of getting a pass rusher, you get a safety who blitzed a lot and got home a few times. That was just a disaster. I don't know. I think, I'd say that they're more in lockstep now because Mike's the coach and John and his great staff with Nolan and Matt and all those guys they're so in lockstep, and that's what they do. It's just two different jobs. Having a head coach be a personnel guy, I think in today's NFL is frankly impossible. It just is. You're not scouting. You're not grinding. You're not on the road. I'll just say this. When, John Schneider is the guy in charge, but he's got this great staff. His lieutenants have been there forever. The scouts, more by and large, have been there for a long time. That tells you something about how the organization is run. But when when I was traveling with those guys for all those years, I can't tell you how many times, Schneider on a Saturday night would come rolling into a hotel somewhere across the country, and with his guys, because they've been out at a college game, that weekend. And I mean, he put the time and effort into it. I don't think a coach can. So I don't know if it's more lockstep. I just think that the way that the hierarchy is now, it's probably just a little better in terms of putting something together. And, John's missed for sure, but boy, he's hit lately. There's no doubt about that.
No doubt. He is on fire. Well, happy DraftMas to you. Looking forward to this month. Looking forward to draft coverage with you here in about 3 weeks. And, yes. God,
appreciate
you coming on.
3 weeks from today.
Yeah.
3 weeks from today, buddy. We'll be day 2. And 3 weeks from tomorrow, it's breakfast at the VMAC. Can't wait.
Oh, my gosh. I look forward to that. I kind of get that. My hands start to sweat a little bit just on the mention of that. All right. 1 to 3 today. A lot of Kraken talk. What are we doing today?
No, we're going to actually, I think just for my own mental health and well-being, I'll avoid that.
Okay.
We'll touch it. We're busy. Fridays are crazy busy. We've got Rob Rang is going to join us, speaking of DraftMas.
Jolly old St. Pickles.
Yeah, he wants to talk about what they'll do at 32, even though I don't think they're going to pick at 32. So we're going to go through 4 names that make sense at 32. And, of course, none of them, I think one will be a running back, and we'll see what the other ends up being. Mm-hmm. But I think we'll talk about an offensive guard he likes.
Okay.
to replace Anthony Bradford. So we'll do that at 1 with draft stuff. Danny O'Neill, normal visit on Fridays. We'll see what's bugging him this week, and then we'll check in with Gary Parrish, our guy from CBS Sports. It is Final Four weekend, my friend. So we'll play the music and have that coming up at 2 o'clock. So busy show coming up tonight.
All right. Well, thank you. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you
You
soon.
bet. You bet.
All right.
Have a-
Ian Furness joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings as our first house guest, friends and family segment comes to an end here on this glorious DraftMas Holiday Friday. Coming up next on the radio program, it's your ABCs of the M, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. segment, we allow the alphabet to be a guide through a few different Mariner topics and not necessarily the headline topics. Chuck Powell, Ashley Ryan with you. No Bucky Jacobson here today. What we do have new in our lives is our YouTube channel that went up on Wednesday, much to our surprise. We knew that it had been coming for like 33 years.
I was going to say, I think it was 1986 when they told us.
Yeah, but then it got activated. Our engineer, Jeff, was in here. I thought it was the ghost of Jeff.
No, real Jeff.
But it was real Jeff. Yeah.
And he was doing real stuff.
Yeah, and he got us up and going. So if you want to check it out. So as I mentioned yesterday, I don't normally check like the text line because I don't want it to throw me off. It's not that I don't want the feedback or like the feedback or appreciate the feedback, but I won't get into the whole description. I have my reasons. And so the YouTube, this is the first time I've turned it on, and it's frozen on my computer. And it's just me making a weird face.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah. So is that going to happen a lot? That it's just going to freeze me making weird faces? I might have a weird face, but this is like a weirder face than what I normally carry around town.
I have not seen that.
Okay.
It has not been frozen on mine. So I'm not quite sure what happened on yours.
All right. But it's got it frozen on a weird face. Secondly, I see a lot of the comments, and they're very nice. It's very nice to read, like everybody, good morning, and great to hear you, and great to see you, and some really good stuff. So that's nice. That's uplifting. Thank you for that.
People are sweet.
I appreciate that. And then the third thing that I would like to mention, and I don't know why this exists in a decent world, but why did I go to YouTube, pouring up Chuck and Buck? And you know how they bring those suggestions? They scroll them down on the right side.
Yeah.
Like, if you brought this up, maybe you're interested in all of these things. Just to keep you on this site. So I call up Chuck and Buck's new YouTube channel. And as soon as I click on ours, and what is the first suggestion down the right side? Beavis and Butthead.
Well,
A video of Ryan Gosling on Saturday Night Live as Beavis and Butthead.
That is
Why did I just type Chuck and Buck into a Google search, into a YouTube search, and the first thing that people thought you'd like is Beavis and Butthead?
maybe they're going with dynamic duos. That's all I can think.
Well, I'm taking it personally, YouTube.
Well,
Tell you that right now.
at least it didn't come up as Ace and Gary.
That's a low blow.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you people at YouTube.
I got a problem with you people.
We
I
need
got
a
bone to
meeting.
pick.
Let's have lunch. Figure this out. All right, let's get to the ABCs of the M's. So we left off yesterday at the letter L. L is for lefties. We're going to be facing another one here tonight. And there's been a little bit of a problem. And it's 3-4 start to the season, and our three best hitters are in a slump. So we're not going to worry about Robles and Refsnyder, but we don't seem to be as effective thus far this season when facing left-handers. And that's going on tonight. So it'll be a Refsnyder-Robles night again instead of a Rayleigh-Canzone night again, I'm assuming. And, you're getting JP, so you're adding another lefty to the lineup. And even this Colt Emerson kid, when he comes up, is another lefty.
Oh, man.
So the idea that, if Emerson and Crawford are on a roster together and Donovan hits from the left side and Canzone and Rayleigh may be better than Robles and Refsnyder based on what we've seen so far, they're going to have to keep righties on this lineup. Rivas will remain our utility player. He's a switch hitter. So it's going to be interesting, this roster crunch, because these left-handers so far this season have been giving us trouble, and this organization has had the damnedest time trying to find a right-handed hitting complement. They always get a veteran who has proven for like 3 centuries that I can hit left-handers, and then gets here and can't hit left-handers. So I'm a little leery about Refsnyder, even though the resume suggests that he should be able to fill this role just fine this year, but nonetheless, off to a 3-4 start, and what we really seem to be struggling against is left-handers. We're going to face another one tonight.
Can we blame that on T-Mobile Park?
I think we can blame it on YouTube.
Oh, well, I'll do that. Yeah, clearly. Yeah, it's frustrating, and it's funny because on certain days when the lineup comes out, you look at it and you're like, okay.
That is our reaction right now.
Yeah.
I don't think just on paper, it should not be that way.
I know.
Refsnyder's coming off a much better season than Rayleigh.
Yeah.
And yet, and I don't know. I mean, you made a point and I made a joke about it, but it's a point worth discussing. Is there something to that? I mean, who was the guy that complained about T-Mobile and the hitting eye the most? Teoscar Hernandez. What side of the plate did he hit on? Right side of the plate. Josh Naylor hits on the left side of the plate. He comes here and he loves the place.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Maybe there is something.
Maybe we need to do more research.
Yeah, maybe we do. But, I mean, A.J. Pollock was supposed to hit here. Mitch Garver was supposed to hit here. Lefties, if nothing else.
Right.
And they didn't. And so Ref Snyder's off to a rough start. Robles is off to a little bit of a rough start here. I mean, we're going to give them a lot more wiggle room. I mean, we're not even close. I mean, we got to get to June, July before we determine that didn't work. But nonetheless, I think that there is this element of seeing a left-hander with Mariner fans right now and for several years and going, ooh, we're not as good against left-handers.
Yeah, well, maybe.
I don't want that to be the case.
Yeah, maybe the fact that we're on the road.
There you go.
That'll help.
There you go. M is for Munoz. Andres Munoz, it's been a while since we've seen him, and the last time we saw him, he got lit up a little bit because Chase DeLauder apparently was going to just destroy every baseball thrown to him in that Guardian series. But look, I get that Munoz doesn't make an appearance in the Yankees game, or in the Yankee series, I should say. I just want to throw this out there. Not that it's going to fall on welcoming ears over there at T-Mobile. Don't put me through another one of these years, Dan. Don't put me through this. Oh, we're down one. That's insurmountable. Can't possibly throw Munoz or Brash, so let's throw Legumina out there, and now we're down 4. I don't want to go through that again. Like, I'm not saying that you throw Munoz, your top guys, every time you're trailing, but when we weren't within 1 run of the Yankees, it was 2. So I understand why Munoz.
Right.
I'm just saying, let's not do this again. There are times where I think a 1-run deficit should be protected. And those times usually are when a Munoz has not pitched in a while and you've got a day off the next day. That seems like a really good time to maybe get Andre some work. Maybe he needs to feel a little bit of success after getting roughed up a little bit. Probably not. But, I don't want Dan Wilson to just, again this year, I only bring in Munoz, Brash, and Ferrer when we're leading. I would like to see them more frequently used, more faith that we can come back from a 1-run deficit, more faith this year. And that's not in every case, but especially in a case where he hasn't pitched in a while and he's got a day off the next day. I think that's perfect Munoz time.
Yeah, I think that's fair. And show the team, too. Okay, I have faith you guys can do this. We're going to put some of our best guys out there now. And then in offense, it's up to you after they do their job.
Yep. Finally, N is for Naylor. And Josh Naylor is off to a 1-for-27 start, and his one hit was a single. So not exactly the way that he wanted to start. Now, normally, Ashley, and as for normally, I would be a little worried about somebody getting a big salary and then getting off to a slow start. I think people that it's just human nature. I'm getting a lot of money to perform for, and I chose this place because how much these people love me, and you put so much pressure on yourself that if you get off to a slow start, it might take a while to get out of that. It might take a while to dig out of that. You might compound that slow start more inside your head of being more dramatic than it has to be. But I am not worried about that with Naylor at all. I just think he operates at a completely different level than just about any professional athlete I have ever seen. He's off to a 1-for-27 start because he's a little bit off. As Angie told us yesterday, he does not look – Cal kind of looks off. I don't think Josh looks all that far off. He's probably not that far away from getting locked in, and I can almost promise you that Josh Naylor is not bothered by a 1-for-27 start. If anybody sees 2, 3, 4 steps into the future and beyond his own immediate struggles, it's him. I love his mentality. He's going to be just fine.
Yes, I have no doubt that he will be fine. He'll probably get 2 hits tonight.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
If you want to get 3, you can get 3, but I'm not going to be greedy. Just 2 hits.
Yeah, let's get it going tonight. I want a home run out of each of those 3 guys over the course of this weekend series with the Angels. You can put them all in one game if you'd like. You can spread them out equally over the weekend. You can hit more than one if you prefer.
If you want to hit them with other people on the bases, really appreciate that.
If you want to hit one per night, this weekend in Anaheim. That's fine with me, but I want at least one out of you. I want to come to the show on Monday and not talk about our big three having not hit a home run yet this
Yes,
year.
please.
Okay? And that goes for you too, Rose Arena.
Yeah. Get your
Big
head in the
four, that
game.
is. Big four.
That's right.
I want you all to hit a home run this weekend. That's your homework assignment. All right, coming up next, Final Four is tomorrow. We provide a little sneak preview of it next on Chuck and Buck Sports Radio, 93.3 KJR FM. weekend is nearly here. I mean, do you count the Friday as weekend? What is the official viewing of that?
Yeah, once we're done with this, yes.
Well, but you have to be done with
Yes.
work, though,
Yes.
before you can start the weekend. I would argue that our sales staff considers all of Friday the weekend.
100%. I mean, that's obvious.
Chuck and Ashley with you. No Bucky. We've got the Ocho coming up at the top of the hour. Your 8 top stories of the day to get you ready for the weekend and to recap the week. We do it every Friday right here on the radio program. And since we are either at the weekend or near the weekend, why not make some plans to go to Tulalip Resort Casino? I mean, it's just wonderful. Just stop on by. All sorts of activities. There's all sorts of room for activities there at the Tulalip Resort Casino, including watching a little basketball. I said this before. One of the great things about DraftMas is that baseball and basketball are also going on while this is happening. So you can head over there, watch a little basketball tomorrow. Maybe you've lost a little bit during the NCAA tournament run. Maybe you've won a little bit during the NCAA tournament run, and you can take advantage of those winnings of yours and maybe try to win a little bit more.
Make it rain.
Yeah, exactly. Head on over to Tulalip Resort Casino or, of course, the Quilceda Creek Casino as well. And they've got some big upcoming entertainment. They've got Ice-T. He's going to perform on the 11th, so next Saturday. And then Colin Ray also is coming as well. Tickets go on sale today for that, for a show on June 4th, which happens to be my birthday. So today.
It's in my calendar.
Oh, well, nice.
Yeah.
Tickets go on sale for Colin Ray if that interests you. He's coming to Tulalip Resort Casino at the Orca Ballroom on June 4th. All right. We've got the Ocho coming up. We also have the Final Four tomorrow, and you're going to be able to hear that at 9:50 tomorrow. Both games, 3 o'clock, Illinois versus UConn. Or let me rephrase that. Illinois versus UConn.
Fighting Illini versus Huskies.
So, yes, a little bit of rooting interest maybe
Yeah, maybe.
on this radio program.
Yeah.
One that goes deep into his soul, and the other because she's got him in her
It's
bracket.
deep into my bracket.
Right, exactly. But the other game, Michigan-Arizona, is the big one, is the even bigger one. They're both big. Even bigger one tomorrow night. And I mentioned this earlier in the week. Ken Palm, those analytics people that rate all of this stuff, they claim it's the third best matchup in college basketball history. So teams that have had this much success in one season, dominating both of them throughout the tournament, meeting on this grand stage, the Final Four, with the championship game on the line, they say it's the third best match. I don't know how they do their math, but they claim it's the third best matchup in the history of college basketball. Boy, if that's not a selling point, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I'll be tuning in to both of them. I'm excited for both games. They're both going to be great. I do think that Illinois-UConn game could surprise us with how good it's going to be.
Oh, it's going to be great.
Yeah, but I think that because the Arizona-Michigan matchup is being so revered, I think that it's like, oh, yeah, Illinois and UConn, they're going to be first, and then Arizona and Michigan. But I think it's going to be 4 hours of awesome college basketball.
No doubt. I think Illinois' length can be a problem for UConn. I mean, they're Eastern Europeans, not only can protect the rim, but all of them can shoot threes as well. And so that's, I think, an advantage for Illinois. But frankly, I am surprised that they're 2.5-point favorites in this game. I would have thought UConn, with all of its experience and with Dan Hurley's championship pedigree, I would have felt they would have been made the favorite. So I'm going to pick Illinois, but it's completely because I want them to win. I'm not sure if I didn't have that bias, I would be making that prediction. On the other side, I've just felt Michigan all season long was the best team I've watched, and Arizona second, by the way. I've watched play college basketball this year, and Michigan's done nothing to throw me off of that throughout the tournament. They are so long and so athletic. I mean, they got a 7'3" rim protector, and then they've got 6'11" power forward, and then their point forward is their best player, Landeberg, and he's 6'9", 6'10", long arms, athletic. I mean, they're just so long. And then on offense, they're just everybody can play. So and Arizona is very similar to that. But I think Michigan is going to win the nightcap. And it's this very strange thing. This is very odd. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes with the North Carolina coaching search.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't heard any updates. And because we haven't heard any updates, I'm sort of guessing that they at least want to play out the tournament, North Carolina, but before making any decision. My guess is they've got their eye on one of these Final Four coaches. They at least want to talk to them to see if they would be interested. Between Hurley, certainly I don't think Underwood would be a North Carolina guy, but between May and Lloyd and Hurley, they all have to be on North Carolina's radar. And so I think it's kind of interesting that like the winner of this game on Saturday night goes to the national championship game, and the losing head coach probably becomes North Carolina's head coach.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, because it's like, okay, we want to get this thing started, and we'll get it started early, 2 days early. We'll get a 2-day jump on whoever loses, so we'll interview them, and then I think whoever interviews them is probably going to want the person that they interview. So there is a chance that whoever loses this, the winner gets to play in the national championship game, and the loser becomes the head coach at North Carolina. Then again, it's not like North Carolina is what North Carolina was when I grew up. And I think there's an argument to be made that Dusty May at Michigan might have a better situation than what he'd have at North Carolina. And I think Tommy Lloyd might have a better situation at Arizona. Those are two great programs. And so maybe they're not interested at all, but it kind of feels like North Carolina is waiting on this tournament to play out because some of the top candidates, if they really do have the opinion that we get to kind of pick and choose, if they still have that opinion, then you're probably waiting to see once Hurley, Lloyd, and May's seasons are over. Those have to be three guys on your short list if you believe you're so powerful still that you can kind of just name your head coach.
Yeah, the question will be, are they? That'll be fun. That'll be an interesting thing to watch, though, to see if what happens with that, if they are offered the jobs and they turn them down, or I don't know either.
Lloyd's not exactly shooting it down. He's just basically saying, don't talk to me about that until this is over.
And that's fair.
But, you obviously read into that. If you weren't interested, you would just be saying, no, I am the head coach of Arizona. I will be the head coach of Arizona. Even if you're lying,
right?
You would say that. But whenever a coach says, we're not talking about that today, and gets a little angry about it, it kind of feels like it hits home. Like, oh, okay, you are interested. Okay. Oh, maybe you've already been contacted. I hope you're keeping your focus. You've got 2 more big wins to get.
Yeah, these might be the biggest games of your life.
Ocho is next. Your 8 top stories of the day. It's Chuck and Buck Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
time for the Ocho. The best 12 minutes of 8 minutes of radio.
8 minutes.
Brought to you by the rich, complex flavor of Pendleton whiskey. Wetter Bud. Please drink responsibly.
All right, good morning to you. 8 o'clock hour here on this Friday. Time for the Ocho, your 8 top stories of the day, a recap of the week, preparation for the weekend. It's water cooler information so that you can just tell Ed from accounting to shove it where the sun don't shine. You don't have your facts straight, Ed. So we provide this little service.
Don't be an idiot.
A little bit of a service for you. Ashley Ryan is here. My name is Chuck Powell. No Bucky Jacobson today. We've made it through the week without the presence of the ginger-bearded one, Bucky Jacobson. And yet we've got a lot of things to recap from this week without Bucky Jacobson. And there are some big stories going on right now, some huge stories locally, nationally, even globally. But in my world, as Father DraftMas, there's only one top story this week. It's DraftMas time.
The clock is ticking. DraftMas is almost here.
Oh, it's here.
The combine visits and pro days in the rearview mirror. With Schneider bucks, we'll spend them all to build a team to dominate in the fall. It's beginning to look a lot like DraftMas. All the prospects are placed on the big board with care. The room is spotless. Johnny Claus will soon be there with the green room full of prospects and the 12s in their swag, hoping Johnny Claus pulls shiny toys out of his DraftMas bag.
We have almost an entire album now.
We do.
We add a song, it seems, every year to our DraftMas holiday. I think that was performed by a new artist called AI.
AI, yeah. Written, though, by a listener. It was actually written by a listener. He just had AI perform it.
Is that what it was?
Yes.
So he wrote the whole song, or
Yes.
do you, I don't know how this works,
Yeah,
or do you enter the information that you want to be covered in the song, and then in AI puts
I
it
think
together?
you could do either, but he said he actually wrote the song.
Very nice.
He just had AI perform it. And he
Very
did
nice.
2 versions. We have a slower, more traditional one, too.
Well, to slow dance, too.
Yeah,
You
obviously.
know, I know that the hype and the hoopla that goes with DraftMas and all the hubbub, well, sometimes you just want to slow dance to DraftMas.
Sometimes you do.
Right.
I was thinking more it was like the traditional one could be like when you're sitting by the fire and drinking your nog.
Uh-huh.
And then the upbeat one is when you're like feeling pizzazzy.
Most of the time, you're feeling pizzazzy.
Yeah.
But even in the midst of war room discussions, John and Mike just sometimes got to shut off the tape and just slow dance
I hear you.
to a nice DraftMas song.
To a nice DraftMas carol.
Yeah. And I don't know which puts his head on the other's shoulder. I'm not going to go ahead and name that. That'd be wrong.
Well, and they can alternate.
Yeah, but yeah, I think there's a lot of time for that sort of affection. Yes, the DraftMas got started on Wednesday. It is our month-long celebration of the NFL Draft / countdown to the NFL Draft, which is coming up on April 23rd. The Seahawks won't be on the clock until pick number 32. You want to know why? Because they're world champions.
That's right.
And champions have to pick last in the NFL Draft. And so at number 32, there really isn't much expectation. It feels like that the Seahawks will remain at 32. John Schneider has a reputation for accumulating picks on draft weekend, and he's starting with a scant 4. It feels like he'll end up with his traditional 7-8 draft picks by the end of the process. But then again, a lot of talk. Greg Bill's reminded us that John doesn't really like this draft, and almost everybody's telling us it's a weak draft by comparison to past drafts and the talent that they've produced. And so what will John do? Will he go ahead and stick and pick at number 32? I don't think he will, and neither does our guest from earlier this week, Eric Edholm of NFL.com. Wrote an article earlier this week, 5 trades that he's expecting, including one involving the Seahawks where they drop out of the 32nd pick with the Pittsburgh Steelers to add a whole boatload of draft capital.
4 picks, one after the top 100, limited resources. Do they have a ton of needs and a ton of spots they're itching to fill? Probably not. But, I think given the way that they've used those day 3 picks in the recent past and going back even farther, that's been a very important spot for the Seahawks and John Schneider. It's an area where they do a lot of good work. So I would be surprised if they didn't end up with more than one day 3 selection. I think trading out of 32 makes a lot of sense.
Eric Edholm, if you want to hear the entire conversation, it's on our podcast, 93.3 KJR.com. We get into a couple of the different articles that he wrote, including he's got a first 2 rounds or first 2 picks of every team in the National Football League. And he not only has the Hawks taking Avion Terrell, the cornerback out of Clemson, at 32, he has Jadarian Price, who some people are putting on the Seahawks at 32. He has him falling all the way to 64, and the Seahawks getting him at the end of the 2nd round. So 2 articles from Ed Holm this week, both involving the Seahawks, if you are interested in checking them out or listening to his interview with us on our podcast. Let's go back, though, to the pick at number 32, because I don't think this is just about John needing to have a lot of picks. I mean, another aspect of this is, do you feel there's anyone worth taking at 32? Tony Softly used to teach me all sorts of things about the board that teams put together, and you don't have 32 players that you value as first rounders. It doesn't work that way. You pretty much have a list of every team has probably 13 to 15, 13 to 18 guys that they would take at number 32. And some teams just have shorter lists. So that might be a situation where John and Mike just don't see anybody worth a first-round selection, first-round money. And if there's somebody that wants to trade up with them, that could be another incentive for moving down. That's my expectation, but who knows? If you get one of your 13 guys that you have on your board that has fallen to you, then you stick and pick. Simple as that.
Well, and they do always seem to have kind of a different board, right? They've got a pick that maybe other people have valued a lot lower. And
everybody does. Yeah, everybody does.
And that they're looking at as a steal to get with 32. So there's always that possibility. I wouldn't put it past them, but I would be more surprised if they actually made the pick.
For sure. NFL draft starts on April 23rd. We are less than 3 weeks away from the first selection. The Las Vegas Raiders are on the clock. And as of now, Seahawks scheduled to pick on day number 1 of the draft. Let's move on. Item number 3 on our 8-item Ocho, the Kraken. They were blasted toward elimination last night by the Utah Mammoth.
Mikhail Sergachev sends it into the far side. Now Dersey to Cooley for a shot knocked down. Gunther got the rebound, but he hit Decord. The puck went in. They're going to wave it off. That will be goaltender interference.
After coach's challenge, it was determined that there was no goaltender interference. This is a goal.
All right. So they'll count the goal. And the Utah Mammoth now with a 5-2 lead. And that puts the remaining playoff hopes for the Kraken in dangerous jeopardy with this goal. And this game now down 5-2 and not getting any help in the standings here tonight.
You want your national play-by-play guy to be impartial. You don't want to ever feel like they're rooting for the other team, Joe Davis, Dodgers. But your local guy, not only do you want him to be good or her to be good at describing the action, you want to feel like they are going through the same emotional realizations that you're going through, and I think Everett is great at it.
Yes.
I think that that captured the moment. I remember the famous, when I grew up in St. Louis, the famous Jack Buck call, "Go crazy, folks, go crazy," because the place was going crazy. The Kirk Gibson, "I don't believe what I just saw." That home run was him capturing the moment. That's what everybody was thinking at the time, and that was from a national perspective. But that's how we were all feeling at that moment. Those of us that are Kraken fans and are feeling this playoff berth slip right through their fingers.
Yeah, I was actually in the booth when the goal when we had the goal, and then they called ours back for goalie interference. And so it was like, oh, here we go. It's a goal. Yay. Oh, that's going to get called back. So then to have it where we all think, oh, that goal is going to get called back for goalie interference, and then it doesn't, it was like extra deflating. It was like someone took a voodoo doll and just was stabbing it with lots of needles.
Oh, boy, I would have checked every Utah Mammoth fan's pockets.
Well, I should have.
You know, they are slippery, those
Those Utes.
Those Utes. The call right here on your flagship Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It was painful. Jordan Eberle scored within the first minute of the game for the Kraken. Bobby McMahon scored another goal. I think he scored a goal every single night. He's worn a Kraken sweater. But despite the early 2-0 lead, Kraken couldn't hold it, and they lost it spectacularly. 21-year-old star Logan Cooley scored the next 2 goals of the game, sparking a run of 6 unanswered goals for the Mammoth. 6! And that was pretty much all she wrote. Utah
So
6,
annoyed.
Seattle 2. The loss is the 7th in 8 games for a Kraken team that has been long on the playoff bubble and maybe not anymore. Kraken are 4 points back of a playoff spot, but 4 points back of 3 different teams for the 8th and final playoff spot, and Winnipeg has jumped them here in the last couple of days. So they got 4 teams between them and the last playoff spot, and they're 4 points back of 3 different teams. To have all of them collapse the way they're going to need to, and for the Kraken not only to win, but to pull themselves out of this quagmire of losing and then get on the necessary streak. Ashley, it just feels like it's done.
Yeah, it feels like it would take a miracle. And we have seen them go on losing streaks and winning streaks.
True.
And I mean, and we, I was trying to find the positive in that they got a couple points here and there over the last few games, but you need more than a couple points. They would have to have basically one of their best winning streaks ever and just shut everybody down. And I just don't know that this team has it in them.
Yeah.
I hope they do.
I think maybe getting the winning streak might be the achievable aspect of it.
Yeah, that's
but when
true.
you
We
have
gotta
to
hope that
pair it
everybody
with
else-
everybody else, not just one team, but everybody else crumbling down the stretch while you're winning everything down the stretch, it looks very, very bleak for the Kraken's playoff chances at this point. But, hey, you got to start with one game at a time. They'll play the Chicago Blackhawks tomorrow at 7 o'clock, Climate Pledge Arena, and you can hear the action on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It is tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Saturday, right? That's tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up on the Ocho, also tomorrow, the Final Four will be held, and you can hear that on 9:50 a.m. here on the KJR family of radio stations. It will start with Illinois versus UConn at 3 o'clock, and everybody's rooting for Illinois, right? I mean, if you're not from Connecticut, you don't want UConn to win, I'm sure. So go grab yourself something orange.
Yep.
Put it on, for Chuck's home state. And let's see if we can't shut Dan Hurley up a little bit. As for Hurley himself, of course, he's talking. He's talking about winning a championship right now.
We came here for rings, not watches. Everyone that comes to the Final Four gets a beautiful watch. But only one group's going to get a ring. So get off social media, stop injecting the dopamine into your arm, and get serious about the preparation and the practice, because we don't hang banners for Final Fours at UConn. We hang national championship banners, and if you want to hang a banner, you got to get your eyes off social media, get your face out of the phone, and get locked in on Illinois, because Illinois is one of the best teams in the country, and they're as big a threat to winning this tournament as any of the 4 teams.
He's mostly unlikable, but there is no denying how good a coach he is, and he's the one with championship pedigree left in this tournament. And certainly as a guy that still does root for Illinois, Brad Underwood has not performed great in these matchups with big-time coaches, but he did knock off Kelvin Sampson a couple of games ago, and his team is playing really good basketball right now, and I do believe, Ashley, he will have the support of the entire free world.
Oh, yeah. I think everybody outside of Connecticut is just wearing as much orange, thinking orange thoughts, and sending all their positive orange vibes Illinois' way.
Michigan versus Arizona in game number 2. They're calling it one of the great basketball matchups of all time in the NCAA tournament. 2.5, which surprises me. Michigan is favored by 2. Could we get an all Big Ten matchup in the national title game on Monday night? We shall see. Quincy Pondexter is going to join us at 9. Of course, former UW Husky, current UW Husky coach, and somebody who has had the team with Danny Sprinkle to game plan for both these Big Ten teams. So we'll get his thoughts on the Final Four, and we'll get his thoughts on how far away he thinks the Huskies are from being in this moment as well. So we'll do that today at 9 o'clock. Mariners are in Anaheim to take on the Angels. And, I don't know if we worry about Mike Trout as much as we once did as Mariner fans, but we still got to worry about the supernatural.
We got an angel.
But the game hasn't started.
She was with Mel Clark.
Impossible.
She was there. That means Mel should start the game today.
Mel's arm is gone.
I don't care. He should start the game.
No way. Besides, he's not even on the active roster.
If the angel pitches with him, he'll be awesome.
Man, we're in trouble.
We're in trouble, but I don't believe you, kid. I want Tony Danza to start against us tonight.
I actually would like that. That'd be great.
Yeah,
Can
give
we
him
make
the ball.
that happen?
Give him the ball. I don't think Angels are what they used to be.
I think Angels are what they used to be, but Tony Danza ain't.
Yeah, well.
So I don't think any Angel's going to help him.
I don't know.
Let's try it.
Yeah. Tonight marks the return of JP Crawford to the lineup coming off a shoulder injury. He will start at shortstop tonight to make room for JP. They've sent Ryan Bliss down to Tacoma. It puts Leo Rivas back in the role that they originally had planned for Leo, and that is a utility infield role. The Mariners off to a 3-4 start, patiently awaiting their big 3 to start hitting. Raleigh, Rodriguez, and Naylor are a combined 7 for 78 through 7 games this year, and none of them have hit a home run. Brian Wu gets the start for the Mariners. Left-hander Reed Detmers will pitch for the Angels. First pitch is at 6:38, but it really is about the return of JP Crawford, and I won't get into another long speech about JP like I detailed a little bit earlier in the show, but I'll just say this. I'm rooting for JP. I want JP to hold on to this job, remain our shortstop. I want us to win the World Series, and JP Crawford catches a pop-up to close the season, and then the celebration begins. I would like nothing more than that scenario to unfold. That said, Colt Emerson's on the come, and JP Crawford's got to be more than just somebody that can field routine ground balls. He needs to be better than that. I need JP to be the good version of JP Crawford for most of the rest of the season. Otherwise, I'm taking him out of the lineup.
Absolutely. Yeah, we got to see more.
Yeah. All right, 6:38 first pitch tonight in Anaheim. Meanwhile, speaking of Colt Emerson, Jerry DiPoto was on the radio station last night with David Softy Mahler and Dick Fain and was talking about the decision earlier this week to sign a prospect who's not faced one major league pitcher in a major league game to an 8-year, $95 million deal. Here's Jerry.
Well, first, I would say, our collective belief is that he's just a tremendous player. And we've seen with each step that he's doing things at very young ages versus advanced competition that stand out. He does a little bit of everything. There's nothing that blows you away when you first look at Colt. And then you sit there and you watch a week's worth of games and you walk away thinking this guy is a really good hitter. He's got burgeoning power. He plays really good defense. And you say really good so much, and then you recognize that he's only 20 years old. And, really good at 20 has a chance to turn into something better than really good by the time we get into what should be the most impactful ages of his career, which we now know will likely be spent with the Seattle Mariners, which is exciting.
Entire conversation available to you on Softy and Dick's podcast, 93.3 KJR.com. A lot of interesting stuff from the president, Jerry DiPoto, about Colt Emerson and many other subjects as well. I realize a lot of people are a little bothered by this deal. He hasn't proven anything. He's had no opportunity to prove anything at the major league level. We've talked about it all week long. I'll just hammer the point home that I've been making. I actually think it's a steal. And I realized that Evan White blew up in their face, and I realized that they also thought about doing this with Jared Kelnick, and that would have blown up in their face. But I also believe that the organization, John Stanton's ownership, the front office has figured out a few things about themselves over the years, and I think they've matured as a group. And I don't see this as the same potential mistake as those ended up being or potentially being. So I like this, and based on the way salaries are going through the roof in the sport right now, I think this will end up looking like a steal for the Mariners. I really do.
Absolutely. I'm excited for it. I mean, as I have mentioned, I can understand the immediate hesitation or immediate thought to the Evan White situation, but totally different situation, and I'm excited.
The number one prospect in all of Major League Baseball is a 19-year-old phenom named Connor Griffin. And he is making his big league debut tonight for the Pittsburgh Pirates in their home opener for 2026 against the Baltimore Orioles. It's not tonight, it's today at, I think, 1 o'clock. So that's a big story in baseball as Connor Griffin, who a lot of people are comparing to Alex Rodriguez, shortstop for the Pirates, is getting ready to make his debut. Item
Hopefully
number
just less douchey.
yeah, I think he is. Yeah, I think you can count on that.
That's all we can ask.
Yep. And then item number 7, Sounders in action tomorrow against the Houston Dynamo. We're going to take the Dynamite to the Dynamo tomorrow, starting at 5:30. I can picture all you Sounders fans jamming out to that song with your scarves on and your craft beers in your hands and your I Love Jackson Felts t-shirts that you're all wearing these days.
What a lovely community. I love it.
Sounders off to a 3-1-1 start, finally playing an MLS match again tomorrow. And so against Houston at 5:30 right here at Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. More on the Mariners coming up next. If you didn't hear Angie Mentink's explanation as to why our big three are in a slump, then maybe you'd be interested. We're going to replay some of that next for you on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
production specialist broadcast studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Ashley Arden brought some sweets in.
Ooh, what'd she bring?
Oh, there's cookies, and there are those macaroons, and there are cupcakes, little mini cupcakes. Yeah.
What's the reasoning?
I don't know. Easter, I think.
Oh, some Easter treats?
Yeah.
Can't say.
Which snuck up on me a little bit.
It did on me as well, because I had only been saving April 12th in my head, because that's Master's Sunday.
Oh.
And I was like, oh, April 5th, there's something going on too? Yeah. I was unaware.
Something of significance. But I don't eat sugar as much anymore. And believe me, I've built an entire empire on eating sugar. But I don't eat it as much anymore. And to start my day with it is something I never do. I don't even like French toast.
Oh, okay.
Pancakes or waffles, because it's too sweet of a way for me to start. So for me to have just grabbed a little miniature cupcake, I already feel like, ugh.
Oh.
Just from the sugar, just like my body needs like sustenance, and I just started it off. I just kick-started it with a big sugar bomb, and it's already like, don't do that again.
Yeah, I can eat something sweet like at brunch, because then it's like 11 or 12 to start off in the morning.
Afternoon coffee with something sweet. Now that's special.
Yeah, sign me up for that.
You don't like coffee.
I don't like coffee, but I like the sweet part.
All right. Well, our Mariners are off to a lackluster start, 3-4, but 7 games into a 162-game marathon. No one should be worried. Nobody should be panicking. After all, 3-4 against some of the top pitching that the American League's going to force our way this season is nothing to be embarrassed about, especially when you consider that our big three aren't contributing anything really to the offensive production. Josh Naylor and Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez are a combined 7 for 78 so far this season and have not hit a home run. None of them.
Don't love that.
Oh, it's terrible. We know they're going to hit eventually. There's no question about it, but we did want to try to get to the bottom of why they're not hitting so far this season, and I asked Angie Mentink that very question yesterday.
I don't want to, point and just go, look at the WBC, but I think that baseball is a game that you have to do a lot. You can't do a little. You've heard about like Cal Raleigh trying to cram for the test at the end there and try to get as many at-bats as he can. Baseball isn't a game like that. And it's not even at bats. I know everybody keeps talking about, how he didn't get as many at bats. I think it's the grind that's necessary behind the scenes. And I also think, I can point to the value of Bobby Magallanes and Kevin Seitzer, the hitting coaches, because those guys know these guys' swings in and out, and they can make like a little tiny adjustment as far as where their hands are, where their bat angle is at their launch point. And I don't think they've had that. It's like these guys go into spring training and going back to Brendan Donovan. I mean, that guy was like living in the cage for 4 hours a day. Mm-hmm. And they didn't have that of spring training. They didn't have their normal facilities to be able to, put in 1 hour one day and 4 the next, and then 3, the following day. And a guy that knows their swing frame by frame to say, hey, I'm seeing this. Try putting your hands here. Try putting this here. Hey, I feel like you're coming, your weight's coming, just a little bit forward. Look at your head here and look at this. I don't think that's happened. I think that is what has been missing. It's not necessarily just the number of at-bats and that, that want, need, or desire to cram for the test and try to get in as many at-bats. It's the work that was missing because of the WBC.
Angie Mentink with us. I know what a lot of people think when they hear that. And I don't mean just, baseball fans, which I'll get to in a moment. But I know that sounds like a big excuse. Oh, come on. they were getting reps. They were working out in the cage. I'm not going to use that as an excuse. It sounds very excusey. But there are excuses, and then there are reasons. And I think even a baseball player, I think even a Bucky kind of might roll his eyes at that oh, come on. You know, they're just in slumps. It's no big deal. It happens all the time. WBC didn't have anything to do with that. No big deal.
Right.
I think there's merit to it. I think what she's saying, I think there's merit to it. I think these guys are so finely tuned in their regimen. I mean, they're talking about like how hitting's harder than ever, right? And everybody throws 100, and everybody's got a wicked slider and everything else. So if you don't have the same routine and you're not doing the same repetition and you don't have the same voice in your ear that knows exactly your swing and how to preserve it, I mean, look, I think there's a good chance that it's just hogwash and it's overreaction, even from Angie, Chuck, and whoever else might be blaming the WBC for the woes of our big three. That said, every single one of the guys in the WBC is struggling. Every single one of them. Okay, let me take that back. Almost every one of them. I won't speak in absolutes.
Well, you said earlier, Big Four. Randy was in the WBC.
That's right. And I went through earlier this week the entire U.S. lineup. Bryce Terang is the only one hitting over 200, I think. Or he was then. Mm-hmm. It might have changed a little bit. I mean, they didn't play many baseball games last night. But something, I don't think that shit can be just all coincidence. That the best hitters in America went to the WBC, didn't perform all that well. And then when they got back to their clubs, are all off to slow starts to start the season. And I think they'll all pick it up. I'm not worried about any of our guys. I'm not worried about Gunnar Henderson or Byron Buxton or Aaron Judge, but they're all off to slow starts. Every single one of them. And that's just off the Team USA squad. So I think there's got to be something to that. I don't think that that big of a coincidence could be occurring. And right, once they get more settled in and they refine their swings and probably just need one of those, okay, that was it, kind of moments, which could happen at any time with guys that take as many swings that these Major League Baseball players have over their career. I think it'll kick in. I think it could kick in this weekend. I think it could kick in for all. I know it's going to kick in for every single Team USA player before the season comes to a close. They're just too good. Mm-hmm. But why would all of them get off to slow starts? I mean, the only variable that ties them all together is that they were all playing in the WBC. Yeah. So I do think there's something to it. Whether it's word for word what Angie described, I don't know. Whether I can come up with the reason for it, I don't think I can. But that's the one tie that binds them all together is our best hitters in the game are off to slow starts, and they all played in the WBC.
Yeah, I agree. And, I mean, we've talked about it, that it took them away from spring training. We talked about that before Angie came on, that it took them away from spring training and the routine that they all get into for each spring training. I mean, they have, I think a lot of people underestimate a baseball player's routine and don't think it's that big of a deal. And maybe we make too big of a deal out of it. But it is.
I think they themselves make too big of a deal out of it.
Probably. Yeah. But there is something to be said for whatever routine each player, their individual routine, their individual lead up to the season. And this definitely threw it off. So whether or not that's the reason and that impacted it, it's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, and I think it's just as valid of a reason as anything else could be.
Well, I mean, I've had numerous times where Bucky has sort of rolled his eyes at, some of my beliefs that when a pitcher gets thrown off of his game, and it could be this littlest thing.
Yeah.
It could be that you went into extra innings and then you had to use, a starter because, once upon a time, you don't have to do it anymore. But it could be because you went into extra innings and it threw off your bullpen, and so then you asked the starter to go long. Stuff like that. Or, the better example than that is when our guys struggle in rain delays.
Yes.
Our guys definitively struggle during rain delays. They are not the same afterwards, and they usually aren't the same the next start either.
Yeah.
So if that, I mean, and maybe it's a coincidence. I'm telling you. I mean, I don't know. Bucky was in baseball a lot longer than I was. That's obvious. So maybe it's just a coincidence. But boy, it sure seems to repeat itself frequently for it to just be a coincidence. I just think they're so tightly wound to their routine. And if you take them out of it or show them a different routine for a couple of weeks, I think it affects them.
Yeah.
I think they do get affected by it. And I'm not all that surprised that a week into the season, our best hitters aren't hitting, the ones that played in the WBC. And it's because I do believe that baseball players, more so than ever, are slaves to their routines.
I agree.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we will talk. Well, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if it's an apology or do you owe me a thank you? I'm not sure exactly how to approach this, but I do want to be fair to everyone about it. I'll tell you about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. It's okay.
There's less than a week to go. Okay, there's not a less than a week to go.
Right. It's just a song. A lot of songs are dated over time.
That's what happens.
They become hits.
Yeah. When you make a Grammy award-winning hit, you're going to listen to it year after year.
Yeah. I mean, I can't think of one.
No.
But it's only because I can't think of music while other music is playing.
Also, it says Pete and John. I mean, it's pretty outdated, but you know what? It ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. You know what, though? That Dean Martin song. Apparently that got outdated.
Yeah, apparently you're not supposed to play that
Yeah,
anymore.
holiday classic, though, I thought,
I
growing
still
up.
play it.
Yeah, I do,
just
too.
play it quietly so I don't offend other people.
Right. Good morning. It is Chuck and Ashley. Bucky is out this week. And so Ashley and I, throughout the course of the week, we've got Quincy Pondexter joining us at the top of the hour. We'll talk some UW hoops, but more succinctly, we're going to talk about the Final Four. Quincy and Danny and the Dogs faced off against two of the Final Four teams. We'll get his thoughts on what's going to go down tomorrow with Quincy. So looking forward to that conversation. Yes, we're playing the DraftMas music because it is DraftMas season. It is day number 3 of our DraftMas celebration, our countdown to the actual NFL draft. And we do have a couple of the new features that we debuted this week, and we got a couple more that we're going to debut next week, including Hugh Millen. Hugh Millen's going to be joining us on Monday. I have given him an assignment because usually Hugh does the Mahler Millen mock draft, and Hugh doesn't really want to reveal his thoughts until the Mahler Millen mock draft, and then he's part of our draft coverage throughout the course of the 3 days, and then he uses all of that research that he poured into the Mahler Millen mock draft to help him obviously guide him through the NFL draft weekend. So he usually doesn't reveal his draft thoughts, but I found a little loophole.
I love it.
Found a little loophole. So he's going to join us on Monday. So he's going to be a part of our DraftMas. He's never been a part of our DraftMas celebration until we got to actual draft day. We've never used him as part of DraftMas, but I found a loophole and a way to use him this year.
But see, now that's got me thinking. If he's going to join us on Monday, he clearly needs a DraftMas name.
Oh, that's true.
So we've got some homework to do by Monday.
Don't worry. I'm all over it.
I have a feeling you'll come up with something.
So, yes, that. And then Rob Ring returns to our draft. Jolly old St. Picholas. He'll be with us on Tuesday. We got a brand new feature to roll out Tuesday that you've never heard before during our DraftMas coverage. And so you got it. We're locked in. We are locked into the DraftMas season from now until April, really 25th.
Yeah.
23rd's draft day, but actually through the 24th, because that'll be Friday. So great to have you with us during this special time of the year. And, you know, a lot of people have said to me, do you feel guilty at all because DraftMas kind of overshadows Easter?
Yeah, I'm sure you get a lot of questions like that.
And my response is, well, if that was an undesired intent, I'll tell you that much, because I love Easter, and Easter is very special and has a really great place in our hearts and lives.
You just ate some Easter treats out
I
there.
just ate some Easter treats. So I like to think that we can live harmoniously together these two monster holidays this weekend.
Sure hope we can.
And just because we're celebrating DraftMas doesn't mean that we don't still love Easter and everything it stands for.
Well, it's like when you get into the holiday season, right? You've got Thanksgiving as a part of the holiday season. It's right at the beginning of the holiday season. So we just started DraftMas, and then we're making some room for Easter.
They can live together.
They can live together, as one.
Yes. Obviously very tongue-in-cheek about this, but this is kind of sad. How did DraftMas for me, I did like weeks of preparation for it and knew exactly when it was started, and Easter snuck up on me.
Okay, but you're not the only one. Again, I was so focused on the Masters. Somebody said something, and I was like, yeah, Easter. Oh, yeah, that's on the 12th, right? And they're like, no, it's not on the 12th. I said, no, I've got the 12th in my calendar. And then I looked at my calendar. Oh, no, I've got Masters Sunday, Medley Masters in my calendar. I don't have Easter in my calendar, but now I do, and we're having brunch.
Great.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah.
Very good. I mean, I don't make. Mom doesn't have us make eggs anymore. Sometimes it sneaks.
Right.
It sneaks
You
up
don't have
on
a
you.
lot of preparation.
I do love the holiday, and for many, many reasons, both the spiritual aspect of it and obviously the commercial aspect of Easter is very fun.
Yeah.
I have very good memories of that. I mean, just think about like we just hunt eggs that we colored the day before, and there are candy bars when you wake up, and they're in a little basket for you. And I have the connection to Easter because that was the only time that I was ever gifted like a box of baseball cards. I was a big baseball card collector as a kid, as many of you were. But I would get a pack here and there. Hey, Dad, could you pick me up a pack of cards at Farm Fresh? No. But ask every day, and you'll get one a week. And so, so that was how I had to get my cards, like going to visit Grandma. Grandma would always get me cards. We'd go to the 5 and dime.
Yeah.
And I'd get one of the cellophane ones so I could see through the packaging and see which card was on top.
Okay.
So that was sort of the process. And then all of a sudden on Easter, the bonanza hit.
Well, yeah, Easter Bunny comes through every time.
The idea of getting an entire box of cards to open up. I mean, bravo, Easter Bunny. Bravo,
To think
Mom.
about how tired he must be after hopping around
Right.
all the boys and girls.
Right.
Giving them those special individualized things.
Yeah, I still have one of my fondest memories was that moment, and I also got like this bright yellow windbreaker jacket and wore it outside on one of the prettiest, soggiest Easter days in memory. Like there was standing water. It had rained so much, but for whatever reason on that day, like it was ready for my windbreaker to be worn out to fly a kite. I remember it vividly. Do you have those days where you kind of remember the weather and what you were wearing? And you can't picture every day vividly, but I picture that moment so vividly. It's one of my most 15 vivid moments of my entire life. I was like 7, I think, or maybe 37.
It was probably 37. That's why you remember it so vividly. But no, I do agree. Yeah, you have those moments as a kid. Like I remember specifically my parents used to take me to go feed the ducks at Lake Sammamish, and I'd wear this like blue winter coat, and I had belly that stuck out, and I would go to feed the ducks, and I had an Audi belly button.
Oh, you don't anymore?
No.
That's weird.
It is
At least
weird.
you have one, unlike our
Bucky.
other show member.
That's right. And so I'd feed them, the bread, I'd break it up, and then my parents would be down the beach, and I'd come running and crying because I would be throwing the bread, but not fast enough, and then the ducks would bite my belly button.
Wow. I did not see that ending coming to that story.
Yeah, they thought it was bread, I guess.
Oh, my gosh.
I know.
Get it, Spencer.
And now I have an innie, so make sense of that.
She's got a crouton in her belly button.
Yeah.
Grab it before I do.
Yeah, that happened a couple times. My parents would just stand there laughing.
We might have to rush her to the hospital. It's hilarious.
The duck's got her belly button again.
Happy Easter. All right, coming up next, Quincy Pondexter, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Very early part of the process. Throwing it out there. They say there's no bad idea in brainstorming.
Okay.
What do we think of Hudoff, the hard-nosed Rain Man?
I think I have a lot of thoughts. A lot of thoughts.
No?
I don't hate Hudoff.
Doesn't hit?
Well, actually, I do, because now that I say it out loud, it sounds not great.
Doesn't sound great? Hudoff does not sound great.
Sounds kind of like a former German leader.
Okay, we
so
should
maybe
stay away from
stay
those.
away from
That's
that.
for sure. That wouldn't go over well.
No.
Not with the sponsors. 9 o'clock hour here on this Friday. Coming up later, stocking stuffers, and we close out the week with booze news. Joining us now on the program, former Washington Husky standout on the hardwood, now an assistant coach with Danny Sprinkle. And we're going to use him to preview a little bit of the Final Four as well, because the Huskies this season had to face two of the Final Four teams. Joining us on the program, you know him, you love him. Quincy Pondexter is with us right here on Chuck and Buck. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing great. How are you doing? How are things?
I'm doing terrific. Life is good, and just watching a lot of these games and wishing we were there.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, let's start with that. Like, what will it take? What's missing in the program? What steps need to be taken in your estimation? It kind of feels, I think, to Husky fans like we're a long way away from this, but, you make the right move or two in the offseason, and you can close that gap pretty quickly in the sport of college basketball. So what would Quincy Pondexter tell our listening audience is going to be the secret for the Huskies to get from point A to the Final Four?
If anyone thinks that we're further away or we're a long way away, they're sadly mistaken. Going into this year and last year and the talent that we had, just watching the game and knowing our team, if you really did your research, we got hurt. We had a terrible injury bug. We had a lot of misfortune with not even having what would presumptively be our starting lineup. Didn't even play a game together. Maybe played one game together the whole season. With the ball bouncing our way a few more times and not having bad luck and injuries, it cost us. But to win the amount of games that we did this year and to be so close to being in that top 7, 8, 9 in our conference, which we were really close to doing, and we would have been in the NCAA tournament. So you could look at it two ways. You as a fan, you could really up your support, or you could be negative about it. But at the end of the day, we're working our tails off, and we're going to have a lot of success whether you love it or like it or not.
Quincy Pondexter is with us right here on Chuck and Buck in the mornings. And what is it like to be competing for this goal that only four teams in the country, they're going to get the crack at this Saturday, and to be on the sidelines? How difficult is it when you're competing in this arena and you're not one of those four?
Well, it's extremely difficult. You got to tip your cap off to those teams that have made it. Whether they did a great job of recruiting, having good health, or just raising the amount of money that it takes to win at that championship level. You got to tip your hat off to them, and you strive to be that. I think that's something that we all have done as a staff, is just really buckle down, hunker down, and trying to figure out a way how we get to a Final Four. How do we get back to the NCAA tournament? How do we make Husky Nation proud again?
Former Husky and current Husky coach Quincy Pondexter, our guest here this morning on Chuck and Buck in the mornings, talking a little college basketball. And I'll let you be sort of our studio analyst here on these matchups this weekend. You had to face two of these teams during the regular season that are in the Final Four. Let's start with Illinois. What made them so good this year?
Man, Illinois is really, really good team. I think what makes them good is they play with an unselfishness. I think just all of their guys know what they are as a player, and they're exceptionally coached. They did a great job of getting guys that played professionally overseas, and which a lot of them are foreign, and they did a great job of finding a diamond in the rough in Keaton Wagler. And the way that they move the ball, the way that they're able to shoot 1 through 5, and sometimes they're positionless in how they play, and just their size, their defensive tenacity. They're really formidable to win a national championship, and there's no surprise that they're there. Our conference is so tough. Like a team like Purdue was picked to finish. They were the number one preseason team in the country. They finished 7th in our conference, which wasn't too far from us. But Illinois was one of those teams that we watched all year that we always said, like, man, I don't know why people aren't talking about them more. They could really win a national championship with full health.
It's interesting what you said in your analysis there, because it's kind of the point that I was making earlier. I mean, you're never that far away from it clicking. You said because Illinois did find a diamond in the rough in Keaton Wagler, and then they also have tapped into this pipeline in Eastern Europe. I mean, those two moves by Brad Underwood are the difference between them being a good team and a great team, and here they are in the Final Four right now. I mean, you're only those couple moves away, finding some little reservoir to tap into to create a pipeline from your program to that area, and then trying to find some diamond in the rough to complement your already, the recruiting class that you've been working on. It really is just a hop, skip, and a jump, Quincy, from going from mediocrity to being in the Final Four.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, it seemed like Nebraska, who people thought was dead in the water, didn't have them too high on their preseason analysis, and they had an unbelievable year and went 20 games without losing, and Fred Hoiberg and staff did an amazing job. But again, people probably had them dead too. So it's a cool feeling to be doubted, and it makes us not be able to sleep at night, and makes us work even extra hard to prove a lot of naysayers wrong.
Yeah, Illinois better than you do UConn, having faced them during the regular season, but do you have a good feel for whether or not Illinois will get past them in the Final Four?
I think Illinois has a great chance, but again, you can't bet against Hurley and his team. Yeah. They compete. They don't quit. They don't give up. They've been through some adversity throughout the year, and they're a team that's well-oiled machine right now, playing really great basketball. And so everybody was inspired to see how they won the other day, and it's just really, really cool time to see in college basketball that just anything can happen on any moment. We'll see who had the better scouts this week and who's going to try to take what away from each other. I think that's a big thing going into week by week is, the assistant coaches, head coaches, is the game plan going to work? Did you guys watch enough film? Do you guys have all their ATOs mapped out? Do you have all their side out of bounds? Do you have, what defensive changes do they make? Do they toss in a 1-3-1? Do they toss in a press? Do they toss in a 2-3 zone? Do they trap sometimes? Like all those little things, you have to be so on point. And then in that moment of time, do the players execute to a high level? And so it's a lot that goes into it. It's not just we roll the balls out and say, go play basketball, which some people probably think we do. Yeah. But there's a lot of detail that goes into it, and that's where the beauty of the game is.
No doubt. Quincy Pondexter, our guest. How strange is it still to this day, even though we have had a couple years now to get used to it, but here you have the other game. It's Arizona versus Michigan, and it's Michigan who's Washington's conference rival. And not Arizona, like you played.
I never even thought about that, which is funny. That is kind of ironic, but I think both teams. Most people are going to say that's the championship game because both teams are top to bottom flawless. They have size, depth, shooting. Young talent, like old veterans. They just have it all, and so. From the years of playing Arizona and knowing what they're all about to now playing against Michigan and hopefully forming a rivalry with them one of these days. But they're at the top. They're at the pinnacle of this thing. And so both teams are well-oiled. They're well-suited to be national champions, and I really look forward to watching that game.
Take me inside it a little bit. I mean, you look at what Michigan has done to get back on top, and Arizona has been on top for so long, and even Gonzaga here in our state, just to have created the powerhouse that they have. How much time does a coaching staff for a major program like Washington spend studying other programs, how they do it, how they assemble? I mean, do you just kind of try to take from everybody on how do we get there? Or is there, and you don't have to reveal the team, is there a team that, you know, Coach Sprinkle, yourself, others, like, we want to be like that program. We like the way that they do things. They've provided us a map to where we need to go. Does any of that happen behind the scenes, Quincy?
Of course, you want to be like the best. You want to have your team be like Matt Painters and Purdue and Tom Izzo's and Michigan State. And you want to be like the Arizonas, who's, you know, just the brand itself. You see it and you just think about all the great legacy of basketball. What's cool about this game is now, as college coaches, is you don't have to like watch from afar with them. Like, you're in steady competition with them. And you're learning, and you're seeing what they're doing, and you see the resources that they have, which is 90% of the game right now is resources and support from the community. And so you really are in steady competition, whether it's over recruits or you're seeing each other, you know, in the portal, or, you know, what resources and facilities or whatever it may be. So, you know, there's always that out there. The funny thing about it is, like, this game isn't a level playing field at all. So, you know, as much as you want to say, all right, maybe we got to spend all of our time focused on having great X and O's. Our X and O's could be 10 times better, but if you don't have the other things, you know, how are you going to win? Mm-hmm. And so, you know, it's pretty cool to see, and pretty cool to be involved in it, and learning and growing by the second. And I really, really admire a lot of these coaches out there and what they're able to do. But, you know, hopefully one day some teams are looking at us, some teams are admiring us and what we put in. And I think Coach Sprinkle is the guy. I think he's, you know, spending a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to try to figure this thing out for us. And again, we're closer than further if, you know, we have that right mindset as a fan base, you know, instead of, you know, you can hold off on that negative tweet, because that negative tweet doesn't just go directed at whatever. It goes at, maybe a recruit sees it. Then a recruit might be inclined to be like, oh, man, I don't know if I go to that school because this guy behind a computer or a phone is saying whatever. So there's a hunger to be better. I think there's a hunger for us to have a lot of success, and I believe we're going to get there.
Yeah. You got to love the process, and I think you got to love finding your process as well. You got to be thoroughly invested in that. Quincy Pondexter is our guest. So who do you like, Arizona versus Michigan? I mean, that is just a battle of, as you mentioned, like two just complete teams. Who comes out of that, do you think?
Wow. I got to go with our current conference foe in Michigan. I think they're really good. I think they're stud size. Hopefully, you know, Cadeau getting sick doesn't hamper him too much, and then their loss of LJ Kaysen, who is a really good player for them this year. But I think their still is very formidable. I think they're just a great team.
So a Big Ten team will cut down the nets, you think?
It's been a long time coming, right?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah.
So we got two chances. It would be really cool to see the Illinois-Michigan final. I would really love that. And there's two teams I think we had a chance to beat. And so when I say we're closer than further, you know, that's what I mean. So it's really cool to see them have the success that they've had, and we can't wait to lace them up against them again next season.
What was your favorite memory of an Arizona game when you were a player? Does anything stand out to you about having to face them and that crowd or anything like that when you played?
I think one of my most fond memories. There's two of them. My freshman year, we played against them, and they were top. I think they were coming off of Final Four, maybe, and they were top team in our conference and in the country. And as a freshman, I scored 21 in the first half and had 25 for the game. And we lost a close battle. And I made a really cool move. That was probably like an out-of-body experience, which is always stick with me. And I just know I wanted that game so bad. And another one was my senior year, playing against Derek Williams and those guys. And it's a game that really just, solidified our team that season and showed that, like, we were one of the best in the country. And we were able to use that to make it to the NCAA tournament and end up in the Sweet 16.
Do you ever show your players video of you or the inside post moves of John Brockman? Do you ever take the time to show them that?
I show a lot more John Brockman than I'm just coach now. Like I don't even think they think I was ever good or anything. I'm just the old guy that's washed now. And
well, they need to know.
Help our,
Sprinkle needs to spread the word.
Our fans don't care anymore either. So it's like it was so long ago. But sometimes I have to say, like, oh man, we were a good team here, and and that's why I'm here. I want to be able to relive those moments as a coach with our program and take it back to those moments, because I think our city needs it. I think our fan base needs it, and I think we could be the premier college basketball team in the country because of where we sit geographically and just how great of a fan base it is when it believes and when it loves.
Mm-hmm. Last thing for you, I did call up your Wikipedia page. Did you know that they have that masked photo of you when you were a Memphis Grizzly?
Please find someone that could change that.
I think it looks really cool. I mean, you look like a superhero with your black mask on. Do you still have the mask lying around? You should wear it for Halloween this year.
I think I burned it. I broke my face and I had surgery literally that day, and then I was playing I think that night or the next day or something, so they had to like find a mask, and I didn't want to wear anything, so that was the only mask that they could mold really fast. And thank God technology has evolved since then, so the masks look a lot better now.
Yeah, you look like a Phantom of the Hardwood is what you look like with that black mask on. So, all right, man. Well, hey, thank you very much for joining us this morning. We do appreciate it. Best of luck this offseason, and best of luck getting the Huskies back to where they belong.
God bless. I hope you guys have a good one. Can't wait to see you guys next season.
All right. Quincy Pondexter joining us right here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. I can't believe he's embarrassed of that photo. That's a great photo. He looks cool. Maybe we need to, maybe somebody does need to tinker with it, though. I mean, maybe put a Washington Husky picture of Quincy Pondexter on his Wikipedia page.
I think he's earned that.
Yeah. I think it's a cool photo.
I just like that he's like, can somebody please change that?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to do it. Do you know how to do it?
I don't know how to do it, actually. I think, though, that anybody can access.
Right. Anybody can access and just flip it around. I guarantee you, if I gave an assignment to Nick Allen or to Keith Miller, guarantee you they'll come up with something.
They'll come up with an AI-generated photo of Quincy Pondexter as a superhero with the mask on.
Right. All right. Coming up next here on the radio program, we are going to go check out the stocking stuffers, the latest rumors for the NFL draft that we'll pass along to you right here on Chuck and Buck in the Morning, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
from the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio. Now back to Chuck and Buck in the Morning, powered by Tulalip Resort Casino, DraftKings Sportsbook, where the action never stops. On Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire, Jack Frost nipping at your nose.
Yuletide crowds. I think Yuletide.
Yuletide?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, write it down.
And folks dressed up like
I kind of don't even want it to like rhyme anymore.
Yeah.
I kind of want to just like Frosty the Analyst Man.
Okay.
You know, I
That's
don't
an
even,
idea.
It's so hard to rhyme it all. There's nothing Millenny and there's nothing Huey. I mean, I've already tried Hudolph and
We've got some ideas. Don't you worry. You'll
Oh,
hear
we
about them in
do?
the booze news.
We do?
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
Okay.
Listeners are coming through.
Yeah, but maybe just something I'm gonna use something Jack QB1, QB for one Frost, QB1 Frost. You know, where it doesn't even try to be clever. You're just
Yeah. That's a possibility. I
No.
can't say I love that either.
No. I just think it's just gonna just be right out of the blue. Just hit you right between the eyes. Tell you exactly who he is, but just attach him to an all-time classic.
That's fair. I mean, I like that it's a possibility.
But no, you think the listeners have done a better
might
job?
have you beat.
Is that right?
Yep.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yep.
Oh, I really can't wait for that. All right, well, let's get started. It is time for Stocking Stuffers here on day number 3 of DraftMas. We finished our first week. We didn't start till Wednesday, the DraftMas season, April 1st. We'll have a full week next week, which will include Hugh Millen. That's why we're trying to come up with his DraftMas name, because he's never been a part of our DraftMas coverage. I mean, the smartest football guy I know, and has never been a part of our DraftMas coverage. Why? Because Hugh's always held his cards close to the chest when it comes to not revealing what he thinks about draft picks until the Mahler-Millen mock draft, the famous annual Mahler-Millen mock draft. And then, then he's just like, okay, put me on anytime. I'll tell you anything I know about anybody.
We'll draft it up.
That's right. But this year, I think I've found a loophole. I think I've found a wrinkle to include him for the first time ever in our DraftMas lead-up, where that does not compromise his principles as an analyst.
Very exciting.
Yeah, so we'll do that on Monday at 8 o'clock. But Ashley brought up a good point. Everybody has a nickname during DraftMas, including jolly old St. Picholas Rob Rang. So Hugh needs one too.
Sure does.
And it feels like I'm way off right now.
But I can't wait to see your reaction when I give you these suggestions.
All right. I look forward to it. All right, let's get to some of the rumors. That's what the Stocking Stuffer segment is, just all NFL draft rumors that are out there. Let's start with Ty Simpson, because suddenly this guy has become about as big a name in the draft process as anyone, maybe the biggest, maybe the most talked about. It's the Orlovsky effect. Dan Orlovsky has sort of created this storyline. And so now Ty Simpson suddenly, through no fault of his own, has turned into somewhat of a controversial subject. And so we have Dan Orlovsky maybe making a fool of himself. I'm not saying that there's not an argument out there that suggests Ty Simpson is actually better than Fernando Mendoza. I'm here. I'm all ears. If a guy that's been in an NFL huddle and has played in NFL games and has backed up guys like Matt Stafford and has an idea of what an NFL quarterback looks like, I'm all ears to hear some breakdown that tries to convince me of that, and maybe you could change my mind. Hugh Millen bit into that. I have a feeling he'd make us think about that. It's just that he kind of came off foolish because some of the examples that he was using couldn't have been further off. And so it made it feel like he was just making stuff up. And it went as far as his own people at ESPN accusing him of being on the take, either from producers at ESPN who wanted him to have a bad take just so it would get attention, or was the agent giving him money to build up Ty Simpson? I mean, it came to that. Anyway, that kind of has made Ty Simpson sort of this polarizing figure through no fault of Ty's throughout this entire process. And I don't know if one goes with the other, but since the Orlovsky effect took hold, Simpson just keeps dropping. It's had the opposite effect. Nobody's moving him up the charts. They're dropping him down. And this week, I've seen things dropping him out of the first round. Even Ryan Wilson, Ryan Wilson, Will Brinson's friend. We've had Ryan Wilson on a couple of times at CBS Sports. I think he's their head guy now at CBS Sports in terms of their draft coverage. He has that scenario that I've been talking about for a couple of weeks. In his latest mock draft, he's got Ty Simpson dropping all the way to the end of the first round, giving the Seahawks the opportunity to move out to a quarterback-needy team that would like to have the second-best quarterback in the draft on a first-round player's contract, which means you have control of their fifth year should you want to use that before they would become a free agent. Beyond the first round, everybody becomes a free agent by year 5. So that could put Seattle in a really advantageous position. If you get all the way through the first round, they don't even really want to pick at 32. And Ty Simpson has fallen that far. And I'm not hearing anybody put Nussmeier or Klubnik or Aller or any of the other candidates ahead of Simpson right now. So if the second best quarterback falls all the way to the end of the first round, that puts Seattle in a pretty good position to make a trade and probably get more for that pick than they would have otherwise.
Yeah, that's a dream scenario right there.
I think so.
That would be exactly what, like, all the things we could hope for to work out that way, that would be it right there, because it is such a coveted position, right? And if you've got somebody that could potentially has been in talks to be as good as Fernando Mendoza, I mean, and you get him at 32nd, that's a win for the team that gets him at 32nd and a massive win for the Seahawks.
Yeah, I gotta believe Fernando Mendoza's the number one pick, and I'm not Hugh Millen, and I'm not Dan Orlovsky in terms of quarterback evaluation. But I think Mendoza feels like the number one overall pick, and Ty Simpson to me feels like a late first rounder. That's how he reads to me, but we shall see how that goes. By the way, Elijah Surratt, I saw interviewed yesterday on Path to the Draft on NFL Network, and he brought up the Mendoza, they brought up the Mendoza character thing. Not that there's bad character there. It's almost too good. It's almost too squeaky and nice and bubbly.
A little nerdy.
Right. And he called him, he goes, he's a geek. He called him like right there on television, but he's my geek.
Oh,
so
cute.
Like I don't know how Mendoza's going to command an NFL locker room filled with grown men, sort of the way that he acted as a college football player. Not that he acted poorly, just came across a little nerdy, a little goofy, a little high-strung, a little hyper.
Yeah.
I don't know how that goes over in an NFL locker room, but I'll say this. It went over really well in Indiana's locker room.
Yeah, it did.
And Elijah Surratt hammered that point home. All right, let's go to another one over here. What do we got here? This little rumor, the Browns, this is not even according to a rumor. This isn't just somebody spreading garbage out of Cleveland. This is from the general manager himself saying, we'd like to trade down. We are exploring trading down. And already Cleveland has 2 first-round picks, and they're sitting at 6 and 24 in this draft. So is he talking about trading down from 6? Is he talking about trading down from 24? Does he not like anybody at 6? Or does he really like this draft more than most people and would like to accumulate some more picks? But Cleveland is trying to move down. At least that's the message Andrew Berry himself is trying to spread. And that's the beautiful thing about stocking stuffers and NFL draft rumors, because they're unlike really any other rumors in sports, because he might just be intentionally saying that to throw people off of what his intentions are for whatever reason. But Cameron Wolfe from the NFL Network has added on to this, saying that the Browns may want to be trading down, but they are still in the market. They want a wide receiver out of this first round, and they want a left tackle out of this first round. Left tackle, those are 2 really good positions, deep positions. Supposed to be a down draft, but the three areas that people are talking up, number one is edge rusher, number two is tackle, and then number three is probably wide receiver. So the Browns are seeking, according to Cameron Wolf, a wide receiver and a left tackle out of this process.
All right. I mean, I do love the speculation and the why would they be telling us they want to move up?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not real smoke.
No, but it's fun.
It's like intended smoke. Is intended smoke real smoke?
No, it's like vape smoke.
Yeah, it's supposed to be something's smoking over there. I wonder if they know that's going on. But this is like, no,
here's our smoke.
We're sending out smoke
blowing
signals.
it in your faces.
We are literally trying to throw you off of our path. That does happen. It really does. And then wide receivers, maybe it is a deep position. Several names out there being mentioned as first-round picks. But I think there are more teams being suggested as wide receiver hungry in the first round. Okay. I mean, you think about it just in this week alone. There's Cleveland, who we just discussed. We just discussed the Los Angeles Rams yesterday, that they have long been discussed in this area. You got the Puka Nacua situation, and I'm sure that's not going to amount to too much. I think they're going to get their arms around that, but they've already told Devontae Adams they've been shopping him, for goodness sake. They've had a little bit of interest in A.J. Brown, which apparently had fizzled there for a while, and I don't know, maybe it's renewed. I have no idea. But they have long been rumored to be wanting a wide receiver out of this process. So they've been heavily rumored. The New York Jets, who have more draft capital than anybody else, apparently they want to get a wide receiver before the first round comes to a close. And now we're talking about the Philadelphia Eagles trying to get a wide receiver as well, which is only fueling the A.J. Brown conversation. So it feels to me, Ashley, through all of the rumors, that more teams are being rumored to want wide receivers in the first round than there are worthy first-round wide receivers.
Right.
And that bodes really well for Denzel Boston.
Yeah, I was going to say also, though, then if you think it could be more of that smoke, right, where there's more teams that are wanting the wide receivers, and then there's those teams that have the higher draft positions could potentially have some leverage to get people to move up if they think they're going to run out of wide receivers by the time they get there. But I love that it bodes well for Boston because I think he is fantastic.
Wide receivers and left tackles. It's like it feels like there's more of these guys than there normally are, especially left tackles that are first round worthy, especially in a down draft. But it does also feel like there are more teams that want a left tackle out of the first round. So, what is economics? It's, it's supply and demand.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden you think there's enough supply that it should last a little while. So if you're the Detroit Lions picking at 17 and you have a desperate need for left tackle, the supply suggests. But if there's greater demand than the supply, now all of a sudden you're paying a higher premium for something you thought there was a surplus of.
Yeah.
And that seems to be where we are, less than 3 weeks away from the actual draft in those couple of areas. I think it's fascinating. I find it all fascinating. That's why I invented a holiday.
I mean, I appreciate and applaud you for inventing the holiday.
Yeah.
And not being afraid to admit you invented it.
Yep. I am Father DraftMas. Say whatever you want about me. That's me.
Just willing to make.
Who's got two thumbs and is Father DraftMas? This guy.
That one.
All right. Booze news next, and apparently a bunch of Hugh Millen DraftMas nicknames that I cannot wait to hear. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ebenezer draft. QB1 on the
Do you
shelf.
think he's going to be a Scrooge?
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I don't at all, but it's hard. Really hard. It's Chuck and Ashley with you as we've made it to the end of our week without Bucky Jacobson here today. We've made it all the way to the final segment, which has a famous name and is hosted by a famous person.
I'm Ashley, and this is the Booze News. We're trying something new today.
This is new. I'm like, what are you pouring over
Look at
there?
this. Yellowstone Cocktails. This is their espresso. But it's made with bourbon, and I've never had an espresso with bourbon. So I didn't. Oh my gosh, it smells very strong. It's a ready to drink though, and it's in this little like canteen thing.
Is it chocolate too?
I
Because I smell notes of chocolate.
Yeah, I do too. I don't know. Before we start anything, let's just try this.
Let's try this out. Cheers.
I don't hate that.
Yeah, there's got to be chocolate in there.
Yeah.
There's a lot of chocolate in there.
That's quite delightful.
Pretty good.
Hey, you could take that camping with you. Sit by the fire.
Absolutely.
I'm in.
Yeah.
They wanted us to try some, so
I like it.
Yeah. We've got 3 flavors to try. This is just the first.
Oh.
I know. Very exciting. I thought, well, I could use a little coffee pick-me-up today.
Yeah. That's always great right before my nap.
Yeah. Well, I don't take naps on Fridays usually. But before I continue, I am Ashley, and this is the Booze News. Oh, I did say that. Cheers. Okay, there we go. Woo.
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
different.
Well, the DraftMas spirit is alive and well here in the KJR studios. No, we don't have any decorations up. And we aren't sitting by the fire as much as we've made you believe that before, although we are drinking nog.
A little bit. A little Christmas spirits.
Yep. Christmas spirits. It's true. YouTube is now forcing us to no longer work with theater of the mind, and now we have to work with theater of the theater, I guess, because we're going to have to come up with some props and some things to make this place look
right
DraftMas-y. So stay tuned for Monday.
Yes.
Because we've got some stuff.
Work has been done. I mean, we both realized that at the same time, like on Wednesday, like, well, now we're on camera. Let's sell it.
Yeah.
So there's some things.
There's some stuff
in motion.
Yep. Monday.
Yeah.
we're going to try to have it all ready by Monday.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
Keeping in the DraftMas spirit, we talked earlier about having Hugh obviously join our DraftMas fun on Monday and that he needs a DraftMas name. So huge shout out to the listeners because we didn't even ask for this, but they came through.
They came through anyway.
So we've got Hughcon Cornelius.
Oh, how did I not think
I
of
couldn't
that?
believe you didn't think of that one.
Hughcon Cornelius.
We've got Mistletoe Millen or Millentoe. I don't know about that one, but
Bumbles bounce. I want him to give that analysis.
Yeah.
What do you think of this defensive tackle, Hugh? Bumbles bounce.
I mean, it's an idea.
Yeah.
It's an idea.
I took the teeth out of this defensive end. They're nothing without their choppers.
You know it way more than I do. We've also got Hugh, Mary DraftMas.
Wait a minute. I kind of glossed over the second one, which I think was pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
What was the second
Mistletoe Millen or Millentoe.
Millentoe. Oh, no.
And then this one,
I think my grandma wore some tight pants one time.
Yeah, then she got a Millentoe.
She ended up with Millentoe.
You don't want that. You don't want that. That's exactly what I thought of as well, so I'm going to say no to that.
Millentoe. I can't imagine kissing under Millentoe.
And then this one right up there with Hughcon Cornelius in my book. This one, of course, from Nick Allen. It's got to be Huel Log, right?
The Huel Log.
Just burning.
I think what it is, Nick, Ashley, is that the information that he brings is called the Huel Log.
Yep, and he is
because he's logged all of those plays.
See, there we go.
And yet he is Hughcon Cornelius.
It's done. There we go.
From the Hughcon, bringing his Huel Log.
That's right.
Yuletide greetings to all.
Oh my gosh! See now.
Happy DraftMas.
Now you've opened the floodgates, and all of your Huel spirit is gonna come on in.
Yep. I like it. So I don't know. We got to give a prize to Hughcon Cornelius.
Yeah, I don't know who that was. Text us back. I'll find you. The Mariners are on the road starting tonight. Hopefully this is the last night our big 3 bats get, or the last hopefully this is the night, not the last night. Hopefully this is the night our big three bats get going. I want Julio, Cal, and Naylor to go, I don't know, 15 for 15 with 6 homers. That's fair, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They're due.
Yeah. And some people would be like, well, that's a lot to ask for a weekend. No. I'm saying tonight. 15 for 15. They're each going to have 5 at bats and 6 home runs for the weekend.
Yeah.
I got loftier goals. I think 45 for 45, 15 dingers. Let's get this thing going.
If you're going to break out, break out.
That's right. Go big or go home is
Let's
what the
go,
kids
boys.
say.
Yeah.
That's what they say. I will say this, the Mariners' overreaction after a slow start, not unexpected and on point. I've already seen people saying that Julio needs to be traded.
Oh, jeez.
And I don't have anything to say to that. I would just do this. And what's next? We're going to send Cal to Tacoma this year. They wanted Julio to go to Tacoma last year, so does Cal need to go?
Right.
I just can't with this.
Again, I know people get sick of hearing this phrase, but it's said by everybody in the sport for a reason. It's early in a lot of different ways. We're not going to be a sub 500 team, and our 3 best hitters are not going to be terrible much longer than these 7 games. But every athlete, I don't care how good you are, Aaron Judge goes through extended. Shohei Ohtani does not have a home run yet this year.
Yeah.
So everybody goes through these extended slumps at some point during the season. It just stinks that our 3 best guys are all going through them out of the gates at the exact same time.
100% agree. Yeah. And I would love to see them break out of it. That's why they're going 45 for 45 over the weekend.
That'll do it there. That'll break you out.
And no one will want to trade any of them after that. The Kraken are in super crunch time as they try to make a last gasp at the playoffs. So to quote the great Mike and the Mechanics, all we need is a miracle. Was that Mike and the Mechanics? It was.
Is it really?
I think so.
Might be.
I think it was. If
all
not,
I need is a miracle.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And if they can pull that off, it will be the greatest miracle on ice, I think, ever. Like, I would honestly think of making it a movie. We could call it just Miracle.
Yeah. I hope it hasn't been taken.
I don't think it
you
has.
are on to something.
I think so. Okay, so this next part of Booze News has nothing to do with sports, but has everything to do with our morning commutes, right? We drive in early, it's dark, and we've got a lot of listeners who make that similar commute. So I'm curious, how many people see the same things that we see? Which is that people don't think that laws are in effect when it's before 6 in the morning.
They really don't.
The amount of people I see that come up to a red light and they're like, I waited long enough, gotta go.
Mm-hmm.
That happens at least 3 times every morning.
How about on the drive down the hill?
Yeah.
When, like once a week, somebody just thinks it's okay to park in the lane.
Yes.
Because this is where I'm supposed to be. And so I'm just going to park my car in the middle of the road because there's no parking spot near the curb.
Right.
Unreal.
Yeah, well, this morning, I this is the first time I'd seen this. There was a red car coming off I-5, like coming off the Mercer off-ramp. And, the 2 left lanes on that ramp turn left. So this car was in front of me in the lane going straight. And then just decides, you know what? I think I'm going to go left. And just went left with the light red and cars coming from the other direction. So went across 6 lanes of traffic with a red light because he was like, I don't need to wait in that line.
It's unreal.
It is unreal. And I'm like, man, if I was a cop, I'd just be hanging out there.
I was just thinking about that this morning. I mean, I was watching somebody tail somebody, and I'm telling you, they were going 75 miles an hour, and he was 3 inches from the bumper.
Yeah.
3 inches from, and he was swerving the whole time. I mean, he's clearly drunk.
Oh, God.
And, out of town, Texas license plate and everything else. And I'm just like, why doesn't somebody just station themselves here on this stretch?
Mm-hmm.
Because most people drive timidly, I think, in this town. And then 1 out of 10 drives so recklessly.
Mm-hmm.
It's just scary.
You could get your ticket quota if you were an officer and easily.
Just
daily.
don't pull me over because I am speeding a little bit.
But we're speeding like 5 to 10 miles an hour over. That's different. We're
if you pull me over going
about
72 without tailing somebody, then you've got a big problem, officer.
Yeah, come on, man. Plus, I can go up to 15 miles an hour over if I'm passing. That's the rule.
Yeah. Always be passing.
Oh, ABP.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. Very well done. Nice job. Everybody, have a great weekend. Happy DraftMas to you all. Let the spirit ride inside your heart and souls throughout this entire month. Do well to others. Because I think that's really what the DraftMas spirit is all about.
Agreed.
Trying to find a great three-tech defensive tackle and also being good to others.
Couldn't have said it better.
Coming up next, Mark and Chris, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brew Coors Light. Choose chill. Kraken went up 2-0 and blew it and allowed 6 unanswered goals to the Utah Mammoth. Kraken have fallen. They have not gotten up, and their playoff chances are dissipating exponentially. Mariners on the road to face division rival LA Angels in Anaheim. Game will start at 6:38 p.m. The best pitcher will be starting Brian Wu on the mound versus Reed Detmers, former Patriots star corner and 2019 NFL Defensive Player of the Year Stephon Gilmore ending a 13-year career, announcing his retirement on social media. Certainly a candidate to be in the Hall of Fame one day. And what was JJ Redick thinking? With the Lakers getting blown out by 41 points, actually 43 points. Luka Doncic was in the game midway through the third quarter, and he ends up limping off the court in the third quarter with a left hamstring injury. He will undergo an MRI today to determine the severity of the injury. This is the biggest story in sports right now. JJ Redick. Yeah. What would Coach K have done? He would not have had his star player in there when they're losing by 43 points. Those are sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill.
Roll live in 3, 2, 1. Good morning, class.
Thank you. What time is it?
It's 10 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're listening to This is MJ in the Midday on Sports Radio. Light it up. Here you go. 93.3 KJR FM. Good morning, everybody.
It's a Friday here. MJ in the Midday with Christopher Kidd. Kidd, WTF, JJ Redick. Why?
Yeah, I just tweeted that out. I don't blame JJ.
I do. Why would you not?
I think, for one, my first question is, when did this hamstring injury happen? Because he was wearing the sleeve, right? That sleeve keeps your muscles warm.
Mm-hmm.
So from my standpoint, I'm thinking, okay, he's probably had this injury and he's been playing through it. So that's issue number one, meaning he's been cleared to play, but he probably shouldn't. So I'm curious as to when this injury actually happened. Did it happen 2 weeks ago and flare it up again? Or did he really hurt himself yesterday? And to your point, JJ, why leave him in when you're down 40? Because there's no right answer. There's no point. The game was over. But if he's been hurt for a few weeks, then that's on everybody. And everybody needs to realize a hamstring injury isn't something you just play through and try to, make sure you're.
Especially with the playoffs coming up. Listen,
2 weeks.
Yeah. I mean, you're locked. We're not locked in because Denver's a game behind. I get it. So you want to stay in the 3 spot.
Yes.
But not when you're down by 40.
Yeah, at that point, it shouldn't matter. So my first question is, when did Lucas seriously realize he had a injury? And my guess would be he's had it for some time based on that sleeve he was wearing on his leg because that keeps your muscles warm. So my first question is, okay, so you guys knew he had this ailing thing going on, but you decided that he could probably play through it, not realizing that you need your hamstrings for everything. It's not an ankle sprain. You can't just play through it and get, ankle sprains you can play through. No question about it. If you sprain your ankle really bad, you ice that thing up, where you can play through that. A hamstring is not that. There is no room for you to make any explosive moves. And you saw in the game Luka limping back a few times. That should have been the cue to, all right, let's get him out of there. But they didn't. And then we all saw what happened after that. If you were watching the game, Luka just pulls up, immediately grabs that hamstring, limps off the court, lies down, and that's all she wrote. And now he's probably going to miss, I would guess, that first couple games in the playoffs, assuming it is.
Well, you hope that's only it.
Exactly.
Right.
You hope that's
you
only
hope
it.
that's only it. And here's the thing. I mean, there's nothing I hate more than the Lakers, but I don't want this to happen. The NBA playoffs, you want your biggest stars to be healthy, especially when you can control it. You can control that. And I'm like, I mean, I actually do feel bad for real Lakers fans out there because you don't want, like, this is unbelievable. What were you doing? And this is why when you've never, like, there's got to be a common sense alarm that if you're JJ Redick that just goes off, that maybe I shouldn't have my star player here in getting blown out by 40. We've got nothing to prove here. And come on, man. Like, for real. Oh, good. Is Kid on camera? Are you on? Good. Isn't he handsome? Such a handsome man. Really. Him, like, we got a lot of handsome guys here in Seattle. Kid, Brian Wu. You know, we got some handsome dudes here in Seattle. So that's good. We got it working. Appreciate all of you who are watching in on our brand new YouTube channel, 93.3 KJR. Check it out, the live stream, if you want to do that. I'm going to be wearing some interesting sweatshirts over the next couple weeks. I'm a very big zip-up hoodie and track jacket guy. So this is kind of, zip-up hoodie I've been wearing for pretty much all winter, different ones. And then there'll be a lot of track jackets coming up because the weather will hopefully get a little bit warmer here. I'm not complaining because it's hot as hell in Florida right now. And you'd be like, oh, man, I was... Listen, when you live in that every day, it's like anything else that I like this weather, believe it or not. I'm telling you, all right, what are we doing here today? What do we got here today for weather? Weather here today, all right, high of 40, high of 56, low of 45. Just cloudy, no precipitation. But let's see what we got in Tampa right now. 84 degrees. Believe it or not, I like this weather better. I'm dead serious. Now, if we're in December, January, February, that's a different story when they're getting, although at one point back in January, Seattle actually had warmer weather in January for a few days of a week than Tampa did. But it's 84 degrees there today, which isn't so bad, but we're going to get there. We're going to get that weather. I'm headed down to Florida at the end of the month anyway. So I'm going to get that weather for, a couple weeks, be doing the show from down there. But, no, I like this weather better. As long as the rain can kind of not, do it. Hey, so many things to get to, but Lakers, WTF, man. You couldn't be dumber. You couldn't be like that to me is like therein lies JJ Redick, never been a coach before in his entire life, and then you take over the Lakers. Now, kid, there's a guy who on the Lakers' biggest rival who'd never been a head coach before, and he's been a success, Joe Mazzulla. Mazzulla's legit, but that's Joe Mazzulla. Joe Mazzulla was able to, and listen, he didn't play in the NBA for 15 years the way JJ Redick did, but he's a good coach. He's a great coach, actually. He's already won a title. He's been to 2 finals. And the job he's done this year, even though he hates the coach of the year and he thinks it's stupid, and I love that about him.
Did you see Jay Williams' response to blaming JJ Redick? I thought he had some good insight on it as well.
Is he sticking up for his Duke buddy?
He is.
Of course. What is he? Do we have a clip?
Yeah,
let's hear it. Shocking, a Dookie sticking up for another Dookie, but here we go.
Let me say this so we're all clear. The media doesn't actually want the truth. They want the most convenient narrative because all year long, it's players are soft. The load management is ruining the game. Players don't compete like they used to because that's what sells to you. But the second Luka actually tries to push through something with playoff seeding on the line, then it flips, it changes. Now it's JJ Redick has failed the Lakers. Why didn't they protect them? JJ Redick is to blame. No. You don't get to do like that. That's not analysis. That's just content. You can't build a whole narrative on toughness and then panic when toughness actually shows up. Because this isn't some rogue decision made in a vacuum by JJ. This is an NBA, y'all. Doctors, performance staff, medical staff, constant communication in real time. Luka has his own staff, and then there's actually Luka. You think Luka, with Denver right there in their ass, is asking out of that game? Or is he saying, yo, coach, I'm good. Let's see if we can crack into this 30-point lead, maybe get to 15, and maybe play in the fourth quarter? Because that's what competitors do. They don't wait for perfect conditions. They play when it matters. So what's the expectation here? Pull him and not trust your staff, your medical team, and your best player? Or trust him and accept the risk? Because at this level, that's the job. Risk is never eliminated, ever.
Okay, by the way, stop. I don't need to hear anymore. I like Jay Williams. He used to come on my show. He would when I would be there, Roy Williams would allow me to broadcast live the day of Duke, North Carolina, literally inside the Dean Dome. Literally. And Jay Williams would just come and sit next to me and be my unofficial co-host for an hour. So I like Jay Williams. I respect Jay Williams. That being said, Jay, you're down by effing 40, bro. What, trusting a medical staff, you have to trust your common sense instincts or somebody else. And that's where I will give baseball credit on this. Because baseball will buzz down in that bat phone to the dugout and say, hey, Dave Roberts, this is Andrew Friedman. Get Shohei out now. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dave Roberts gets up, goes to the mound, does the thing like he's about to, draw on his left arm like a meth head. Yup. You're out, Shohei. Bye. Don't stick up for your fellow Dookie. This was stupid, and it might have cost the Lakers a legitimate run. I don't think they would have beaten San Antonio. Matter of fact, I know they wouldn't have beaten San Antonio, and I know they wouldn't have beaten OKC, but they're the third seed. It's not like they're a play-in team. Come on, Jay. Come on, Jay. So, with that being said, I've got something for you from Tom Habistro. Last night, no Cade Cunningham, no Ant-Man. Luka got hurt, all on Amazon Prime last night. Welcome to the new normal. A new study shows that just 33% of national TV games have full availability from stars on both teams. Ready for this stat? Here we go. 23 games on ABC this year. How many of those 23 games had full stars? 10 of them, 43.5%. ESPN, listen to this one. 52 games. How many games with full stars? 15. Full star percentage? 28%. NBC Peacock, 80 games this year. How many with full stars? 27. Percentage? 33.8%. Now just Peacock, 9 games, 1 of them with full stars, 11.1%, and Prime. Prime had 56 games this year. 19 of those games had full stars for 33.9%. Overall, kid, 220 games on national TV this year. ABC, ESPN, NBC, Peacock, and Prime. 220 games total. 72 of those games had full stars, which comes to 32.7%. Star players are defined in the NBA's player participation policy as players who have been named to an all-star or an all-NBA team in the current season or any of the previous 3 seasons. So when you tune into a regular season game for the NBA, which is why I don't watch many of them, a lot of Knicks because, I was born and raised a Knicks fan, and other games that seem to like, okay, this one I've got to watch. It looks like Wemby's playing. Okay, SGA's playing. Fine. You have a 32.7% chance of seeing full stars play for both teams. That sucks. That really sucks. And it seems like the one network where they really tried to make it happen more than any of them is ABC, the ABC Game of the Week. They got 43.5%, 10% higher than NBC and Peacock. That's the NBA here for you, folks. That's the NBA here for you. And that's all you'll ever have to know. I'm just saying, all right, in terms of our local team, the Kraken, last night, embarrassing, inexcusable, unacceptable, pathetic. Did I miss any other adjectives that I need to add? Anything else? You have a 2-0 lead. You're at home. You're coming off a 6-game road trip, and you allow 6 goals unanswered. I mean, it's a wrap, man. And, normally I won't get into text unless something kind of makes me, I don't know, like the one a couple days ago. Oh, Logan Gilbert. Oh, Logan's having a bad season because he's a new dad. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one will draw my ire. Yesterday with a guy who he's cool and we're cool. And I don't like drafting a running back in the first round at all. And I sure as hell don't like trading up into the first round for a running back. And I sure as hell don't like the defending, reigning, and undisputed Super Bowl champion Seahawks. It always feels good to say that. Trading up into the first round as this texter proposed yesterday to draft Jeremiah Love out of Notre Dame. So I had my fun with him yesterday. He's not, he's not stupid. It was a stupid take. We all have stupid takes. I have a bunch of them every day. That was a bad take, a really bad take. I just don't care. Running backs are a dime a dozen. Unless you have a guaranteed thing that this dude is going to get me 1,800 to 2,000 yards every season for the next 5 years. You can't guarantee that. You can't guarantee he won't be hurt. I'm sorry. I will not do it, okay, at all. That is not what I'm doing. But the Kraken, I'm just going to be nice and say this. And somebody else just texted in. Hi, Mark, it won't happen, but Lambert needs to be one and done with the Kraken. No, you're wrong. This is not Lane Lambert's fault. It's not. No, it's not. He doesn't have the players on the ice. You could bring back Scotty Bowman in the prime of his career. Scotty Bowman you can't make chicken salad out of chicken crap. It's tough to do. Doesn't have the players, man. It's not Lane Lambert's fault. I've got Lane Lambert's back. It's not his fault. Let's give Lane Lambert the Boston Bruins roster. Right now, the Bruins are where they are, if not even a higher seed. That's how much I value Lane Lambert. It's not his fault. Unfortunately, you can't. The definition of an insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And why do I mean doing things over and over again, expecting different results? Firing the coach? Well, you can do it for the 4th time in 5 years? You've already done it 3 times. You can do it for the 4th time? I mean, come on. It's not Lane Lambert's fault. There are no stars on this team. When you go to the NHL points leaders, you have to go down to 128 to see the first Kraken player on that list. They just don't have any stars. There's no Nathan McKinnon. There's no Connor McDavid, Draisaitl, Pasternak, Macklin Celebrini. There's none. They just don't have any. And this is why they're not going to make the playoffs. There won't be playoff hockey here at CPA. So, hey, Chappelle, I know you were only here in November, December. Maybe want to come back through here again because there won't be any playoff hockey here in April and May. It's going to be open. CPA is going to be vacant. Yeah. And I'm just saying, too, as we are 2.5 years away from hopefully the return of the Sonics in the green and gold here, Kraken, you better get this ish fixed ASAP. Because you become the redheaded stepchild once the Sonics come back. I'm telling you. I might have only been here from a year, but I've been listening to KJR. You know, KJR is the original sports talk station in this market. Been around since the early 90s, 30 plus years. And I've listened to it on the internet back in the day. And I'm telling you, if you don't get this fixed by the time the Sonics come back, you will become irrelevant in your own town. Some people might say that you're irrelevant right now. I'm pulling for them. I love hockey. I want playoff hockey, and I hope they can make it. I just don't see it. I just don't see them making the playoffs. Last night, blowing a 2-0 lead, pathetic. And I feel bad for the guys like John Forsland and Eddie Olczyk and guys who have seen and know what a Stanley Cup championship caliber roster looks like, and they have to watch this. It's bad. It's just bad. And Matty Beniers, not him. Jared McCann. You got guys that would be lucky to be on the fourth line of Dallas and Colorado and Carolina. You just do. And these are your starters, and these are your frontline starters. Just don't have it, man. They just don't have it. And it looks like there will not be playoff hockey here again. You know, was at the game last night. Team looked like they played with zero heart. Yep, that's pretty true. Can't say anything about that. Lambert, the only reason they are even in the playoff hunt for this long. What WTF is that dude talking about? With that being said, can we just ignore the hockey team from here on out? Well, I don't want to do that. But Mark James, thank you for speaking the truth on the Kraken. Front office needs to do much better. Kyle from Kenmore. They can't do any worse. It's not Lane Lambert's fault, folks. It's not. It's not his fault. I'm telling you. It's like the scene. It's like right now I'm Robin Williams in the scene of Good Will Hunting with Matt Damon. And Matt Damon's Lane Lambert. In that emotional scene. It's not your fault. No, I know. No. It's not your fault. No, I know. And then Matt Damon breaks down crying and Robin Williams hugs him. It's not Lane Lambert's fault. It's just not. You need players. You think the Seattle Seahawks win their second Super Bowl without star performers like Jackson Smith and Jigba, Devin Witherspoon, Byron Murphy, DeMarcus Lawrence, Big Cat, Leonard Williams, Kenneth Walker, Kobe Bryant? No. They don't. I don't know what to say, but you better get it fixed ASAP. Because when the Sonics come back and you're floundering around trying to make the playoffs, if this is happening 2 years from this very moment, you're in trouble. You're in a lot of trouble. All right, what's the worst city in pro sports? Well, never have a bunch of different pro athletes agreed upon one, and I would say it's probably not good. I wouldn't feel great if I was this organization in terms of staying in this city much, much longer. We'll get to that next. And coming up, we will get to Joey. It's Final Four weekend. I haven't forgot about the Final Four. We'll maybe get to some Final Four. We're going to get to NFL draft talk because we are less than 3 weeks away from the first round. Tonight's the second and third round. 3 weeks from tonight, that is. So Dalton Wasserman, who comes with the energy, intensity, and enthusiasm, he will join us coming up at noon. Joey Lane coming up at 11. And your text, 49451 with kid.
biggest spectacle in sports.
NCAA basketball tournament.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Three in the air.
Well, we know there's a lot of bad sports towns in America. And I've been to this sports town a bunch of times. Haven't been in a long time. Probably a good thing. Don't want to get robbed. Well, I'm going to let the NBA, and we can't really do it justice because you're not going to see, but I'll tell you, all the players, in case you don't recognize their voices, have to say unequivocally what the worst sports city in pro sports is.
What's your least favorite city? Everybody's got to have one.
Yeah, Memphis, probably. I mean, the hotel is probably the worst hotel in the NBA. The food there is good, though.
Did you ever walk into a hotel room and just be like, wow, thousands of people have slept in this bed before me?
Yeah, especially when we go to Memphis. I'd be like, damn, my hotels ain't nothing in Memphis. No shit dirty. I walked in the Memphis hotel one time, I had stains and shit bed.
Stains and They broke in your room for you?
Nah, they ain't break in, but...
No, I'm saying they broke it in.
Yeah.
But it's Memphis, so they might have also broke in.
For sure. Memphis, shout out.
Shout out Memphis.
Memphis, which should probably be in Nashville, should be an Eastern Conference team. Adam, let them just do us all a favor and take the team to Nashville. No harm, no foul. The relocation fee, it's a swap. See that arena, you ain't got to pay the relocation fee.
I just don't think it's a destination city. Nashville's one of those cities that people enjoy. Memphis, it is in Tennessee, so you get a tax cut, like it's good on tax, but it's just not a city that's pretty, I guess you might say.
Memphis is easily the worst. So you usually stay at the west end, across from the hotel, and that's the only. Like they're like
Is the Peacock there?
The Peabody.
Peabody. With the ducks? Yeah. Peabody.
What they have is it the gooses or the ducks?
Give me your best waddle.
No,
and he just
people got to
pick up a video of him running.
Pay for that. Yeah. People got to pay for that action.
That's cute.
But
okay,
yes.
what cities have the worst hotels?
Ooh,
Memphis. We used to stay at one hotel in Memphis, and this dates back. We stopped staying there because their sprinklers just went off for no reason in the room. Like the sprinkler system, like it was a fire, just went off. Drenched all bogus stuff. They didn't want to do anything about it. So we switched hotels then, right? So it's been an issue. It's gotten a little better, I must say, but it's still not the other cities.
Draymond Green, you just heard there. Beginning, you heard Ant-Man, Anthony Edwards. He talked about there being ish and stains on the bed. You heard that. In there, you also heard Richard Jefferson, Danny Green, and the beginning. Oh, and after the beginning of the video of Durant, did we hear Durant? Did we hear him in the beginning?
I took that out because the context didn't make sense. It was really weird. He was talking about one thing and then went to the other, so I just removed Kevin.
Oh, well, Kevin Durant was at the beginning, and then Derek White, who's on the Olympic team last year. Derek White, I mean, Memphis, man. Like, for real? And by the way, this has nothing to do with Seattle. Just relocate that east to Nashville. Give them 3 pro sports teams. They're going to be a 4 pro sports team town soon because they're going to get a baseball team. And I'm actually going to give them a baseball team, in my opinion. Move the Marlins. Get the Marlins the F out of Miami, where the site of the old Orange Bowl where the Hurricanes used to play. Get them out of there. I've got numbers to back that up. I know Lee Sterling, we went back and forth the other night on a text thread. He doesn't like hearing it. He's like, oh, it's just ownership. Lee, Miami is not a baseball town. It's a spring training town. Okay? Bottom line. And if you don't believe me, here's something for you. In the first 3 games at Marlins Stadium, Game 1, 6,515 fans. Game 2, 6,667 fans. Game 3, 6,505 fans. It's an historic new low in Miami Marlins history. Get them out. Move the Marlins. Get them out of there. Give us that site back. Blow up Marlins Stadium. Get rid of it. And build a brand new Orange Bowl for the Canes. Nobody cares about the Marlins. They won their 2 World Series. Nobody cares about baseball. It's not ownership. It's a fan's problem, and nobody gives a rat's ass about the Marlins in South Florida. That's just a fact. Give the Marlins to Nashville. That's it. Move the Marlins to Nashville and problem solve. Move the Marlins to Nashville. Move the Grizzlies to Nashville. Nashville, 4-team pro sports down. It's a burgeoning city, man. It just is. I hope my guy, Cam Ward, can, they're going to surround him with some talent and he can do some things there next year. But Kendrick Perkins had something also to say about music. Well, not Music City. Music City's Nashville. Had something to say about Memphis.
I agree. I do believe Memphis is the worst city when it comes to the hotels. Here's the thing. Everybody in Memphis got upset about it. He stated his opinion. If I'm in Memphis, how about jumping the gun and actually go and build a hotel that, hey, I could sign with the NBA to have the contract with? Let me find out what hotel Anthony Edwards was actually talking about. And if I'm competition in that Memphis area, I'm trying to reach out to the NBA and say, you know what, let me get that.
Right. Amen on that. Amen on that. Memphis, I will say this, great food city. Great food city. Used to produce some great high school basketball players. Penny Hardaway, Lorenzen Wright. I mean, some players, some guys that came through the Arkansas program, Corey Beck, Dwight Stewart, my favorite college basketball player of all time, who had the high top fade with the line going through the left, Todd Day. I mean, but Memphis, man, nah, dude. Memphis is bad, really bad. So there's that. There is that. I mean, what are you going to do? It's just a bad, bad time right now for the city of Memphis. Move the Grizzlies. Get them out of there. That's it. I mean, it's just, and I don't think anybody would have a problem with them becoming the Nashville, whatever they're going to become. I don't think they'd have a problem with it. I don't. Just saying. All right. Coming up next, when a sports talk host calls for an athlete to be gone, and a major star athlete in a major city. We'll get to that next on MJ in the midday. Joey Lane at 11, and we'll get to NFL draft Dalton Wasserman at noon.
FM.
Three in the air.
All right. Has Francisco Lindor worn out his welcome in the Big Apple with the Mets? Well, according to Craig Carton, he's going all in on Francisco Lindor.
Francisco Lindor has to go. No good anymore.
Has to go.
For the New York Mets.
What do you mean has to
if
go?
I'm a Met
Well, we'll
fan,
see.
I've had enough. You allowed your wife to dictate what players got traded. You had a big schism in that locker room last year, and now here we are, 5, 6 games, 7 games into the baseball season, and in the first inning of a rubber match against the Cardinals, my bad, Francisco Lindor, you got to go. He's everything wrong with sports today. You demand the $300 million, you get it. Then you want people to support your political views. Then you move into a $28 million Upper East Side apartment while your wife's telling people socialism is the way to go, as she's dropping little breadcrumbs out of her window so the peons can eat. This dude is not made for New York. I am sorry. And as a New York sports fan, I kick him out. Bye-bye, Francisco Lindor. You didn't win a damn thing in New York. Now you're getting all political in the locker room. You're forcing popular players to be traded, and you don't even know how many outs there are. And it ain't hard to count to 1.
Well, Craig Carton, not a fan of Francisco Lindor. He's batting 130. And, suffice. And that's why I tell, it's funny. Hugh Millen and I, we were walking into the, by the way, kid, I've got to just say this on the air because it bears repeating. I want everybody out there to know what I go through every day. So there's a crackling in my headphones, and it's driving me crazy. I've mentioned this. I sent out a text yesterday to let Softy, Ian, and Chuck know because they sit in the one chair. And the headphone jack here, it's been happening for 4 months. So yesterday, I bring in a new pair of headphones thinking, well, maybe it's my headphones. Maybe they're just shot. Nope. Happening in the new headphones too. So I'm hearing crackling in my headphones, and it feels like I'm being electrocuted. So just so you know, imagine dealing with that for 3 hours a day because it's happening right now in my headphones as I speak. I just got to state it because it's like if I don't, I'm going to go freaking crazy here. All right. Now, imagine if I said that about Josh Naylor or Julio Rodriguez right now, and Cal Raleigh, who are batting collectively together .091. .091. Now, Ian Furness had on Ian Inoceris yesterday, and he saw something in Cal, Julio, and Josh Naylor's swing that we need to kind of look at under a microscopic eye. Here's what he had to say.
Those guys and Randy Arozarena are all on the wrong side of the list. When I made a bat speed surgers list, those 4 guys, I think Julio has lost more bat speed, and I used like 75th percentile bat speed, so I was trying to be like, who has lost off of their A swing,
Mm-hmm.
And Julio has lost about 5 ticks off of his A swing in the early going. And only like 4 guys in baseball have lost more. And then all of those guys are negatives, and plus Randy. So what's interesting to me, though, is that they're all on the negative list, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's a little bit weird. And so what I'm wondering is if there might be a park factor weather component to bat speed. I haven't seen that researched, but what I can tell you is that pitch velocity peaks in August, in the hottest month of the year. And so if pitch velocity peaks in August, maybe it's also true that bat speed peaks in August, and the bat speed has a little bit of a weather component to it. I don't know. There's also the fact that certain pitchers actually can suppress bat speed. If you look at, locations in the zone, if you throw high and away fastballs a lot, it's really hard to get high bat speed on those pitches. Those are pitches that you foul off, you spray the other way. And so maybe just the pitchers they faced and the park they were in and the temperatures they were swinging at affected them all to the point where their bat speed looks like it's down more than it actually is. So that's the kernel of hope I'm trying to throw in there because, and another thing I would say is with veterans, I've tended to look a little bit away from stats like this because last year I said that Juan Soto was down a couple ticks in bat speed and he'd lost his elite power and that he wouldn't hit 40 homers. And I was famously wrong about that. I would say that with veterans, you can look the other way and say, hey, all right, a little bit of a slow start. Maybe it was cold. Maybe it was the pitchers they saw. They'll probably get it together.
Saris from The Athletic, interesting to look at. He knows what he's talking about. So bat speed down for 4 of them. Cal, Julio, Naylor, and Randy. All 4 of them. Bat speed down. Now, how much could that be due to the marine layer? How much? I'm asking. I don't know, but there's a potential justifiable reason there. Bat speed down. Again, this is like, they're veterans, and I think that they will be able to turn it around. But, the one guy of them all that is very perplexing on his bat speed being down is Julio Rodriguez. He's 25 years old. I mean, your bat speed's down at 25? Your bat speed should just be increasing. I'm telling you right now, kid, those 4 guys all have something in common. Not just that they're Mariners. What were they in the previous month? What event did they all play in? The World Baseball Classic. I'm telling you, the hangover is real. It's real. And you can see it. And when you have your 2, 3, and 4 hitters collectively batting .091, that's a problem. That's a problem. Now, I'm hoping Edgar Martinez and Kevin Seitzer can do something. Dan Wilson can change this, but this is clearly a problem. I'm hoping with them being on the road now that they'll be able, it's, again, I can't say it enough, but I have to say it at the beginning when we're talking about it. I mean, we're a week into the season, 1 week, okay? We're in the beginning of the 4th quarter of the first game of the Seahawks season. That's the equivalent, right? So a lot is going to happen and a lot will happen. And do I believe that Cal, Julio, Josh, and Randy will all turn it around? Yes, I do. Of course I do. I definitely do. I think Cal is kind of slowly getting there himself, but I'll tell you right now, kid, if I did an over-under right now, we've got a week of games into the season, so we've seen it, and we've got a small sample size, but we're already a week into the season. So we've got 7 games. If I put Cal's home run total right now at 48.5, would you bet over or under right now? 48.5.
I would probably bet over.
Oh, I'm going under. I don't think he's going to get near there anymore.
Fair. I'm not mad at it.
Yeah.
I was hinting at going under.
No.
But I'm thinking, he'll get going. And when he gets going, he could become a problem, as we saw last season. But
yeah. He ain't getting anywhere near 60 again. No way.
No. That's what he did last year was amazing.
Historic.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But how about that? What do you think about what Eno Sarris said there about the bat speed being down for all 4 of those guys? Want to get your thoughts on that? 49451. It's something that we need to kind of monitor with a microscopic eye. And I will definitely do that because there's something right now that is just not right with these guys. There's just something that's just weird. And I get it. It's early season. We've got plenty of, if we're 81 games in this season and these guys are batting 091, heads are going to roll. I can tell you that much right now. It's not going to get there. They will turn it around. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. By the way, confirmed for next week, the president of the Ty Simpson fan club, Dan Orlovsky, will join us coming up next week. I love Dan Orlovsky. Somebody sent me a picture today, and I'm so jealous of this pizza. My buddy Kevin at iHeart in Springfield, him and his son, they went to this place called Little City in Simsbury, Connecticut, and he sent me a picture of that pizza. And there's nothing, kid, there's nothing I want to put in my mouth more than that pizza. And I mean nothing. And I'm even including, when I say nothing, kid, I mean nothing. I want more in my mouth than that pizza from Little City in Simsbury, Connecticut. Oh, my God. I just miss my pizza, man. Do you know I've lost over 13 pounds since I moved to Seattle over a year ago? Because there's no good pizza here, and I love pizza. So, yeah, man. I'm telling you, man. I miss my pizza. I really miss it. All right, coming up next, we're going to get into the Final Four. Joey Lane, college basketball analyst from the Big Ten Network, does a great job. We had him on before. We will talk to him about that and the Big Ten, 2 teams in the Final Four this year. So we will talk to Joey Lane and break down this weekend's Final Four in Indianapolis next on MJ in the Midday. Choose chill. The Kraken blew a 2-0 lead, allowing 6 unanswered goals to the Utah Mammoth, thus really hurting their playoff chances. They will take on the Blackhawks tomorrow night at home, 7 o'clock. Puck will drop. Mariners on the road to face the Angels in Anaheim. Game will start at 6:38. Brian Wu versus Reed Detmers. It just announced for the Hawks official camp dates. First day will be April 20th. OTA's off-season workouts, May 26th, the 28th through the 29th, June 1st, and June 3rd and 4th. Mandatory minicamp, June 9th through the 11th. And MVP candidate Luka Doncic was in the game when the Lakers were down by 43, and he left the game with what looks like a very serious hamstring injury. He will undergo an MRI today to determine the severity of the injury. Don't know why he was in the game at that time. Those are sports headlines brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. The time is now for the Final Four. UConn, Illinois, Michigan, Arizona. The first time since 1985 that the point spreads are under 2 for each game. Michigan a 1.5 point favorite. Illinois a 1.5 point favorite over UConn. Joining us right now, Joey Lane, the Big Ten college basketball analyst. So the Big Ten, well represented. It's kind of, the SEC in previous years. Last year, I was there in San Antonio for Florida and Auburn, Joey. But Michigan and Illinois, let's start with the Fighting Illini and Brad Underwood with Stojakovic and the Z brothers. Those guys have been unbelievable. And Keaton Vogler. Wow, Vogler, just to watch this guy, you can see why he's projected to be a top 6 to 8 pick in the NBA draft if he decides to come out. Illinois, I have a good friend who is an alum and a diehard Illini fan, and he was jumping, figuratively speaking, off a bridge at the end of the regular season in the Big Ten tournament saying, we're done, we're soft, we don't know how to play defense. How did Brad Underwood string together 4 games to get them into the Final Four and actually had them as a favorite over a program that has won 2 of the previous 4 national titles?
Yeah, what a Final Four. You said it. I can't remember a time I've been this excited for the matchups. I'm in Indy. The energy is palpable. There's some serious representation from every single program that's in here, which feels a little abnormal also, and should be some awesome games. But yeah, Illinois, I live in Chicago. I have a lot of Fighting Illini friends. I've said it all year long. They were my pick to win the Big Ten. I was really impressed with the roster that was put together with stud after stud after stud, guys who have played professionally, guys who have played big-time college basketball, and then I didn't even factor in Keaton Vogler, who really has an argument as being the best player in the Final Four. And while Illinois did struggle a bit down the stretch, I think it's fair to say that just about every team goes through some stretch during the year. Granted, you don't want it to be at the end of the season, but it wasn't like they were getting the doors blown off. They lost close game after close game after close game, and sometimes it boils down to the ball bouncing your way or not down the stretch. And clearly, if you watched Illinois all year, you knew that this team offensively had the tools to be as good as anybody in the country. Their metrics offensively are insane. They're the number 1 offensively rated team in the entire country. And what Coach Underwood and his staff have put together in playing just really great offense with so many different weapons. And then defensively, they're so solid. They don't turn you over a ton, but they also don't foul a ton. And they've got guys that know their role, that know how to play defense. They're very physical. They manhandled Houston before they beat Iowa and beat Houston at their own game. And it seems like they've got a lot of different ways that they can beat you.
But you just brought up a good point. I was getting to that next, Joey. How did they do that, man? Because Houston, it's like getting into an octagon with John Bones Jones. I mean, they will just pound you and make you. And by the way, where was that game played in, Joey?
Houston.
Yeah, that's right. They beat them. That's a road game. You don't all usually get road games in the tournament. They beat them in Houston. That was a freaking home game for Kelvin Sampson. They got their asses whooped. How did they do that?
Illinois all year, they were a very physical team, and they've got the Balkan brothers and all these guys who, maybe when you look up and think of the toughest basketball players, whether they be college players or NBA players, you're not necessarily picturing the guys on Illinois' roster, but man, do they compete at a really, really high level. And there's something to be said about saying, all right, we got to be the tougher team and play physical going into a big game. Like, obviously, yeah, that's true. But when you can probably share the film of Houston and how they play and kind of say, hey, we're going to give them a taste of their own medicine. I'm sure there was a little bit of a chip on their shoulder also to show that, we're plenty tough also. And Houston's got to play with us as well. And there is no doubt after watching that game that you knew that on that night, Illinois was absolutely the tougher team, and they absolutely outplayed Houston and were more than worthy of moving on.
I mean, it was dominating. That game wasn't even it wasn't really even hardly competitive. So, like Illinois, Brad Underwood formulated a game plan, Joey, and he executed to perfection, and Houston was rattled. I mean, and this is the end of that era with Emmanuel Sharp and Uzan and, Kingston Flemings. He's gone to the league. He's going to be a top 8 pick as well. Probably might be the second point guard taken after Darius Acuff Jr. So that's the end. I mean, they ended an era there with the Cougs. I go back. You know what? Listen, man. I was at the Final Four last year, and I still can't get over. I just, Joey, we watch endings, right? I mean, like the ending. I just had Ian Eagle on yesterday or 2 days ago on my show, who I called that epic UConn Duke game, and we've seen unbelievable endings. I mean, Chris Jenkins, Villanova winning the national championship over North Carolina. What has to be the Game of Thrones ending for a championship game was last year's Houston, Florida national champ. They didn't get a shot off, Joey. They didn't get an effing shot off. How do you not get a shot off? Like, I'm sorry. How does that happen? Florida's still like, wait. I mean, Florida had a great defense. Don't get me wrong. Walter Clayton Jr., Elijah Martin, like they were great. You can't get a shot off? Like, what was that? And you know what? I just felt there was that hangover for like when a team loses the Super Bowl. Like, by the way, I'm going to go out and say this right now, Joey. I'm going to say I don't even need to see the schedule release coming up in a month. I'm going to go out and tell you right now, and I'm not going to be on a limb here. The New England Patriots will not make the playoffs next year. Trust me on that one. They will not make the playoffs. I know they got a decent defense. I know they got the guy who finished runner-up to Matthew Stafford. They're not going to make it's that hangover. And I felt like with Houston, yeah, they were great at points in the season. Joey, come on, man. How do you not get a shot off in the national championship game with a chance to win it?
Yeah, listen, I had Florida in that game, so I was glad that they didn't get a shot off, but for me, Houston this year lacked. Kingston Flemings was awesome, but there was a missing piece of dynamicness, I guess, kind of that you look at the teams that are in the Final Four right now, every team has some dynamic offensive playmaking, shot-making abilities, and Houston just lacked that at times this year. And that's always their MO. Like, they're going to punk you. They're going to play hard on defense, but there's a game every once in a while where they go ice cold. And, that hadn't really been an issue for the majority of this year or last year. But, was it the exact moment of the last play of the championship game that it reared its head? Like, maybe last year, but, that's always going to be the knock on Houston, just from a casual fan perspective. Whether you dive into the team or not, you're always going to come back to, well, Houston, they're great on D, but sometimes they struggle on offense, and feels like they just fall into that category a lot of times.
Yeah. How about the game that everyone's calling the real national championship? Like we said, when the NFC championship happened here a couple months ago, Joey, I said Roger Goodell and the NFL should be there with the Vince Lombardi trophy, because whoever won that game, and thankfully it was the Seahawks, was going to win the Super Bowl. And I was proven to be quite prophetic a couple weeks later. People feel that way about Michigan, Arizona tomorrow. Michigan, a 1.5-point favorite. Obviously, the Big Ten Player of the Year, Yaxel Lenenberg. And then you got Johnson. You've got the North Carolina portal transfer, Elliott K-Doe. He's a little soft, in my opinion. And then you've got Danny Hurley. And you've got UConn, who is riding this emotional high. Will there be a little bit of a letdown, that kind of emotional letdown, or were Danny Hurley's intestinal fortitude and his absolute, and I mean this in the nicest way, psychotic ways, just kind of continue as UConn maybe now is a team of destiny, the way so many teams are when they hit that shot like they did to eliminate Duke in the Elite Eight?
Yeah, I think I'm with you that Michigan and Arizona feels like it's for the national championship. I think they've been the two best teams all year, even though Duke got the number 1 overall seed, even though Duke beat Michigan. I still looked at Arizona and I looked at Michigan and said, I would be surprised if they don't win the national championship. I never quite felt that way with Duke. So I'm with you, like a lot of people, that game on your right side of the bracket, if you're looking at it, is for all the marbles in theory. However, I think you've got a great point that Illinois and UConn are no slouches, and UConn does have a little bit of team of destiny vibes. They are the most veteran. If you know anything about college basketball, you know that when UConn goes to the Final Four, they don't lose.
No.
The national championship.
Nope.
Every year. And I still look at these Arizona and Michigan teams as, in the world of the NIL and the transfer portal and the 3-point shot and all that stuff, they've done such a great job of understanding where their bread is buttered, and that is at the rim. And they are so good inside, both those teams, that it makes them like upset proof in a lot of ways, where, they know that when push comes to shove, you're not gonna lose games if you go cold from the outside, because you're shooting a bunch of layups and dunks inside for both those teams. These games are going to be incredible. I'm so excited to watch 4 powerhouses, really. And Illinois, obviously hasn't been back in 20-something years, but these are 4 bona fide basketball schools that I really do think all have a chance to cut down the nets, which how many times do you come into the Final Four and really say that? No,
not many. I mean, last year we had all chalk. We had Houston, right, Florida, Auburn, and Duke. And I mean, what's amazing is like, you look at this and let's just, before we get to Arizona, I got to ask you about Duke, Joey. Do we have to start asking the question now about Jon Scheyer's ability to win in big games? Because I was there last year. He blew a 6-point lead with 32.4 seconds left against Houston in the Final Four. Then he blows a 15-point halftime lead where number 1 seeds in the NCAA tournament with a 15-point or higher lead were 134-0. Well, now they're 134-1, Joey. is John Shire, I get it. Like someone, we had a text on the text line this week who brought up a great point. He goes, the Boozer brothers probably their entire life have lost maybe 5 or 6 games going into their Duke career, maybe less than that. Why was Kaden Boozer trying to throw the ball when all he had to do was hold the ball, Joey? He would have gotten fouled. You go to the line, you make 2 free throws, and UConn has to hit a really long shot. Why did they panic there and literally choke and piss that game away?
Yeah, well, first of all, I think it's a little unfair. I see both sides. I'll preface by saying this, but my take is it's a little unfair to – of course, you have to be critical of John Shire, but it's a little unfair to say, he's a choke artist, he can't win the big one, like very matter-of-fact, harsh statements, because really in his time at Duke, he's had like 2 really bad moments that, if not for those, we're talking about him in a different light, clearly. Obviously, it didn't go his way. I sit here watching the game and think that Kaden Boozer made the right decision in making the pass. However, the execution was terrible. No question about it.
But why pass it at all?
Well, if you pass it and it doesn't get tipped, the game's over. If you get fouled, in theory, you can still lose the game. If he pass fakes, those guys jump up, then he realizes, oh, I'm about to get tackled. Okay, great. If he pass fakes, he'll be able to make the pass easier with those guys not 20 feet in the air above him. But obviously, hindsight is 20/20. You hold the ball, you most likely win the game as well. There's no doubt about it. You look at Shire. Shire was telling him to pass the ball. I really do think if you complete that pass, they're able to either run out the clock or take a dunk, which obviously more efficient than trying to make 2 free throws. But I can't argue with the conversations that people are having about Shire, because I'd be very frustrated if I was a Duke fan. It's funny, but Duke basketball is just like Ohio State football, and obviously I'm an Ohio State alum, and I've been a big Ohio State football fan my whole life. Like, the expectations are every single season. You've got an incredible roster. You have the culture. You have the pedigree, the history, the athletes to do it. And anything that's not a championship is deemed a failure, and I think that is totally fair. I mean, that's just the nature of the beast. But at the same time, it's such a blessing and a great thing to have those high expectations, because Duke is very, very relevant and can/should win the national championship almost every single year. So, yeah, I feel so bad for Kaden Boozer, because he has been so good for them down the stretch when Caleb Foster went down with his foot injury, and he made a mistake, right? If he executes that pass, he's looked at as a hero, and obviously the reverse happens, and instead he's the scapegoat for what happened, along with Shire, and it's just tough. I mean, this is why we love college sports, right? Because things like that happen, and it resulted in one of the best live sporting event endings that I've ever seen.
It really was. I know, man. I mean, that was... You're talking Chris Jenkins, Villanova over North Carolina, national championship to win it at the buzzer. He doesn't get any bigger, better than that. Christian Laettner, that ending was just, and you're like, did UConn really just win that thing? I mean, did they just pull that thing out?
Seriously. Right.
Hey, by the way, I won't rub it into you. I did see Ohio State twice this year. I covered the game against Washington here, and then the game against my school, the Miami Hurricanes, in the Cotton Bowl. And I have to tell you, I was surprised. I was even more surprised when an Ohio State assistant coach, a buddy of mine who's at the Final Four now, is really good friends. I'm not going to mention who the assistant coach is. He's like, man, I didn't think that you guys would get, beat on both sides of the ball against Miami. He goes, beat. He goes, we were dominated on both sides of the ball.
Dominated.
And you know what's weird, Joey? Not to go college football, but like 4 of the top 16 picks in the NFL draft are going to be Ohio State guys. Reese, Styles, Downs, and Tate. Like, it's like, how did that? And it just goes to show you, man, hey, listen, you know what, Joey? Hey, we live in a world right now where Indiana football and Nebraska basketball is really good. And Nebraska football is not. And Indiana basketball is not. So we live in a bizarro world now, Joey.
It's very silly. And listen, Ohio State has that is why Ohio State football is Duke basketball, because they've got stud after stud after stud. And if you don't execute and win the national championship, you have conversations like this. You blame guys, and fans get mad. And it all comes back to why everyone loves college sports so much, because this discourse doesn't happen anywhere else.
Joey, I got to ask you this before I let you go, because I know there's and I love the animus and hostility between Ohio State, Michigan. People will call it arguably the greatest rivalry in college sports history. Do you think that there is a kind of big share of the Ohio State fan base that, even though they fell short of the national championship this year, they beat Michigan's ass, and that actually makes them happier than they were a year ago when they won the national title?
That is the golden question amongst Ohio State fans, where it is so profound that last year, 2 years ago, when they won the national championship, everyone's was like, well, you didn't beat Michigan.
Right.
Then when you beat Michigan, everyone's going to say, well, you didn't win the national championship.
Yeah.
So does it really matter unless you do both in the same season?
No.
I guess not. But my thought is, it felt really, really good to beat Michigan this year, and a weird part of me liked that more than winning the national championship.
Wow.
But that's just because I am an absolute sicko.
Yeah.
And
I love that. But by the way, Joey, you're honest, and I appreciate that.
I am nothing but honest. I mean, listen, I do work for the Big Ten Network, the Big Ten Conference. They have written me checks, yet here I am, if in all honesty, thinking, how in the world am I going to live where Michigan has won a football and basketball national championship in the last 5 years? I don't know if I want to be in that world. That's the truth.
And by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't let you go. The team that, to me, I picked to win it all before it began, Arizona. Koa Pete, Burries, Bradley, Cretus. They to me are the most complete team in this tournament. But then I look across and you look at Michigan. But when I look if I look at the four teams, Joey, in this Final Four, the one team that I know is going to have the most players in the NBA, it's the Arizona Wildcats.
Yeah, I think even though they are underdogs, which is mind-blowing.
I know.
They were my pick. They were my pick to win it all as well. I think that they are the most complete team, like you said. And the reason why, here's the last thing I'll say. Michigan, without a doubt, can beat Arizona. There's no doubt about it. The difference maker, and I'm not some prophet for saying this, is the three-point line, because if Michigan goes nuclear from three, they are borderline unbeatable. And while Arizona can score 115 points while only taking 7 threes, they will not be able to win and beat Michigan if Michigan is shooting 50% from behind the line, because they shoot significantly more than Arizona does. So that's kind of how it boils down for me. If you tell me, hey, I know Michigan's going to make 7 threes in the game against Arizona, that makes me think Arizona wins going away, right? If you tell me that you think Michigan's going to make 14 threes, that makes me think Michigan wins by double digits. So that the three-point line is what I have my eye on for the game, because that's not Arizona's game. They can make them. They just don't take that many. They're very efficient offensively. They have a top 5 offense in the country. But when Michigan's making threes, they are the best team in the country. There's no argument there.
Joey Lane, former Ohio State Buckeye. Look forward to a tremendous Final Four. And hopefully, it usually doesn't go that way, but hopefully we can have something that will even come close to that Elite Eight game between UConn and Duke. The good news, though, as a whole, highest March Madness ratings since 1993. That college basketball is as popular. People can talk about, hey, system broken, one and done, portal this, portal that, but people are watching, man, and they can't get enough of it. So have a fun Final Four weekend, and let's see how it all shakes out.
Thank you, sir. Always a pleasure. Great being on with you, and we'll do this again soon.
Yeah, let's do it, Joey. Absolutely. All right, coming up next, what is the plan for Jalen Milroe and Drew Lock next year? backing up Sam Darnold. What is the plan? We'll get to that next, and we're going to get to the NFL draft. Our guy, Dalton Wasserman, coming in, and he will break everything down on what the Hawks should do if they keep that 32nd pick. We are still anxiously awaiting. We might have to wait till the day of the first round for John Schneider to trade that pick, but we're anxiously awaiting to see what he does there in the first round. We'll talk to Dalton coming up at noon. You know, kid, there's certain things that I get cravings for. And I'm glad I had one of these in my my bag today. Planters honey roasted cashews. These things are like they're just like crack. They're so addictive. Honey roasted cashews. They got the honey roasted peanuts as well. Not bad, but I'm a big on the cashews. Love these. I can't get enough of them, man. There's just something about these that it's like they're addictive. They're just addictive. All right. So, kid, next year, the plan, Jalen Milroe, Drew Lock. Drew Lock is in the final year of his 2-year contract. One of the top, I would say, backup QBs in the league, wouldn't you? Right? I mean, overall, like I'm, of backup QBs, Gardner Minshew, Drew Lock, you could do worse. I mean, he's a decent backup. Jalen Milroe. It's funny. It's like everyone was so excited last year about Jalen Milroe, and I was as well. And he still has potential. Obviously, he's got tremendous athletic ability. But the play against the Bucs, where Jalen Milroe comes in, he flips it to Kenny Walker, completely, either Walker or Charbonnet, fumbles, Bucs recover, then they score on the following possession, and we never saw Jalen Milroe get back on the field the rest of the year. So if you're no longer Clint Kubiak, what's this dude's name? Brian Fleury? Is that who? Brian Fleury, the guy from San Francisco. What's your plan? Because you always have to prepare. Everyone in life relies on constants, but you got to prepare for variables. What happens if Sam Darnold something happens and he gets hurt? Obviously, Drew Lock is the backup, but what do you do to prepare for the development of Jalen Milroe, which seemed to have gotten kind of stifled last year after that play against the Bucs? What would you do if you're Brian Fleury and Mike McDonald? Kid, what would you do? Like, in terms of how would you bring this kid along in terms of getting him in a game situation ready?
Practice. Get him prepared through training camp, put him in situations, you name it. And I'm sure they did it a lot of last season. Continue doing that. And he also has to make the leap himself, right? He has to do his thing on his own before you get to OTAs and training camp and all that. You have to be putting in work to be better. So if he's doing all those things, maybe he has a big leap. But to your point, Drew Lock is a perfect guy to fill in if something does go wrong with Sam Darnold. But you also hope that Jalen Milroe is taking the next step to be the number 2, if not be the starter. Because there's a reason why they drafted you. They believe you could do something. Now, maybe we can get into the intangibles. Like maybe it's not a good fit here in Seattle with his skill set. But they saw an opportunity and they took it. Now, granted, you mentioned the play that kind of sealed the deal for him not getting any more reps, which was a bad play by all means. They should never call that again. But nonetheless, if you draft a quarterback to throw the football, let him throw the football. Don't put him in as gadget guy. That was one of my critiques. It's, okay, he's a quarterback, but you're bringing him in for 1st and 10 to do anything but pass the football. And you don't think that the other defense doesn't know that? Like, the kid hasn't thrown any passes since he's been in the league in terms of an in-game situation, unless it was the preseason. You saw a little bit of him. But after that, it was, okay, we're going to have you do a QB option. You're just going to run the ball. Defenses are pretty prepared for that. They know he's not going to drop back and throw a bomb. So this season, if he ever sees the field, let's just hope that he's throwing it. But at the same time, why would you even do that? There's no room for it. So unless he shows you something that is like, oh my gosh, he's really improved, as Russell Wilson did as a rookie when he came in, he impressed. So if he can do that in his second season, then yeah, maybe he moves up the depth chart. But I think it's going to be, for the most part, not the most part, I think it will be Sam Darnold, Drew Lock, and if Milroe shows any improvement, maybe he has a shot. But I don't think they're going to give him opportunities as they did last year, because it was pointless. Hey, come on in for 2nd and 10. Let's see you run the football. Okay.
Yeah. And by the way, because of that, those failed attempts, they ended up finding their their biggest goal line weapon in A.J. Barner.
Yeah,
And,
so
and
it
now you're
worked
going to
out.
right. Now it's the Barner push. It's going to be him. And,
There's other ways to do things.
Oh,
other
yeah.
than just trying to get a guy who's athletic.
Yeah.
He can move. Let's give him the ball. How about he can be a quarterback? And if he's good enough, maybe he's a starter. And you know what? Maybe his career, he blossoms somewhere else where he's given the opportunity to throw the football. Because I think Sam Darnold, he's still a quote-unquote young quarterback. He still has lots to prove, I would say. So Sam could be the guy. If he continues playing well and the defense stays healthy, Sam could definitely be the guy. And as you mentioned with Drew Lock, he's a formidable guy. He could probably start on other teams in the league, but he likes his fit in Seattle, and he's more than happy to come off when something goes wrong and try to fix the situation and be a plug-and-play type quarterback when needed.
You know the weird thing about this for the draft coming up in a few weeks, the Seahawks only have 4 picks right now. As of now, today. 32nd overall in the first round, 64th overall in the second round, 96th overall in the third round, and a 6th rounder. They don't have a 7th rounder, and they traded their 4th and 5th rounders for Rashid Shaheed. So it's interesting now, kid, do you know how many picks next year the Seahawks have in the draft?
Oh, let's go. Let's count. Oh, you said 4, MJ? Was that it?
No, for this year.
Oh.
Next year, they have 12.
My bad. I didn't listen.
12 in next year's draft. So, with that being said, I got to think that John Schneider is going to get back into the 4th round. Hell, he might even pick up an extra 3rd round pick. But I can't imagine, or maybe we'll have to imagine, that the Seahawks, when it's all said and done, only end up with 4 picks in this draft. It just seems kind of like, wow. I mean, that's all you're doing? That's it? But that being said, there could be some more acquisitions that'll be obtained in free agency. You never know what could happen in a trade. You lose Kobe Bryant, you lose Reek Woolen, you lose not Devin Witherspoon, you lose Boye Mafe, you lose Kenny Walker. And okay, I mean, and now you have to replace that. John has a plan. I wish I knew what the plan was, but 4 picks, that's it in this year's draft. 4. So, and as of now, we're not even on the board in the 4th or 5th round. Like I said, what they always put that fine print at the bottom when they're advertising a pay-per-view, subject to change. Always subject to change. I'm hoping it is a subject to change because you would just think, but then again, roster's kind of stacked. Gonna have to find replacements for Mafe, Bryant, Reek, and Kenny Walker, obviously. But then you've got cap space, how much you're going to use to sign these rookies. So it's a whole thing, but it's interesting to keep an eye on over the course of the next 4 weeks. Now, speaking of a guy that they could bring in to replace Reek Woolen, would you take a flyer on this guy next? And we'll talk to Dalton Wasserman, NFL draft guru, coming up at noon. So, kid, when I talked about no good pizza, so then, of course, the text line lights up. 4945. Oh, did you try this place in Tacoma? Oh, did you try this place over here? Oh, did you try? Okay. I've tried a couple. They were bad. I'm not going to name them. One of them was in Des Moines. It was really bad. Really bad. I'll let you discern which one that was. So the guy goes, have you heard of AK Pizza? They only make 60 a day. So I go to their website, AK Pizza. Do you know how much a plain cheese pizza is, kid? $33. $33. Like, are you kidding me? I'm no disrespect. I've never tried it. I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I just don't know, period. $33 for a plain pizza? Like just cheese. That, let's be honest, I don't know, if it's the quality. I can guarantee you it's not the quality of New Haven pizza. So $33. So then I go to my favorite, Bar Pizza in New England. And in New Haven, exactly. Just a regular cheese pizza, or the margarita at Bar Pizza. The small, $18.50. The medium, $26. The large, or the extra large, $31.50. And I can assure you, on my father and grandfather's grave, there ain't no chance in hell AK Pizza tastes anything close to Bar Pizza in New Haven. So AK Pizza in Seattle is going to charge $33 for just a pie. It's a regular pie. And Bar Pizza, which is my favorite, numero uno, I could do Frank Pepe's too, which they're not that much as well, $18.50. I mean, it's like, are you kidding me? Are you serious? Like, it'd be like dating Victoria's Secret supermodel, and she's like, hey, man, we can just go Netflix and chill. And then you date a, I don't know, whatever, a meh girl, and she's like, no, I want to go to a 5-star restaurant. $33 for a pizza. Well, I can tell you this. I won't be trying AK Pizza anytime soon. And I can guarantee you it's nowhere near Bar. Nowhere near Bar. And Frank Pepe's. Let's check how much Frank Pepe's charging for their prices right now. The original on Wooster Street in New Haven, Connecticut, Little Italy. Let's see what we're charging here for pizza. Let's just see. Just for the normal. We got the white clam pizza. No, I don't want the white. The white clam is fantastic, though. Look at this. Starting prices. Anywhere $18, $18.25, $19. Hey, you're not good enough. Even their original tomato pie, which is just there's no cheese on it, $11.50. You can't be charging more than what the best pizzas in the world are charging and think that your pizza is even close to this and you're charging almost double what they are. So AK Pizza, never tried you, never will, unless I'm at a place and somebody, well, no, not even then I won't. $33 for a pizza? I mean, you got to be kidding me. Like, that is, you talk, I mean, seriously, do you want me to do I just give you my debit card PIN number when I go there too, so you can just steal money from my account? I'm just curious, just asking for a friend. $33 for a pizza. Like, you got to be kidding me. All right. Yeah. I got your $33 right here. All right. Should the Seahawks take a flyer on Stephon Diggs' brother, Trevon Diggs, who is a free agent, open market? Seattle still has $33.2 million in cap space this spring. Of course, depending on what happens in the draft, post-draft, thing about him, he's been injury prone. He missed 8 games last season due to a knee injury. He only had 1 tackle for loss in the year, but he had a pretty good 2024. His career year was in 2021. My thing is this. If DeMarcus Lawrence can get him to come here for a very low price, lower than $33 for a pizza, then I would do it. Because you can never have enough depth. But again, it comes down to who fits in Mike McDonald's system and how does it work. So if Trevon Diggs fits in the system, fine. I'm okay with it. But I'm not going to kill my cap for $33 for a freaking pizza that is nowhere even remotely close to New Haven, Connecticut. Do you see how I made that analogy there? $33 for a pizza. Jesus. Unbelievable. Don't Wasserman. We'll break down the draft coming up next. I think he'll do whatever he can to get another pick in those middle rounds, but you're sitting there in the catbird seat, and now you're the hunted and no longer the hunters, but you're kind of in a good spot where we don't really need to have this tear down makeover like the Raiders, the Jets, and the Browns do every year. We're in a position we can pick based on need and maybe a luxury to develop a guy down further. I mentioned the last segment, Dalton, and I want to get your thoughts on this. Do you see Jalen Milroe ultimately being in a position where he could be a future starting quarterback? And do you think it would be here, or maybe Sam Darnold just holds on to this after next season? He gets a new contract, and Jalen Milroe is kind of like Joe Milton, that he's developed, he's kind of propped up there in the window, and then he could be good for some equity in a trade down the road.
Yeah, I think the type of player that he is, I think he would have to go down the development curve of, say, a Malik Willis, and now he's gotten an opportunity to start in the league. It might take a little bit. I think they're similar players, a lot of athleticism, really good arms, obviously should be a threat in the run game as well, but taking a few years to really work out the kinks when it comes to accuracy and ball security, right? And obviously, you can work on those things behind the scenes. We've seen guys before, like Willis getting a starting chance now. I remember back in the day when Tyrod Taylor sat in Baltimore for 4 years before getting his shot, right? So it might take some time, but they drafted him knowing maybe it would take some time, right? I think when you look at the potential of what he can do, especially from a kind of a dual threat standpoint, he could get there one day for sure. I mean, just continue to work behind the scenes, obviously work on the fundamentals, and I think just working on a lot of the same things that Sam Darnold's worked on the last couple of years under, this type of offense is just work the fundamentals and really just go through the process and make your progressions as you go. So I think it's entirely possible. I don't know if that would be in Seattle or elsewhere depending on, how long Sam Darnold's their starting quarterback and any other situation that could come up. But we've seen recent examples, and the most recent one being Malik Willis going now from Green Bay to Miami.
I don't think, and good points there, I don't think that, I'm not really big on taking running backs in the first round, yet alone the top 10. I think we look back last year, and I'm not going to call the guy a bust, but the Raiders taking Ashton Genty is like, the foundation of your home is rotted away due to termites and, just the fact that, it's a horrible foundation and your home is literally falling in to the ground, and you say, I'm going to go out and buy a new car. That's what the Raiders did last year, taking Ashton Genty. They had no line, they had no weapons around, and it was just stupid. Do you think, would you justify taking, and you mentioned he's one of your top players, and I respect you, Dalton, but would you really take Jeremiah Love in the top 10 or top 5 if you're the Giants, that you're still looking for that replacement and that void left by Saquon Barkley?
Yeah, I think you could. I think he's one of the best football players in this draft. If you're going to take a back that high, he's got to be a special player. And admittedly, I still think Ashton Genty is a special player, and just everything kind of around him, right, kind of fell apart. The offensive line and all their injuries, Geno Smith and his struggles, right? It got so hard for him to find any space in that offense. I think that's the one thing that, is the argument against running backs there, is it is a very dependent position. They're going to be, a lot of times, they're going to be as good as their offensive line is, right? And in Genty's case last year, wasn't great, but that's also a factor of, you get a new young quarterback in Mendoza, you get a better offensive line, you sign Tyler Linderbaum, you try to make that environment better for him. I think he's just as important a piece to that team as, say, Mendoza is coming in, right? They need that to work, and they need to build around those two guys for it to work. So I think you can justify it if you have a special player, right? But you've got to be sure of it. I like Jeremiah Love a lot. I think he's in that class with some of the great backs that we've seen lately. So I'm fully expecting him to go in the top 10, probably the top 8, to be honest with you.
Why do you like him in the neighborhood of guys like Derrick Henry, Adrian Peterson, and Saquon, that you really think that he's going to be in that elite status?
Because those guys, all those guys, I'm glad you mentioned those guys. And there's another one.
Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson,
Jahmyr Gibbs, Chris Johnson is another one I was thinking of too. They're all players who can score on any play, any given snap. I mean, I was in person when Love scored a 98-yard touchdown against a top 5 defense in Indiana. It's a different thing. The special running backs are guys that can score from 40, 50, 60, 90 out, and that game-breaking speed at his size. That's the entire difference, right? You think about Derrick Henry. Yes, is he special because he's big? Sure. What really makes him special is that he's big and he can house it 99 yards or 60 yards on any given play when he opens it up, right? Love has that just constant home run ability that strikes fear in opposing defenses. Or when you talk about that group of backs, it's not as big a group on any given year in the NFL that you think of a guy. Who are the guys who can score a 60-yard touchdown on any snap? It's actually not that many, and Love is definitely one of them. The home run speed is the biggest factor there.
All right, we won't talk about. It's funny. He, for whatever reason, Miami's still living rent free in his head, and he just unsolicited at the combine brought up how much he hates Miami, and I thought one of the greatest tweets was in his 40-yard dash. He ran for more yards in that 40-yard dash than he did against Miami. He only had 33.
Goes to show you when you got guys. I mean, you know as well as anyone.
Right.
When you got guys like Ruben Bain and those freaks up front.
Right.
I mean, again, you win in the trenches. That's the one way you slow those guys down.
You do. Hey, by the way, how much does his short arms steer you away, or do you think that teams will rue the day that they did not pick him higher due to his T-Rex type arms?
It wouldn't steer me away because it wasn't just a one-year wonder. We saw 3 years of dominant football from that guy, and I still think he should go in the top 10. Whether he does or whether teams are afraid of that sort of outlier, then so be it. That's on them. If he drops all the way into the range where he gets to one of this year's playoff teams or something like that, I think there's going to be some teams that would be making a mistake. I think he's a top 10 player in this class, even with that.
Wow, good stuff, Dalton. Listen, we're going to talk to you next week, man. How can everybody tell everybody how they can check you out?
Absolutely. Right now, you're looking at the Preferred Walk-On College Football Show on YouTube. If you were already subscribed before to the PFS College Football Show, you are good. Just go ahead and keep watching and liking all the videos. It's the same channel, just under a new brand and umbrella now. So anybody who's not subscribed already, the Preferred Walk-On College Football Show, myself and Max Chadwick.
All right, these guys do a tremendous job. Check them out. We'll talk to you next week, Dalton. We're going to be very NFL draft heavy intensive from here on out. So we look forward to catching up with you next week.
For sure, MJ. Appreciate you as always.
Yep. Appreciate you too, man. D-Dub, Dalton Wasserman here. Good stuff there, man. Very, very good stuff. I like it. And we'll see. We'll see about Jeremiah Love and what he does. He got to go to a system too. I mean, here's the thing, and this is, I'm even saying this in defense of him and why going to the Giants might not necessarily be the best thing. Because the Giants have one of the worst O-lines in football. And so you're going to a place where, I mean, it's going to be you against 11 defenders every play, pretty much. They don't have a good O-line like the Raiders. Now, the Raiders have done some things in the offseason to help that out because they're bringing in their franchise quarterback. But it's like anything else, It's like you don't buy a car without the wheels, right? You got to have wheels for the car and an engine. And if you don't have that up front, then you shouldn't be taking a running back. But we'll see what the Giants do. I'm sure Jackson Dart would love to see Jeremiah Love be his newest teammate there in Jersey. That's the thing, too. How about this? The Bears are possibly moving to Hammond, Indiana. You can call them. So Indiana's going to have 2 pro sports teams. And, they'll still be called the Chicago Bears, but they're going to be in Indiana. That's weird, really weird. All right, we'll get to your text coming up next, 49451. Yeah, you want to kill me on the pizza thing? Fine, you can go ahead and do it. I'm not paying $33 for any pizza. I can tell you that much right now, unless we're talking New Haven, Little Italy, New York City. That's it. I'm not paying for $33 for a pizza, especially if that pizza's on the West Coast. I can tell you that much right now. We'll get to that next.
Now back to MJ in the midday on your home for the biggest spectacle in sports.
NCAA basketball tournament.
Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Three in the air.
All right. 49451. You want to hear your text read in real time on live radio? MJ, gotta respect your opinion, but don't knock it till you try it. It's incredible. I'm not even doubting the taste of it. I'm just telling you that I'm not paying $33 for a pizza. I'm just not. So there's that.
Well, MJ, if you're not spending $30 for pizza, what are you spending it on?
That's a good point.
Mark.
I know. I'm saving. I'm a saver. I'm a saver. So there's that. Let's see here. Let's get the conversation rolling with some possible opportunities. The Hawks could use a pass rusher like Myles Garrett. He would look good in a Seahawks uniform. Hey, listen, I'm all for that. He's the best defensive player in the NFL. He's the only thing Cleveland has that's worth anything. They're not letting him go. It would take 4 first-round picks. 4 first-round picks to get Myles Garrett. At least 3. So we can all dream. It's fantasy land. I just... he's not coming to Seattle.
Hey, Mark. I know the Kraken need the players big time, and I 1,000% agree with you. And maybe Lambert gets a chance with star power players. But the coming out flat, having different players question the urgency, that is tough to take. Poor mental toughness of the players, ? Coach's style, ? I'm not sure. Just frustrating beyond belief.
He's right, but with a lack of sense of urgency by the players, that's on the players. The coach can only do so much. It's not Lane Lambert's fault. This is from the text line. Jalen Milroe was a wasted pick. No point in further development as he didn't show up in big games. It was a mistake ever taking him. Wow. But a couple other people agreed with that too. They think it's a wasted pick. Too early to tell. I can't render a verdict without a trial. Let's see the guy get on the field first and consistently get on the field.
I really want to like hockey and the Kraken. I'm working, I'm trying, but with no stars, mediocre talent, and the inconsistent play and no personality, it's becoming more and more irrelevant for me.
By the way, stop the music and read that whole thing again, kid. That might be the text of the day, the week, the month, the year. Read it again.
I want to like hockey and the Kraken. I'm trying, but with no stars, mediocre, and the inconsistent play, no personality, it's becoming irrelevant for me.
That one text right there speaks volumes. And I'm telling you, right, I don't have to tell you. Listen, the Mariners are going to turn around. The Mariners will probably win 100 games, we hope. The Mariners are going to be in the postseason. They better be, right? I mean, those are not goals anymore. Those are expectations. This team is too damn good. We know the Seahawks are going to do everything they can to run it back. And then in 2 years from October, guys, if all goes well, you know what I mean? Sasquatch is going to be coming down from that ceiling. And I'm just telling you, man, that... people are, you only have so much to economic feasibility to divert. You're going to give a little bit to the Seahawks, obviously, because they're the number 1 team. And the Mariners are right there, and they're going through a great time right now. And then when the Sonics come back, it's like the one who got away. She's coming back forever. The one who got away. The one that your heart still aches for. That you can't get over. She's coming back in 2.5 years. Okay? And I'm just telling you, man. And then, I expect that Jed Fish and his Huskies football program to be on a trajectory to where they're going to be a perennial playoff team. I don't know what's going to happen in the basketball. Danny Sprinkle better make the tournament. But I'm just telling you that, you don't want to be in a town where you just get ignored. And you're on that track. You're there right now. We don't even have the Sonics back yet. So you better step it up, and you better do it like ASAP. That's all I'm saying. Because I've seen in other markets when teams don't do well, you just kind of, and it's too bad because the fans here deserve better. It's sold out every single game. They deserve better, but is what it is. You can bring the music back up on the air. You've been a Pegasus on Was that Alki? Pretty good pizza. Probably my favorite spot. Is that Alki?
Alki. You nailed it.
All right.
Last one for me, because we got the mayor on deck.
Yep.
Would you pay $33 if it includes ketchup?
That's the funniest one of the day. That's the funniest one of the day. That is good. That is good. You're getting my snarky, sarcastic, kind of irreverent humor. I like that. That is funny. That is funny. I didn't expect to laugh. I'll tell you what I would pay $33 for. Pierogi bacon cheeseburger. Oh my Lord. Man, God bless me finding them the other day. You know what's weird, kid? I was in line to get one of these brats, sausages, whatever. And the girl in line, I said, "What?" I just asked her. I said, "Is anything good?" She goes, "It's all right." I go, "Well, you didn't really sell it." And she points and she goes, "If you want a place," she goes, "right there, Pierogi." And I've seen it. And I turned around and I went over there and I did my due diligence and I got the bacon cheeseburger. And I'm like, I'm Polish. How did I not acknowledge this place? How did I not acknowledge you, Roman Reigns reference? And Pierogi. Oh, I love you. And believe me, I will pay $43 for a bacon cheeseburger, Pierogi. Oh my God. I can't get enough of those. They're all over Pike Place, Century Square, Kent. They're Pine Street, so they're everywhere, but they are phenomenal. And they're a Seattle staple since 1992. So they started here in the height of the grunge era. So I'm just fascinated by their story. So I can't get enough Pierogi. I cannot say enough nice things about those on the air. No way I'm trekking out to Rainier Valley for an overpriced pizza. Car will get stolen when I walk in to pick it up. Oh no, that's not nice. Kid, is that true? Is that true? Car's gonna get stolen? Like, come on, man. Right? No. Is it? I'm asking for a friend. I'm asking for the texter. Is that true? Oh, kids being silent on that one. All right. Maybe.
I said it's no.
No. Okay. Oh, it's not? All right. You know, so we don't want that happening. We don't, nobody wants that happening. Polish West Coast food. Yeah, man. How do you spell that Pierogi? Well, it's funny that you might ask. I'm going to give it to you. Piroshky. And it's the same word for this Pierogi. Just try the bacon cheeseburger. Try it now. Wait for it. Thank me later. Oh, by the way, I'll give my picks for this weekend with Ian Furness coming up next on who's going to win tomorrow night and play for the national championship before our good buddy Iron Eagle sends it to one shining moment. We'll give you those picks coming up next. Big Ten college basketball analyst. Looking forward to the Final Four. Ian, I didn't give any picks, so I'm just going to go with you right here, right now. I'm going to go. I'm just going to say. And
are these against the spread, or actually they're both really small spreads?
Yeah, they're small, and it's the first time since 1985 that the spread's been less than 2 points in each game.
Yeah,
I'm going to go.
And that was like a 1-1-1-1, right, or something. That was the first year 64.
First year 64, but I don't know what the Villanova-Memphis state line was that year.
Oh, probably not good,
Right. That was it was a low. It was Elliott Perry versus...
Yeah. But this is these are incredibly close.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
And you know what I love the most about this Final Four? We got brand names. Just like last year.
Yeah.
I don't want George Mason or Loyola Chicago.
I'm going to talk about that with Parrish today. He's on it too. It's an interesting dynamic because... like the George Masons of the world, Loyola Chicagos of the world. Are we done with those?
I hope so.
The only non-major might be Gonzaga in the future. Been there twice they've been twice to a Final Four.
That's true.
Championship game.
That's true.
I think they're the outlier. So.
Yeah, they definitely are.
Although it's weird because Big East is really kind of there's a couple really good teams in that conference, and the rest of it's crap.
Yeah.
Right. So is that really a power conference in college basketball?
Pretty much. No, it's a great point. It's a great point.
But they have brand names, so.
Yeah. I'm going to go Arizona, UConn. And I think the Cats and the late, great Lute Olson, they'll cut it down in the memory of Lute. I think they're the most complete team. They got to make sure they got to keep Michigan off that 3-point line and make sure that Michigan doesn't get going from 3, because if they do, they could be in trouble if they do. But Pete, Burries, Bradley, Krivos, they're just loaded. They're so complete. They've got the most NBA players of any team left. I think it's Tommy Lloyd.
Cool thing is every team has NBA players.
They do. It's true.
Now there's Illinois has got a lottery pick.
Vogler.
I mean, you go at UConn's got
Caravan,
probably 2.
Yeah.
And then the other game has like a total of 8 guys. You know what I mean? So I would say I think you. Well, for various other reasons, I'm hoping UConn, and I'd like to see UConn Michigan final. But that said, I think it's going to be UConn. And I think it's going to be Arizona as well.
Yeah, okay.
I think Arizona's just And the Tommy Lloyd distraction's over. Like that's like he's staying at Arizona.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like they don't have to worry about this nonsense with North Carolina and all that nonsense. He signs that huge deal. So
by the way, where are they going to go, man? It's getting kind of
Billy Donovan leaving the Bulls. You think?
You think it's a done deal?
I think that's
Well,
the longer it goes on, the longer you have to think that's going to happen.
Yeah, and for Billy Donovan to return to college, that's a huge coup for them. Yeah. There's no doubt.
Yeah, huge, if they can do that, I think that's where you go, though. I think that's. Where you go. I think that's where you go.
But
Dusty May his name was linked to it. Like, why would you leave Michigan?
Right. Right. Michigan's a better program now.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? I mean,
exactly.
And I think Arizona cuts down the Nets Monday night for the first time. They'll party like it's 1997, and you can get Miles Simon and Mike Bibby and, AJ,
go back in time.
AJ Bramlett.
Go back in time a little bit. Yeah.
And those guys, they were a team, though. I remember that year, they knocked off 3 1 seeds to win it all. They knocked off Kentucky in the national championship. They beat Carolina in the Final Four.
Yep.
And someone else I can't think of. They beat 3 1 seeds.
Yeah.
And to win that national title.
Be a hell of a story. I mean, just in the sense that here's Tommy Lloyd, that's the coach in waiting that would have waited forever at Gonzaga,
right?
And gets when his assistant coach, an assistant coach at Gonzaga, gets effectively a blue blood job, and then a few years later takes him to a title.
I know,
it'd be amazing.
I know,
it'd be absolutely
and
amazing.
Meanwhile, his mentor hasn't won a title.
No, but listen, I'm the biggest Gonzaga antagonist of all. Like, I'm not a huge Gonzaga fan, but I think. You can't disrespect them. What they've done in that town, and winning a national champ. I mean, look, we just talked about when's 25 years since Arizona won.
I know.
So it's only been 25 years that Gonzaga has been Gonzaga.
No,
right?
no, it's actually been almost 30 years since Arizona won.
Yeah, that's right.
30.
Yeah. 25 since they were in the Final Four, right? And then 20. Yeah. So,
I don't know how that team lost. That was a good team. Lauren Woods, Jason Gardner, Richard Jefferson, and Gilbert Arenas.
Yeah, I'll tell you the best team I ever saw play in person. I think still to this day, we were in Pullman and when I was in college, and the Steve Kerr, Sean Elliott, Tom Tolbert, Kenny Lofton. That whole group came rolling in. And a wild story. There was a power outage in the basketball arena in Beasley, which is a big building, holds like 12,000. And there's a power outage on that side of campus. They moved that game to Bowler Gym, which kid knows Bowler. It's like it probably holds like maybe 3,000 or 4,000, maybe 3,000. That's where the volleyball team plays. It's like a permanent volleyball now because they sell out volleyball. They're a good volleyball program. Anyway, they moved it all there. We all ran into that, like, just could you get in? Sitting on the floor.
Why was the basketball arena?
Because it was a power outage. Oh. So we all go into Bowler for that game, and that Arizona team comes in. Incredible atmosphere. Like, people, like, literally, we sat on the floor. Like you're at a youth game, right? People packed up to the corners. It was all this, like, probably 1985, 6, somewhere in there, whatever it was. Anyway, crazy atmosphere. And Wazoo was just coming off a couple years removed from the George Raveling team that went to the tournament, lost to Ralph Sampson. So still a decent basketball. Anyway, awesome. Here we go. 5 minutes in, it's like 20-2. Those dudes, like, I remember looking up and, Sean Elliott just dunked in our face again. Here he comes. I mean, it was just, that team was so damn good. Like, so good. I mean, really to have, I think who was their center? I want to say May was his last name. Was that it? Sean something. Anyway, not just Tolbert, but the other guy. Anyway, I think they had 4 of their 5 or 5 of their 5 starters played in the NBA.
Wow.
They were just crazy good.
Right.
Yeah.
Now the teams later, Chris Mills, and those guys later, but and they were always good too. I saw them against Arkansas in the Final Four in '94 when they had Khalid Reeves and Damon Stoudemire.
Yeah,
that was a good backcourt.
Yeah,
that was a really good backcourt.
Didn't Damon go on to win the Rookie of the Year in the NBA next year? Right?
Yeah.
In Toronto.
That was on. So Gary Parrish on today.
Gary Parrish is at 2 today. He'll join us live at 2 o'clock from the Final Four. And
nice.
We'll check in with our guy, Rob Rank, talking NFL draft right off the get-go today. Danny O'Neill at 1:30, and then we'll probably have a eulogy for the hockey team at 1:45 for the Daily Power Play. So
Jesus,
away we go.
Man.
Yeah, it was bad.
That
was bad.
There it is. Kid, have a great weekend. Great stuff. We will see you on Monday. Dan Orlovsky will either join us Monday or Tuesday. But have a wonderful Final Four weekend, and go Kraken. See if they can turn this thing around.
Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Well, Kraken couldn't overcome the Mammoth last night. Well, lost 6-2. They led 2-0 and gave up, wait for it, 6 straight goals. Looked like it was going to be a 3-1 game. Goal got waved off, and they just melted down. We'll get more of that coming up in the Daily Power Play at 1:45 today. Joey Decord was not good. Gave up all 6, 25 saves on the night. Back at it tomorrow, taking on the Blackhawks. Last place team in the Central Division. Blackhawks, by the way, were eliminated from the postseason last night. Connor Bedard coming to town. 6:30 pregame. 7 o'clock face-off right here in your home for the Kraken. 93.3 KJR FM. Mariners kick off the road trip tonight, taking on the LA Angels of Anaheim. 6:38 first pitch. Brian Wu on the mound for Seattle. 6 straight on the road starts tonight before they come back to T-Mobile next Friday. College basketball, Final Four weekend. Gary Parrish will join us coming up at 2 p.m. today. A couple things going on ahead of the UConn-Illinois game in one semifinal, and, of course, the other semifinal, Michigan-Arizona. Speaking of Arizona, Tommy Lloyd has signed a contract extension. He will not be going to North Carolina, much to the chagrin of Tar Heel fans. He will be staying at Arizona in Tucson in the desert as he tries to win a national championship this weekend. Carlos Boozer is named the AP Player of the Year. One other note from college basketball, Washington gets to share in the misery that us at Wazoo have the last few weeks with another transfer. J.J. Maniquit is in the transfer portal, freshman. Season cut short with injuries, but he is a guy they were really counting on. He says, I'm out of here. They got to do something about this, man. We're going to do a wrap-up next week with Parrish on college basketball, but we'll talk about it with him next week. It's just ludicrous.
Yeah.
I get it. Go make your money, but unrestricted free agent, unlimited free agency is out of control without any ramifications. And before someone texts in and says, well, the coaches can do it. Yeah, but they all have buyouts.
Yep.
They all have buyouts. All right. And so it's not as easy for them to leave. Whereas a player, you just come and go and away you go. And I mean, I'm the last guy to feel sorry for the Washington Huskies basketball program. But I mean, why is this guy leaving? I mean, come on. All right, let's get to it. Should we talk some NFL draft? We had a busy show today. Gary Parrish live from the Final Four at 2 o'clock. 1:30, Danny O'Neill will join us, talking everything Seattle sports. 1:45, a daily power play, but Rob Rang standing by.
As part of our never-ending coverage of the NFL, it's time for Ian's weekly visit with Rob Rang from FoxSports.com. Brought to you by Forelli's Pizza, on your home for the 12th man in the NFL. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, good way to kick off the show on a Friday. Normally at 2 o'clock on a Friday, but today in the 1 o'clock hour, we got to move some things around because our buddy Gary Parrish, who is, of course, with CBS Sports, covering the Final Four for CBS Sports and all that. He has to be on with us today, or requested to be on with us today at 2 to get around his television duties. So Rob Rang, kind enough to move his time slot around for us, and Rob joins us right now on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline, brought to you by Forelli's Pizza. Big fans of Forelli's. They got a beautiful Easter dinner planned as well there at Forelli's. I'll give you that here in just a couple seconds. But in the meantime, Rob, my friend, how are you?
I'm doing very well, sir. I'm happy I could be flexible to coordinate everything with you guys.
I appreciate that. So let me look at the calendar here. April 3rd, so 10. So we are 1, 2, 3. So 3 weeks from today, day 2 of the NFL draft. God, is it earlier? It is earlier this year, isn't it? Is it just because of the way the calendar falls?
I'm going to do a couple of days earlier. It's usually the very last week of April.
Yeah.
But then, of course, when you're covering a Super Bowl team like we were, then it does make the year go by a lot faster. No question about it.
Yeah, I would assume so. All right. Let's get to the draft. We're going to do something a little bit different today. You've got your favorite 4 for number 32, right? And that's basically if the Seahawks use a 32nd pick, you got 4 guys that you think would make sense for Seattle to pick at number 32. Now, who knows what they're going to. As soon as I say, Rob, that John Schneider is going to trade the 32nd pick and he's going to gain some other picks and he's going to move down in the draft and accumulate more picks, then 100% he's going to keep 32. So we're going to work on what you said and give with the 4 guys and go with the assumption that, yes, he is going to use the 32nd pick. We'll see if that happens. Let's start first with an edge player that you believe could be there. Zion Young. Where's Zion Young from? What's he all about?
Yeah, he's a 6'5", 260-pounder from Missouri, and he began his college career at Michigan State. And we've talked about some of the priorities of edge defenders and Mike McDowell's defense and how they can be very different than Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was always looking for that initial explosiveness. He wanted pass rushers first, it seemed like. Whereas Mike McDowell, I think that he is looking more for a guy who can kind of set the firm edge in the run game, and then on his way towards stopping the run, then get after the quarterback, allow the variety of blitzes and just the versatility that you have inside to be able to kind of create more of a team pass rush approach. Zion Young basically fits that to a T. He has long arms, heavy hands, is very physical at the point of attack, one of the most physical players, most violent players in this entire draft class, Ian. He is still a relatively young player, just 22 years old, despite the fact that he left Missouri as a senior. He just checks a lot of boxes that way. Now, there are some concerns, and that's why I think that there is a possibility that he would be available to Seattle at number 32 overall. One of them is, as I mentioned, he transferred from Michigan State to Missouri. You're always going to want to investigate that. Secondly, he's got a very, very strong personality. What I mean by that is that this is one of those players that will yell and scream on the sidelines, yell and scream and talk smack with opponents. Some teams like that. Some teams do not. I'd ask anybody who has access to YouTube. I know that you're now on YouTube.
Yes, we are.
And so, yeah, and so you can look up Zion Young versus Auburn, and literally during the coin flip, he was screaming, including obscenities that some people are going to again think that this guy is just too riled up. So you might remember when the Mariners made the big trade to acquire Josh Naylor, and there was all this talk about he wants that smoke, and he was just a fired up kind of a player. That's what Zion Young is, and so again. Some teams are going to like that. Some teams are not. I do think that there's a possibility he slips down the board a little bit. I think that he would be a perfect fit for the Seahawks in terms of addressing their concerns. The edge rush with Boye Mafe, of course, moving on to Cincinnati Bengals. And you have aging players like Uchenna Nwosu and DeMarcus Lawrence. Do you want to be planning the future around those guys as well?
I think it's an interesting dynamic, though, when you talk about with Zion Young and just that personality, Rob, because – I mean, you've been out of practice enough times and especially like when it's, quiet, like say mini camps and things like that when there's no fans out there yet. Like Devin Witherspoon is always talking. And it's funny because if fans are listening, they're thinking, I've seen him on interviews. He seems kind of quiet and doesn't say a lot. But he puts the helmet on and that guy is going 24/7. But there's probably that fine line, right? Like, when do you cross that line? When do you go too far? When do you just, need to put the brakes on it? It kind of tells what you're saying there with Zion Young is he might be right up against that limit, right?
I think so. I think that he is kind of toeing the line right there. And you just got to think about who are the other players on the team at that position. You talk too much smack around guys like Jaron Reed or, Leonard Williams or whoever the case might be, Byron Murphy. I mean, these are guys that are as junkyard dogs as it gets on the field, but also that they aren't going to take gruff from a young player who hasn't proven anything. And so I do think that that's one of the reasons why the Seahawks at least reportedly brought Zion Young in for one of their visits, just to get to know the young man. Now this just shows how kind of a geek I am, and I'm looking these things up, but Zion Young is the youngest of 11 children. So he kind of comes by naturally. You want to get some attention as the youngest of 11 children. You are going to have to kind of have a strong personality. I think that it'd be a fit for Seattle, but maybe isn't a fit for a lot of other teams. And again, he is more physical than he is furious off the edge as far as just his initial steps. This isn't a guy who's going to rack up a bunch of sacks, but I think he can be a real good complementary threat and tie in with the kind of that blue-collar mentality that so much of the Seahawks defense prides itself on.
It is Rob Rang, brought to you by our good friends at Ferrelli. We're talking about 4 at 32, 4 players at the 32nd pick that would make sense for the Seattle Seahawks to pick along the way. Let's go back down the road of the running back. We're going to talk, by the way, we're going to go deep into the running back class next week with Rob, because I think that's one we all believe is a massive, massive priority for Seattle. But let's just talk about one of the guys today, Jadarian Price.
Yeah, Jadarian Price from Notre Dame, it's funny. The fact that Jeremiah Love, the quote-unquote other Notre Dame running back, gets so much attention, I think that's one of the reasons why people are sleeping a little bit on Jadarian Price. Like, one of the real criticisms that people have of him is the fact that he supposedly wasn't very effective on third down. Well, that's one of the things that Jeremiah Love does exceptionally well. I mean, he's getting comparisons to Alvin Kamara's and people like that. So, just because he is so good out of the backfield as a receiver. Jadarian Price was the Notre Dame's primary kickoff returner throughout his college career. Had 3 return for touchdowns over his career. Obviously, this is a Seahawks team that prioritizes special teams play. And Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman's head coach, is not going to put a player back there they don't trust his hands. He just didn't give very many opportunities on third down because that's where Jeremiah Love was so special. So I just see Jadarian Price is not having concerns on third down, and I think that he's the most instinctive runner in this draft class, including Jeremiah Love. We often talk about how the Seahawks and John Schneider, that when most NFL teams are zigging, he'll zag. That's kind of the way that Jadarian Price runs. He just has an anticipation about him. He sees where defenders are going, and he is already making his cut to react. We talked so much about the outside zone that you got to be able to plant your foot in the ground and go downhill or cut back against the grain. That's where this guy excels. I think he's going to be a star in the NFL. I think that he is one of only 2, along with Jeremiah Love, only 2 backs that really deserve to be selected in the first round. And if he is available at number 32 overall, Ian, I think that he has a very, very good chance of being the Seattle selection.
It is Rob Rank, brought to you by Forelli's Pizza. By the way, Forelli's on Easter Sunday, they are open. They've got a family meal deal, $50. That includes a 16-inch classic pizza, breadsticks or fire sticks, and shareable chicken wings. In addition to that, if you're bringing the kids, free Easter egg prizes for the kids as well. If you're really hungry, you can add another 16-inch classic pizza for just $25. You can reserve a table. Go to Forelli'sPizza.com. That's Forelli'sPizza.com. If you don't want to deal with the cooking on Easter, go to Forelli's Pizza, Forelli'sPizza.com. Fantastic spot, one of our favorites along the way. Just real quick, again, staying with Jadarian Price, you said instinctive runner. How does that translate into what Seattle likes to do offensively?
Yeah, I just think that again, with that wide zone offense, it's all about your pace and anticipating where the hole is going to be. We saw Kenneth Walker III. They made a big deal about during the Super Bowl how patient that he was, and he would almost kind of walk up to the hole, and then once it was there, then he really showed off his explosiveness in attacking downhill. I think that that's nice if you have that type of explosiveness. Of course, Kenneth Walker III ran 4.32 at the combine. Jadarian Price ran in a high 4.4s. He's not quite as explosive, but at the same time, I think he has better instincts. He anticipates where the hole is going to be a little bit better than Kenneth Walker III did. So I do think that he can excel as a runner. I have a great deal of confidence he can excel as a passer and as a pass blocker as well. And then again, the return ability. Obviously, with Rashid Shaheed coming back, the Seahawks feel like they have that already set. And of course, Torrey Horton hopefully coming back as well. But still, to have players with legitimate return skills, I think the more the merrier kind of a thing from a Seahawks perspective.
Yeah, they ran through a whole bunch of those guys last year. There's no doubt about that. Chris Johnson's a cornerback. Another one. He's your third of 4 at 32. Tell us about Chris Johnson, the cornerback.
Ian, similar as we just talked about with the Jadarian Price, the running back, just instincts. This is not a guy that was, he worked out very well. He's 6 foot. He's 190 pounds, and was dominant in the Mountain West Conference at San Diego State. Was the Mountain West Defensive Player of the Year this year. Going to the Senior Bowl. Was not elite in the Senior Bowl, and that's my one caveat here as to why. Just knowing the way the Seahawks have prioritized what happens in Mobile almost over anything else. But when I watch Chris Johnson, this is a guy that I think deserves deserves some credit for not accepting an NIL transfer the way so many other players would. He was a 4-year standout at San Diego State. Could have gone just about anywhere he wanted. Chose to stay there, and has just been a very, very good player. I don't think he allowed a single touchdown this past season. I think he may have allowed 1 or 2 the year before. I mean, this is a guy that had a couple of good games. This has been a dominant player for an awful long time. And I mentioned the instincts. I mean, this is a guy who just locates the football in the air and make plays on it. Has touchdown, or has interception to touchdown kind of potential in that when the ball is in his hands, he can actually do something with it. He's a clean open field tackler. He's a quality run enforcer. You just very rarely see Chris Johnson beaten. If somebody's going to beat him, then it's going to have to be a heck of a throw. It's going to have to be a heck of a catch by the wide receiver. He is constantly in the wide receiver's hip pocket, very rarely out of position. That's just a rarity. Now, the reason why I think that he could be available at number 32 overall rather than being a top 20 pick is the fact that, again, he wound up running in the 4.4s. Nowadays, people are looking for corners to run in the 4.3s or even faster than that. I would say that, hey, Devin Witherspoon did the exact same thing. High 4.4s, kind of a number for him when he worked out. To me, with Chris Johnson, you're talking about one of the safer corners in this class. There's going to be corners that are going to go earlier that are more dynamic athletes. They don't have Chris Johnson's game film.
All right, our guy Rob Rang joining us. I'll wrap it up. Our 4 at 32. Emmanuel, is it Pregnon?
Yep.
He's an offensive guard, and can he play right guard, Rob Rang?
His time over the last couple of seasons, he played at the left guard spot, but he has played right guard, and he's had a fascinating journey. He was originally at Wyoming. What does Wyoming know? They just produced, of course, a quarterback in Josh Allen that's MVP. So he was originally at Wyoming, winds up transferring up to USC, and then transferred again to Oregon because he's looking for a national title run. Ian, I've been going to pro day workouts for 25 years now. I have never in my life seen a guard with this kid's physique. I mean, he has biceps like most NFL players have thighs. He is just completely picture perfect in terms of his frame. Looks like Thor or a superhero or something like that. And he can move. I mean, he is one of the best zone blocking guards, so an ideal fit in John Benton's system. And then again, just the sheer power that he possesses. Has experience starting at both the left and right guard positions. Very durable player, very intelligent player, tough guy. I think that if you are looking for an Anthony Bradford replacement, to me, Emmanuel Pregnon is one of the very few guards that I think are worthy of first-round consideration. He might be perceived by some as a bit of a reach. I think that I could see him going maybe 40th overall. But for a team like the Seahawks that return as many starters as they do on offense, and obviously are the defending Super Bowl champions, I think that some out there would argue that right guard is the one position of biggest concern. To me, Emmanuel Pregnon would be the player that you could select at number 32 overall, not bat an eye, and expect him to be able to come in and compete for a starting role immediately.
Did you think Bradford improved as the year went on?
I did. And I think that I think the Seahawks are higher on him than a lot of other people outside of the building think that they are. I think that John Benton, our buddy Corbin Smith interviewed John Benton here just a couple of months ago. And John Benton basically just praised Anthony Bradford's improvement, his toughness. To me, what's interesting about Bradford, when he makes a mistake, obviously it's a glaring mistake, and that's the nature of playing interior offensive line, is that there's a very short distance between the defensive player and the quarterback. It's not like on the tackle spots where you have another couple of steps and the quarterback can make another step up or the running back can make another step to move. But at the same time, Anthony Bradford's size, I mean, he shut down some of the best defensive tackles that the Seahawks faced this past season, especially some of the bigger, stronger guys, like a Jeffrey Simmons in Tennessee, for example. So, Ian, I am higher on Anthony Bradford. I believe the Seahawks are higher on Anthony Bradford than a lot of people are. That said, we also know the Seahawks have, they've doled out their dollars to this point. Anthony Bradford is entering the final year of his rookie deal. I don't know that he's played so well that he is somebody that the Seahawks have ticketed for a second contract.
Rob Rang joining us again. Big thanks to Farrelly's Pizza. Next week, let's do a deep dive into all the running backs we haven't discussed yet. Obviously, Price today, but we'll get into all those guys. Because I think Jonah Coleman's going to come up and others, because I think at the end of the day, I think we'd all agree that is priority number one. So we'll talk running backs with Rob in a week's time. And again, 3 weeks from today, we'll be at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It'll be day 2 of the NFL draft. I can't wait for that. It's always a fun time with Rob out there, our NFL draft insider, foxsports.com. My friend, thank you so much.
Looking forward to it. Our future conversations, Ian, as always.
We'll talk to Rob next Friday. That's Rob Rang. We'll take a break, come back. Danny O'Neill coming up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time now for Danny O'Neill of the Dang Apostrophe, the best Seattle sports writing you'll get out of New York City. Brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet jacks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or call 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with Danny O'Neill.
Danny O'Neill joins us, weekly visits on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Hello, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing, Ian?
I'm all right. We got a week of baseball under our belts, buddy. How are you doing with that? How are things going with baseball for you so far?
They're okay. If you told me the Mariners are going to be 3-4, and then gave me a choice of the Julio, Cal, and Naylor portion of the lineup is going to be great, or they're going to be 3-4 and that portion of the lineup is going to be awful, I would take choice B every single time because I believe those guys are going to eventually hit. But yeah, a little bit of a mixed bag to start the baseball season.
Yeah, I would throw out the fact that not throw out, but I would point out the fact that for this team, like that's a hell of a start. You're at home, which is great, but 2 playoff teams, the Guardians and the Yankees. And then on top of that, like, first of all, Major League Baseball did them no favors. And I say this from this standpoint, from a business standpoint. Yankees are one of the best draws you have all year. Really? You play them in March on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, including a day game on a Wednesday when kids are in school? Like, come on, baseball. What are we doing here, huh? What are we doing to the no respect for our baseball team out here?
Not great. And then you throw in the fact that the Friday game's on Apple Plus, the Sunday game's streaming on Peacock. Yeah. The Major League Baseball wasn't making it easy for anybody, let alone trying to find Mariners TV on whatever 1,000 channel it was on your cable service.
Yeah, I know that the baseball team itself got beat up a lot for that, and I listen. It's an easy target because it's the easiest one to look at, and if you're not yelling, and here's the thing: people used to yell at the cable company. But then a lot of people cut the cord, right? So now what do? We can't yell at YouTube because we all profess to love YouTube or Fubo or whatever streaming service they're doing. So instead of yelling at them, we'll yell at the team. This to me was more a MLB.TV thing and everything else. I know that the Mariners would have loved to have got the information out, I don't know, January, right? and told people about it. But instead, there was a little bit of confusion. I think everyone's figured it out by now. You made a good point in the column you wrote this week, though. And we were never going to go back in time. But there was a time that not a lot of games were even televised.
Yeah, it's really true. To look at how TV has changed sports, because you and I were both alive, and we're not young anymore, but we're not super old.
No.
But in the 70s and 80s, and even into the 90s, TV was considered a potential predator by teams.
Yes.
Like college football heavily restricted the number of games that were on television. Baseball teams, I mean, the Braves had all their games on TV, but that was a Ted Turner thing, and it was seen as a competitor. We do have the ability to see more games now. Like that is undeniably true. The reason it feels different is because those games are now being split up. And I'll echo what you said. This had nothing to do with the Mariners. I think you can, and I have complained about a number of things about the Seattle Mariners. They try to be really good to their fans. Like, it is an organization that cares about its fans. And the TV, what was happening with TV and what has happened with the distribution of its TV, even going back to Root Sports being put on a premium tier, that's not the team's choice. Those are larger economic forces. And in this case, it's Major League Baseball. And you can have a variety of reasons for why they waited so long to announce it. But the fact is, it's splintered now, and it is a little more confusing, but at least you do have the ability to see the games.
Well, I think I'm glad you brought up the point about how, it used to be that you saw, and I remember growing up in Seattle, we would have, I want to say, and this is a rough guess. Someone can probably correct me on our text line 49451 or on the we're on the YouTube now, Danny. Big deal. We're on the YouTube. People are streaming and
I was
doing
leaving
that.
comments earlier this week.
Yeah. So I want to say for a long time it was like maybe 10, 20 games on KSTW on channel 11 of all things, right? And that's so so it was a big deal. And I mean, this was never a team. We never had our team. It was rare our team was on Monday night because there used to be a thing called Monday Night Baseball. There was a Sunday Night Baseball. It was rare our teams were on TV. I mean, we listened to Dave and Riz, and before that, Ken Wilson. We listened to him on the radio, and that was kind of it, unless you went to the Kingdome or what have you. It's amazing how far we've come, because the whole archaic thought process of sports on television hurting you as a product, hurting you in terms of people coming to the games, as opposed to now it's like, no, we need to promote this. We need to have people watching, and so they come and, right? Like we want to. It's kind of an infomercial to come out to our games. It's a far different thing. But then it became free for so long, or borderline free if you just had a cable television. Now we're being asked to pay again, and we're like, wait a second, what are we doing here, right? Like it's damned if you do, damned if you don't.
It is what you just described is a very real phenomenon. And now, if you want to watch all games, it is more expensive than it was 10 or 15 years ago. And the other end of this, and I know that TV talk can get boring, but if you look at what has happened with Major League Baseball and the regional sports networks, it should be a cautionary tale for, first I would put up, is college football.
Yeah.
Is that boost of money that the pot has always been growing, so you think it's always going to keep growing. It might not. There might be a time where it starts to dry up or change, and that's what's happening in baseball. And now you're hearing whispers and people talking about the potential of a work stoppage or interruption. That's not this season, but next year. And the confusion that you have, look, that there's no guarantee that the golden goose for college football, which is Fox and ESPN, is going to keep fattening them up. And if it doesn't, then you could have some real trickle down, because that's a sport that doesn't have the national structure that baseball does.
Yeah, it's I think the thing we have to remember too, every sport's different in terms of what the needs are of, like, basically how television serves it, right? I mean, it was a while ago, but at one time we had blackouts in the NFL. Like, that was a huge deal. Like, if your local game, if your team was playing at home and they didn't sell out, I think it was 48 hours, or like by the Friday afternoon at 1 p.m. And if it wasn't sold out, the game would be blacked out in your market. Like, imagine that. Like, imagine, hey, the Mariners won't be on tonight because they're not sold out at T-Mobile. What are you talking about? It's a Tuesday. like how are you going to sell that game out? But the NFL can get away with anything. The other three sports, NBA, Major League Baseball, and NHL, they can't. They need television. They have to have television, Danny.
Yeah, and then they start to kind of, in the case of college football, I'd argue they've taken the fans that are in the stands for granted.
Yes.
TV is the number one customer.
Yes.
And the kickoff times and the way games are announced, the timeline for announcing Friday night games, all of those things.
So bad.
Like, eventually you're going to stretch some fans to the point where your most important fans, in my opinion, should be the ones that buy tickets and go to games. And that's not necessarily the case anymore. And I do think that could eventually bite some sports and some teams in the butt.
I think it's just absolutely insane that the Seahawks are having to open on a Wednesday. That said, at least we know they're opening on a Wednesday, now, as opposed to, like in sometime, like in the late August, by the way, the first game is Wednesday. Like, just that. And that's how college football operates. Like, yeah, maybe you'll find out it's going to open up and away you go as well. What do you think of the Hawks on Hard Knocks?
I'm excited to see it. Hard Knocks has changed, and I'm somebody who has watched it the whole time. Teams now understand how to conceal interesting moments. Mm-hmm. It's not as interesting as it was when Rex Ryan was coming out to the candy jar at the secretary's desk. I think it kind of started with the Raiders, and they had Antonio Brown.
Yeah, the John Gruden, Mike, what's his face, Mayock year. Yeah, that was a little bit of a gong. That was a little bit of a gong show.
Yeah, and so, but I am excited to see it. You bring up the Wednesday night game. I think the fact that they play on Wednesday night sucks. Like, I'm universally against that. I think it's established precedent that I really like. The defending Super Bowl champion plays at home on the Thursday before everybody.
Yes.
However, does the fact that Kyle Shanahan is really mad?
Yes,
that
that's
they're
awesome.
making that they're making them go to. Is it Australia?
Australia.
The Rams?
Yeah.
Does that make up for it a little bit? Like you're willing to take the hit on the Wednesday kickoff, given how much it appears to make San Francisco mad.
I'm so torn on that, Danny, because there's a part of me is what you just said. That's awesome. The fact he's pissed. And you know what? I'm sure the Rams aren't happy either, right? They're just not. McVay's like, well, he said what I was going to say, so that's fine, right? Like, I don't have to say it now. I'll let Shanahan be the bad guy. But at the same time, I hate it. I absolutely despise, for a lot of reasons. Europe is one thing. Now we're going to go to Australia. Fine. And the reason I really hate it is that, like, you're trying to grow the game, and I'm trying to think who it was we had on the other. I think my buddy John Lund, and he was doing. He's been hired and fired so many places I can't remember. Either Oakland before they moved, or 49ers. He's doing pre and post, and on the radio. And so he went over there and he's talking about like how it's cool, the atmosphere's fine, but really these guys, they're all wearing different jerseys. They don't really know any of the players. There's no real passion for the game. And if we're being honest, it's not like MLB is a global game. Major League Baseball, we saw that with the World Baseball Classic. It's a global game. The NBA, more than ever before, is a global game. The NHL, we saw that in the Olympics and the Four Nations last year, is a global game. Like the Kraken, it's funny, the same week that all this stuff came out, the Kraken announced they're playing in Finland next year. Well, they've got players that are from Finland on their team, right? It makes sense. The team they're playing has Finnish players on their team. There's no NFL players coming from Europe, and anybody from Australia is a punter. And does that matter? The answer is no. It's a money grab by the NFL. And to make it be, I think this is the worst part, Danny. I'd love to get your thoughts on this. The fact that it's a divisional game and someone's losing a home game against a divisional rival, and really in the NFC West, the three teams, Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams, that's our rivalry. I would be sideways if I was those guys.
Yeah, I would be very mad. And it is telling that the NFL exports meaningful games. And if one of the major European soccer leagues did the same thing.
Oh, Danny. Oh.
Those fans, the Spanish fans this year, the La Liga, there was going to be a game from La Liga that was played in Miami. And people in the country, in Spain, went nuts. They're like, no, hell no. It's an actual game that matters. You're not sending that somewhere else. And meanwhile, the NFL owners are like, how do we tap into some of that, the global branding that these soccer clubs have? It appears that the rest of the world isn't interested in American football. And I'm okay with that because I think that shows how soft they are. If they're not tough enough to play American football, that's fine with me. We don't need to force them to play it. They can be wussy pants. I don't see the need to export it, but I would agree. I generally think that this need to or desire they have to force feed it. Because, look, I've talked to people that have gone to games. I know Jess has gone over there for the game that the Seahawks played in London. And there are fans over there. There are expats and everything. But it's kind of rinky-dink. It's kind of rinky-dink that we send regular season games over there.
You said something there, though, that's massively true. And this, at what point will Roger Goodell and the owner, like, listen, nobody's interested in the NFL outside of our country to the level that you want them to be. Yes, there is interest. I get it. They'll sell out on a one-off. They'll sell out a stadium in Germany, or a three-off. They'll sell out 2 or 3 stadiums at Wembley or wherever in London, right? Brazil, Mexico City. On a one-off, you'll do that. But the end result is they're not that interested in our game. You just said it. And just, is there not enough money in our country? You're making billions as it is. How much more do you need? But I'm an ugly American when it comes to that, Danny. I'll stand on that one forever. By the way, Danny O'Neill is brought to you by our good friends at Northwest Handling. Big thanks to Eric Gordon, Northwest Handling Systems, bringing us Danny every Friday. Northwest Handling Systems is everything from forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment. We sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today, nwhs.com. Give them a call, 425-255-0500. Really quick, and this is kind of almost a tease ahead because I want to talk about it with you in the future. And I think there's some stuff even happening today, although I'm sure it'll get tied up in lawsuits with something that Trump's trying to sign with a bill for transfers in college football or college sports. I mentioned this. I mean, listen, this is not me throwing stones at UW because it's not like I think we have like 2 guys left on our roster at Wazoo. But JJ Mandequit is going to the transfer portal. Yes. Basically, the entire freshman class for Danny Sprinkle is going to be gone after 1 year. I don't know where you stand on this. Just a real quick tease ahead to next week. We can spend some more time on it. I just think this is out of control. And look, you can transfer once, twice. These kids go in 3 schools in 3 years, 4 schools in 4 years. At what point do we have to put the brakes on?
It is a huge problem. And I would agree that if you're looking for the health of the sport, it needs to be, there needs to be more continuity than there is. I would also say that one of the lessons that should come out of the University of Washington is that it's a very bad idea to have multiple cooks in the kitchen. And if there's one person who's deciding that these are the players I want, that person should probably be the coach and not a booster who wants to piece together a fantasy roster, because that doesn't tend to work in real life.
It worked at Rainier Beach High School this year, though, for a state championship for the Vikings. But yes, you're right.
That's 25 years. 25 years, same stuff's been happening. 25 years it's been happening there.
The only difference is it's either Beach or Garfield every year, and then the one-off.
So one time it was Nathan Hale.
The one-off that was Nathan Hale. The one-off that was Nathan Hale. Yeah, there was that one-off, but outside of that, Beach, Garfield. Remember the Tony Roten drama? You were here for that. He lives in Renton, but he's going to Garfield. He can't do that. We'll spend some time next week with this, because I think it's something I want you and I to kind of just get a little bit deeper into it. In the meantime, tell people the dang apostrophe.
It is a newsletter that originates in New York City. It is all about Seattle sports and the goofy thoughts that come through my head.
Goofy.
This week, yeah, absolutely goofy. This week, there was a conversation about how much I have enjoyed ABS, the robots in baseball, which I did not expect, but I found it to be very funny. I'll probably expand on that, as well as the Mariners weekend series against the Angels. Go to DannyO'Neill.com, enter your email, and I'll send you emails. It's that easy.
I see here, by the way, on the YouTube chat, Daddy Dennis P1, I'm entering the stream transfer portal. He's out. He's done after just 2 days. Daddy Dennis is done.
Well, if Daddy Dennis is holding out for more money, he's come to the wrong place.
You know that. We'll talk to you soon, buddy. Take care. Danny O'Neill, dang apostrophe. We'll come back. Quick daily power play as we may put the final nail in the playoff coffin for the Kraken next.
for the Kraken. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, what do you say? The Seattle Kraken.
The Daily Power Play is brought to you by Issaquah Honda Kubota, the largest inventory of Kubota equipment in King County. Now, your daily look at the National Hockey League and the Seattle Kraken with Ian Furness.
All right, Daily Power Play quickly on your home for the Kraken, 93.3 KJR FM. Just an absolutely brutal loss last night. I've got a lot of words for it, but I'll temper those just for a second. Bottom line is they're pretty much done playoff-wise. They're 4 out, but there's 3 teams between them and San Jose for that last playoff spot. Everyone's kind of stumbling towards the finish line, but Nashville did win last night against the Kings. They both got points, which is awful. St. Louis is actually 1 point behind Seattle, and they were done. They were out of it, and they've been red hot lately. It's just there's going to be a lot of questions heading to the offseason. I'm going to just give you guys one right now that will not be a question. There's no question about Lane Lambert. They're not going to go through and do that again. The only reason I think this team is in it is because of Lane Lambert, Chris Taylor, Aaron Schneekloth, their coaching staff right now. Jess Campbell too, but the 3 new coaches specifically who have taken basically the same roster as last year and put them in a position to be competitive and be in it till the end. Last year, this team was out of it by December. So, but they just, if something can go wrong, it is right now. You need great goaltending. Joey probably had one of his worst games of the year last night. He was not good. You need your special teams to be good. Your power play was and has been, I think it's 32nd in the league since the Olympic break. Your penalty killing last night was atrocious. So, like, everything that you need to have going well for you this time of the year is not. So, they need to crank it up. Tomorrow, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock drop of the puck against the Chicago Blackhawks. Connor Bedard in town for that game. And they're not officially eliminated yet, but they'd have to go on a hell of a roll, and they've shown no ability to do that recently. We'll take a break, come back. Gary Parrish, it is Final Four weekend, and we got a lot of news in college hoops. We'll preview the big games tomorrow with Parrish from Indianapolis next. at 3:10 Pacific time. Michigan, Arizona right around 5:50 Pacific time over on 950. Speaking of college basketball, Tommy Lloyd staying at Arizona. That means North Carolina is still looking for a coach. We'll talk about that with Gary Parrish in just a moment. Let's see, Duke freshman Cameron Boozer named AP Player of the Year as well. M's kick off a road trip tonight, 6 straight away from home. LA Angels of Anaheim, 6:38 first pitch before they return home next Friday for another homestand.
It's time for our weekly look at college basketball with CBS Sports Insider Gary Parrish. Brought to you by No Lie Brewing, the family-owned, fully independent brewery born and raised in Spokane. From the brew house to your house, everyone's invited. Look for No Lie in your local grocery stores. Now with Gary Parrish, here's Ian Furness.
Well, the sad thing is that music kind of goes away as of Monday. Although, Gary Parrish, we expect to have a chat with you next Friday to put a wrap on everything, if that's possible. But then the greatest theme in sports, it goes away for another year. How are you, my friend?
I am great, and I promise you, by next Friday, man, I'm going to have all the time in the world, whatever you need.
If you got a bolt, let me know. I know you're kind of working on a time crunch out there in Indianapolis. Set the scene for us, though, out there. I think of that area as basketball central in a lot of different ways. How is the Final Four back there?
So as soon as you step up the airplane in the airport here in Indianapolis, you see some sign that says something along the lines of, in 49 states, it's just basketball, but this is Indiana. And it really does feel that way.
I love that.
Right. And so Indianapolis, for people who've never been, it's not the biggest big city in the world, but it's perfectly sized for something like this. Everything is downtown, the stadium, the nice hotels, the nice restaurants. So nothing's spread out. Like once you get to your hotel, you can kind of put your car up until Tuesday and just walk around, and the restaurants are filled with everybody. I mean, you can't, because everybody's so compacted in, it's impossible to like walk in somewhere and not see basketball people that you recognize. So this is the first Final Four I've ever brought my young children to.
Oh, good.
And I did it specifically because of Indianapolis. I just knew it would be perfect for them. So like they got here last night, and because of where we live, we've been focused on the NBA draft lottery because the Memphis Grizzlies are going to have at least one lottery pick, hopefully pretty high. And we walk into a steakhouse, and like the first person we see, my little guy goes, "Dad, is that Darren Peterson?" And so they get to go over and say hello to him and take a picture. And, they think that he might be a future Grizzly. So it's been a really fun experience. And then we get the games tomorrow, and they should be fabulous.
Did Darren Peterson leave dinner early? Was he okay? Was he hydrated? How did it go?
He seemed hydrated. He didn't seem to be cramping. But I'll be completely honest with you. My boys, they know what I do for a living, but they don't listen to every word or that I say or read every word that I write. And so they were like, "Dad, you know him, don't you?" And I was like, "Well, I've met him. I don't know that I know him. And they're like, "Can you take us over there?" And I said, "Well, I've kind of been questioning his toughness for 3 months. So maybe your mom can do this, and I'll just hang out at the table and order a drink." So my wife took the kids, and I hit at the table. I didn't want to have that awkward confrontation.
That's a good call, probably on your part. Gary Parrish joining us, CBS Sports College Basketball Insider. All right, I want to get to Tommy Lloyd in a second and some other bigger picture stories in a moment. Let me just go back for those that haven't heard the podcast and didn't kind of see you guys afterwards. What we saw last weekend in the Elite Eight in that UConn and Duke game was one of those. I mean, I think we've all seen the Christian Laettner shot thousands of times now. Sorry, Duke. Now it goes on the other foot in a sense. How, a week later, 6 days later, how do you describe what you saw? Actually, it's 5 days later. How do you describe what happened in that Duke-UConn game?
It was a situation where if you played it another 20 times from that exact moment, 10 seconds, inbound it, let's play this thing out, it might not ever go that way again. It was a weird play, an unusual sequence, kind of out of nowhere. And one player on Duke made a poor decision, and another player on UConn made a great decision, and then another player on UConn made an incredible shot. And that's the game, and we'll be watching that for the rest of our lives. And that's not hyperbole.
No.
Like we still watch Bryce Drew. We still watch Christian Laettner. We still see Chris Jenkins, and now we will see Braylon Mullins until the NCAA tournament is no more. Just an awesome, awesome March moment, and it put UConn in a position to do something that has only been done by 2 other schools in the history of men's Division I college basketball, and that's win 3 national championships in a 4-year span. UCLA did it, obviously, under John Wooden. Kentucky has done it, but nobody else. And if UConn is able to punch this thing through, And to be clear, they are the biggest underdog here. They would have to win 2 games as underdogs to win the national championship. But if they do that, it would be 3 titles in 4 years, and that would be the type of stuff you connect to the word dynasty.
Gary Parrish with us. Gary, I this is maybe oversimplifying it, and maybe it's wrong, but one of the things I kind of thought of is as we're watching that game, there's some in college basketball now, especially this year with all the great freshmen you and I have talked about all year. You've talked about on your podcast and on TV, all the great freshmen. At some point, you're going to see a situation where maybe experience comes into play. Now, I'm a big believer in you have a 19-point lead. It's not one play that decides that. Like they blew a 19-point lead. That did happen in that second half. At the same time, 2 freshmen, twins, in fact, had the ball in their hands. And I think in some ways, I don't know if panic's too strong a word, but Cam could have held on to it. His brother could have held on to it. Instead, they turn it over, and then a senior, Caravan, finds a freshman to hit the shot. Could have taken it himself, found a better shot, better angle. I kind of felt like, in a sense, maybe some inexperience came into play there.
Perhaps. I don't mind the Cameron Boozer pass because it was to the middle of the court to his brother, who's roughly an 80% free throw shooter, and I believe was perfect from the line in that moment. So I don't even mind that pass because it was a clean pass with a clean target, and the target is somebody you would, theoretically, prefer at the free throw line. So that was fine. But then there's like 6.5 seconds left, and that's where Caden Boozer made the basketball mistake of his life, and one that he's going to unfortunately have to deal with forever. I understand what happened, though. I work with people who have actually played this sport at the highest level, and one of the things at least one person suggested is the reason he passed it is because he didn't want to take those free throws. Like some people want to be in that position, and other people don't. And he got rid of that ball because he didn't want to be the person at the free throw line. Perhaps. I can't argue against that 100%. But also the way UConn played that, and you'll understand this because you guys are a football city. They almost think of that sequence when Caden Boozer is about to pass it down the court. Think of it as a field goal attempt.
Yeah.
And UConn was just coming to block it. If you look at them, they sold out completely. There are 2 Duke players totally at the other end of the court, and UConn's not even paying attention to them. They're also not trying to foul. They are jumping into this to try to block what amounts to a field goal. That's what it looked like to me. And what Caden Boozer should have done is obviously pump fake once, bounce it low, and then the game's over, or just hold it, and then the game's probably over. He did the one thing in that moment you cannot do, which is throw the ball ahead and let it get tipped. And even if it gets tipped, you still probably win because the guy needs to make a 32-footer for you to lose. But that was the mistake, getting that pass tipped. But I think just as likely as he was maybe didn't want to make those free throws, he saw 2 teammates down the court just by themselves and knew I don't even have to really get it to them. I just have to get it past these dudes and the game is over. And that's what I think led him to try to make that pass. And obviously everything that happened after that was bad news for Duke.
Let's talk about the Final Four. 2 1s, Arizona and Michigan, and a 2 and a 3 in UConn and Illinois. The 2, as you mentioned, UConn is an underdog. Let's start there. UConn and Illinois. I thought it was an interesting thing you were talking about today or maybe early this week. So Illinois is by offensive efficiency the best offensive team in the country, but they're not a great 3-point shooting team. They're okay in terms of 2-point field goals, but it sounds like the one thing you cannot count on is hope that they turn the ball over because that's not something they do, right?
That's right. So they have the #1 rated offense in America, according to KenPom, and that is based on the idea that they do not turn the ball over and they offensive rebound like crazy because the other numbers aren't that great. They're like in the 20s in the country in 2-point field goal percentage, not great from 3-point range either. So they don't shoot good percentages from, the places on the court where you usually need to have a great offense, but they make up for that by never giving the ball away. And that's, a byproduct of turning it over and putting it in the hands of Keaton Wagler, the fabulous freshman who was playing off the ball earlier in the season, but now he's got it every possession. And then they, when they get fouled, they make their free throws. I think it's 78% from the free throw line. So every bit of that was obvious and evident in the box score in the Elite Eight game. They didn't shoot it really well, but they didn't turn it over. They offensive rebounded, and they shot, I believe it was above 80% from the free throw line. So that's how they beat you. It's an unusual offense, but it is built around the skill and the strength of this Illinois team that is largely built with Eastern Europeans, but also with Kylan Boswell and Keaton Wagler have some terrific American-born players too. It's a really interesting college basketball team that I think most people are focused on Michigan, Arizona, and whoever wins that wins it all. And I get it. Whoever wins that game will be a significant favorite in Monday's title game, no matter who wins the other semifinal. But Illinois is good enough to win 2 games here. I'm not predicting it, but they're good enough.
UConn, I'll go back to the experience factor, whether it's the coach or a couple of players. How does that factor in for these guys?
I think it has to, if only because every time I've ever asked a coach or a player if it matters, having done this before, they say yes. So I don't know how I could argue otherwise. And if you just go back to the Winter Olympics, the quad god, the figure skater, after he just, collapsed, literally collapsed on the ice, one of the things he explained afterwards is that you cannot properly prepare for this moment, what it feels like.
Yep.
And I wish I would have been here 4 years ago so that I could have had this experience then and have a better experience now. So whether it's a basketball coach or a figure skater, they are consistently telling you that it matters to have been through it before. So I'm going to assume that it does, and perhaps that gives Dan Hurley a little bit of an edge to make up for a talent discrepancy that might be in place.
Well, Gary Parrish, if Michigan was hoping for a distraction for Arizona in the game that comes up afterwards, about just short of 6 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow, that distraction is no longer there because Tommy Lloyd is going to stay at Arizona. How big is that for the Cats, especially heading into this weekend?
It is huge, and I will tell you, they are starting to look at me like I'm late to set. So
okay,
I'm gonna start walking, but I'm still with you because I do think this is important. Tommy played this perfectly. He used the North Carolina opening to get everything he wants out of the University of Arizona, because perhaps this wasn't something that was well known, among just, college basketball fans, but in the industry, it's been known for a little while that he doesn't get along perfectly with his athletic director. So that was at least an opening for North Carolina to think maybe we can come in there and pry him away. But in reality, he just used it to get everything out of Arizona that he wanted, including the idea that he doesn't have to report to the athletic director anymore. So he went out and got himself a raise, got his assistants a raise, and got more resources for the program, and got it put where the person in the administration he doesn't get along with, theoretically, is no longer somebody he has to even deal with. And so this was perfectly done by Tommy. He played it perfectly. And to get the announcement done the day before the national semifinal, I think removes that whole cloud from the game that otherwise would be there. And you could feel it in the stadium today when he was talking to Tracy Wolfson and, re-acknowledging he is staying in Arizona. There was like a roar in the crowd that's unusual for these practices the day before the semifinals. Arizona fans are walking around the city feeling real good right now.
Final thing real quick for you. I know you got to sit down, but at Michigan, Arizona, what's the intangible? Is it the battle of the 7-footers, or what do you see being kind of the deciding factor in that game?
Both of these teams are physically overwhelming for their opponents. Which one's going to be able to set the tone in that way? I heard one basketball person say, Arizona's actually tough. Michigan is. They look tough, but Arizona's the tougher team. I'm not sure if that's true, but that's where it's going to be decided in the front court. With these, whether it's Michigan's front court or Arizona's bigs with Mo Crevis in the middle, I think the game is decided inside the arc.
Go sit down, do your thing. We'll watch for you this weekend. Ion College Basketball podcast as well with you and Norlander. Can't wait. We'll talk to you next Friday to put a bow on the whole season. Thank you, Gary.
You're the best. Thanks for understanding. I'll see you guys next week.
Gotcha. No problem. I understand all too well. That is our guy, Gary Parrish from CBS Sports, Ion College Basketball as well. And, big games tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, you honestly, if we're being honest, that's as good as it gets, that this Final Four. It's not all 4 number ones. I know Duke's not there. And, there's probably a thought Kelvin Sampson, is this the year he's finally going to get there and get it done? Florida looking for back-to-back. But when you just look at the point spreads, and Mark and I talked about this earlier, MJ and I talked about this earlier, it's remarkable. 2 games, both with point spreads under 2 points when it's all said and done. That's crazy. I mean, expect to be 2 very close games. By the way, let me just have a big shout out, quick thank you as well to our friends at No Lie Brewing. John and Cindy Bryant all year bringing us Gary Parrish, and they're kind of our college basketball go-to group. They are basically a local company. In fact, I think just named Best Small Business in Spokane as well. Born and raised in Spokane, no place they'd rather be. They do it all. They are very, very community-centric out there. If you look for the beer in the local grocery stores over here, you will find it. Great beer, great people. Huge shout-out to No Lie Brewhouse. And if you're over in Spokane, and I know this for a fact, it's the time of the year where you got probably elementary, middle school kids. I'm talking to you, Benton. I'm talking to you, Ashley Medley. If you got those kids and you got those tournaments coming up, pretty good chance you're going to find yourself sometime in Eastern Washington. Swing on by the beer hall and the brew house at No Lie. It is kid-friendly until, I believe, 8 p.m., and great food, great beer, great people, cool place, too. It's right on the river, right on the Spokane River, next to Gonzaga University. Really awesome spot, and we love the beer. We love the people even more, and that's saying something because the beer is outstanding. So big thanks to No Lie Brewhouse and No Lie Brewing this year. Again, you can find it in your local grocery stores over here in Seattle. In fact, one of the ones I'm kind of looking for right now, to be honest with you, they've got a really kick-ass beer that's like a low-calorie 3Z does it called. It's a low-calorie IPA, which is absolutely sensational.
I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, it's good. And you know what? We're kind of in that session type of thing. 3Z does it. It's called hazy IPA, just 98 calories. You kidding me? I'm in, 100% in.
Yeah, for an IPA.
Yeah, and it's light. It is absolutely fantastic. My favorite beer they make is, and I'm a huge Cascade Fog fan and Red, White, and Hazy fan. Those are their two beers that I kind of go to as well. But you can obviously find the Born and Raised and Big and Juicy. Big thanks to No Lie Brewing and Gary Parrish as well. I'm checking out here what we got going on. We got lots of chats. We'll get to some chats here in just a couple seconds. On the YouTube stream, we got some good conversations going. The fun thing with that, if you're on the YouTube stream, you can actually have conversations with other listeners, which is, I prefer that as opposed to what I had going on Twitter this week with a couple knuckleheads.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It turned into a political battle. The Mark J. Spears stuff turned into a political battle. The guys
that's super fun to do on Twitter, you know?
Super fun.
Very, very, very
super fun. Really fun.
Productive and everything.
Yeah, let's just go out and let's generalize and tell people what they think and how they feel politically and everything else. And I'm not sure how a guy ripping on our building could turn into a political debate, but it did. And luckily I was tagged in every single one of your tweets. So thank you for that. I was going to play Spears again, but I think we've done it enough. I think
we're good.
I think we're good. I do want to touch in on it though, before I get to a break, because with the game not being on local TV last night, I was there, able to walk around. By the way, met some great people from our network affiliates on the radio side. Some folks from Yakima, Vegas, for example, Yakima, Washington, Palm Springs, Washington. As I'm walking around the building last night, I was going to take a picture. But I just said, you know what, we're going to move on. But I'm walking around going, wow, this building is incredible. And I found myself in fantasy land thinking, how awesome is it going to be in a couple years' time when we have 82 games a year between the NHL and the NBA in that building? I mean, literally almost every night from October through April, we're going to have either an NBA or an NHL game in that gorgeous palace of a building, Mark J. Spears. And then we'll mix in during that same time of the year, the Torrent as well.
Oh, gosh,
who have been an absolutely incredible success story. I mean, it's what they have done in terms of, and listen, there's such a thing as putting 17,000 people in a building or 10,000 people in a building or 5,000 people in a building. But if it's papered, i.e. free, it's not as impressive. That Torrent, they sell tickets, people go. It's an incredible success story. And they're doing it in that building, which is cool. But I went to the Queen Anne Beer Hall last night beforehand, met a friend of mine. We had some beverages and some food out there. By the way, try the special burger of the month at our friends at the Queen Anne Beer Hall. It's a PB&J smash burger.
Ooh.
I love a PB&J smash burger. I don't know if you've ever done that?
I'm not a burger person.
You're not a burger person.
Yeah, I've never
Peanut butter, jelly, cheese, burger, smash burger. Yeah, it's fantastic.
It sounds like something I go, and then love.
The guy,
you know what I mean?
The guy I was with ordered. He goes, "What do you have?" And I told him, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll have the same thing." And then he's like, "Am I eating a PB&J burger?" I'm like, "Yes, you are, sir. Yes, you are."
Well, the good thing about them over there at the beer hall is what they come up with. It could come off, especially when it comes to Seattle foodie.
Yes.
It could come off as just like some random thing they threw together, except everything they do over there is absolutely delicious.
It's from scratch.
Yes.
And it's great. So, yeah, we were there hanging out, and I was just thinking, Queen Anne is going to come alive again when the NBA comes back, and rest assured it's going to come back. I'll just point people to a thing in the Seattle Times today. Tim Booth wrote a story. Our buddy Tim Booth wrote a story on expansion and kind of doing a deep dive. I'm assuming it's probably going to be in the Sunday newspaper, the hard copy, and basically what expansion will look like in terms of what it's going to cost, how ownership's going to work, all those things. And I would just tell you, he did a terrific job. He did a lot of stuff that kind of we're privy to. I thought he just did a terrific job with it. So I'd say if you're a Sonics fan, go ahead and read that. When we come back, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. Shop Tacoma Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram at the corner of 38th and South Tacoma Way, the intersection of savings. We will check your texts on the text line. We will also check whatever's being on the chat on the YouTube feed as well. If you haven't checked us out, we're on YouTube now. You can go check out youtube.com. Is it /93.3 KJR? Is that what it is? Did I get it right?
That is correct.
Boom. Go check that out.
Yeah, just /93.3 KJR.
Thank you very much. We'll do that next.
From the R&R Foundation Specialist Broadcast Studio, now back to Ian Furness, powered by Seattle's closest sports book, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we got texts, we got YouTube conversations. I'll put Jess in charge of YouTube.
It's quite spirited.
Is it? Okay, we'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
49451. Johnny Vizar, thank you. Sean Rooks, that's who it was. That was from earlier. That was a crosstalk segment. I appreciate you, Johnny.
Got it. Still counts.
Yep. No, I appreciate you. 253. Ian, what are we doing here? Kraken are done now. They need an actual superstar. Will they ever get one? Great question. Superstars are hard to find. Every sport. Sometimes there's a couple, 2 or 3 of them in a draft. Sometimes there's none. Give you an example. The NFL draft this year is, if you missed Rang earlier, we talked about this. Talked about it with Cosell this week. We talked about it with Palazzolo. Steve had a really good point with talking about this year's draft. Like, there's not a lot of really high-end talent. There's no obvious number one unless it's Mendoza, which is going to be the obvious number one because it's a quarterback and that's what the Raiders need. But it's like he would have been like the 4th or 5th quarterback taken last year. Finding a superstar is hard. The NHL is even harder because you're drafting kids. You're drafting a kid that's 18 years old, much like Major League Baseball. Although sometimes baseball, you draft a college player, so they're a little bit more seasoned. But even then, you're projecting. You know, NBA and NFL guys come in right away. I'm not giving them a pass, but if you kind of look back, they really haven't missed. They just haven't had an opportunity to pick that hammer guy. Lane Hudson would be the one, kind of jumps out a little bit, but he's with Montreal, but he was a second-round pick. Like 45 teams passed on him. So can they get a superstar? Where they're going to finish, their chances, I don't think they'll have an opportunity at number 1 overall pick in the lottery. So, and that kid is coming out this year in Gavin McKenna. So, and the NHL does little sketchy things.
Oh, yeah? In what way?
I'm going to say this, I'm going to get in trouble, but, well, Connor Bedard magically ended up in Chicago to revive that franchise. Macklin Celebrini magically ended up with San Jose getting the number 1 pick in the Bay Area.
Yeah, look at the NBA.
Do you get my drift here with the NHL?
There's a narrative. Mm-hmm. There's a narrative. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could say that about any sport. You know, Eli Manning's daddy got him to where he wanted to be. LeBron James's son magically gets drafted to the Lakers when he wasn't even deserving of a lottery pick.
Well, now all of a sudden I got a bunch of people pissed off at the Kraken. I won't even wear my Kraken stuff anymore.
Whoa.
Dude, put it on. Relax. It'll be better.
I don't think that we're a little too early with the Kraken to start burning things, aren't we?
I think 5 years in, we're a wee bit early on that.
Yeah.
I understand the frustration. I think you should be. If you're a Kraken fan and you're not mad and you're not upset and you're not demanding better, then you're just too. I mean, that's a very casual fan, and that's fine. But I think it's good. I think Lywicki would agree. It's good. You should be pissed off.
You should have passion.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Let's see. Ian, say JP is back in full health and Colt Emerson is called up. So JP, Colt, Donovan, and Cole Young are available. Who would you put at second, shortstop, and third, Ryan and Scottsdale? That's a good mollywop question on Monday. I mean, Donovan's just hitting the crap out of the ball.
Yeah, how sustainable do you really think that is?
But he can't play. Well, he just can't play defense.
Well, there's also
that's just a horror show. That is a Chris Crawford question for Monday. I'm not going to pretend like I know defensively who fits where best. Cole Young doesn't come out though. I mean, I think I'll trust my guy Eno Saris talking about that yesterday, saying, "Hey, they found their guy." I mean, was like they found their guy to play second base. There's no doubt about that. JP's, I would not be too reliant on JP. I think that ship is about ready to sail, and they're going to start going a little younger there. More importantly, let's get some of those other guys starting to hit the ball a little bit, right?
Yeah.
Get that going, please. Get that happening. Let's see, where was I? I was just going to see this. Somebody asked, can they draft college guys? Yeah, they can. They can draft college players. In fact, Matty Beniers was drafted out of Michigan, if you remember right, as was Owen Power. Gavin McKenna's playing in college right now. He's going to be the number 1 overall pick. But those guys are usually they're going to be 17, they're going to be 18, they're going to be freshmen in college.
Right.
So that's it. What else we got here?
Well, I'm surprised that.
I'll let you get to a couple of those in a second. I got to read this one. This is. I like it when I find something that somebody has listened to the station or the show for a long time, and it's. I don't think inside jokes are the best for radio, but this one I'm going to make an exception for.
Okay.
206 says Julio and Cal's bat speed. Is that analogous to the Curtis Crabtree golf swing plane? When Curtis was working here, he spent a lot of time talking about his swing plane. I saw Curtis last night. I didn't get a lecture on that last night, but yes. I would say yes. Yes. Julio and Cal very much in tune with what Curtis's swing plane is.
He's a good golfer, isn't he? He's
really good. Yeah, he's very good. Hey, Ian, with basketball expansion, the Sonics going to need a practice facility. Will they have a with a G League team, possibly playing down where the Firebirds are? I don't know. I don't know if they would have a Firebird if they would play G League down in Coachella. Maybe makes sense, sort of. Although they kind of need. I think they'd want to have them here. You probably I think maybe you cut a deal with one of the 2 smaller arenas for your G League team.
Yeah, it's a chance for renovation, too.
Showware or Angel the Winds, they'll have a practice facility. Rest assured, that's being planned. It's already there. What do you got on the YouTube line?
I was just going to say, I'm kind of surprised there. It seems to be, so you know that your top commenters get a little crown. It says number 1 on it.
Okay, I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
What's that all about?
So, and then you can
There's like blue, there's purple, there's numbers by them.
The deep purple is the number 1, and that is Palm Squad 4. And then
okay, nice name, fella, but continue.
Hey, listen, I'm way into the beach. I love coconut trees.
Okay.
I just
okay.
love
I read
that.
it differently, but go ahead.
Yeah, I know.
I got a dirty mind.
I just went to my happy place on that one. Anyway, so at Daddy Dennis PI, he is now number 2, but I think those 2 are toggling back and forth between the number 1 and number 2 spot.
Okay.
Because Dennis, sir, has been on every single show that has been streaming.
We appreciate you guys on the stream. I see this from Kenny Schultz. What are the chances Seahawks play the Niners in Mexico City?
Yeah.
I think, didn't Len bring that up on Tuesday? You were gone. I think you were sick, but I think Len brought that up on Tuesday once he finally showed up for the segment.
He was late again.
You almost act surprised.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you almost asked, but no, yeah, he brought that up. I can't imagine they make them play 2 Europe or 2 out of the country games. I would be stunned by that this year. That would be the worst. I mean, honestly, it's already bad for the Rams and the 49ers that they're playing a rivalry game. If the 49ers also had to play the Seahawks in a rivalry game on the road, whatever fan base did, I would assume it would be Seattle that wouldn't get it then. Mm-hmm. To not have the 49ers come here and you have to play that in Mexico City would just be horrible. Yeah.
I just keep going back to the Add and Dirty connection that I could see them doing the London game.
Yeah. What else you got? Anything else in the chat? Anything else in the chat?
Let's see.
Somebody likes your hoodie. Is that a Simply Seattle hoodie?
It is.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Now you can actually see it when I wear some good gear to work. But yes, go Sonics. I love it. I think they still have them available too.
Oh, they got, if you want Sonic stuff, Simply Seattle has Sonic stuff.
Yeah. They're kind of the one-stop shop there. And then Rob is the best. This is from Mr. Squad. Rob is the best. Love his insight.
Rob rang earlier today. We had him. We usually at 2. We had to move Gary around and Rob around and all that stuff. But yeah, Rob, we're going to talk running backs with Rob next week. Kind of do a deep dive with that on the running back, and I think we're going to do edge rushers with Cosell next week on Wednesday. 509. God, people now. Somehow we've opened up Pandora's box with people mad at the Kraken, which is fine. Again, you know what? You're an NHL team. You're a big league team. That's part of that comes with the business, the criticism. Kraken also have goaltending issues that really need to be addressed. The coaching, whether or not it's the head coach or assistants, need more of an offensive-minded approach. I'm going to tell you right now, 2 things are erroneous there. Joey was bad last night. Like, Joey was, and Lane called him out good. Grubauer is among the leaders in some of the deeper stats, goals saved above, and all those things. Grubauer's had an incredible season, and Joey, for the most part, has been really good this year. They don't have goaltending issues. The head coach or the assistants need more of an offensive-minded approach. I've said this, and I'll say this over and over again. The only reason that the same roster that basically was here last year is in playoff contention is because of Lane Lambert. Period. End of story. I'll fight you guys on that one all day. That's
your hill.
That's my hill. That's not the one. That's not the issue. Talent, goal scoring, that's the issue. It's pretty simple. God, I just saw it. For you golfers out there, I'm watching the Texas Open here a little bit. 610-yard par 5. Oh, God, that's brutal. Ian Palm is half of my last name, bud. Okay, good. All right.
Well, he's a Palmer.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Somebody was positive. Okay. Are we good? What are we doing?
I think we're good.
We're good. I am distracted. I'll be honest with you. I get distracted by the YouTube.
I think that we're going to grow into it and
Is
not
that
be
it?
distracted. Yeah, I think
I love the
we'll
fact
get
you
used
guys.
to it.
No, listen. I love the fact that you guys are. My mind is out of the gutter, and don't call me a hoser just because I'm Canadian, sort of halftime. All right, Slopty joins us next. AuroraLASIK.com. Get those eyes fixed like I did. I am an actual, patient at Aurora LASIK. What does that mean? I went through the process myself. I got it all taken care of. I got rid of my reading glasses. I had refractive lens exchange. RLE for short. You may hear that all the time. If you have reading glasses right now or progressives or need something, you go to Costco and buy a 6-pack of those damn reading glasses every time you're there because you need them for everything from computer screens to text messages to reading directions, whatever it might be. You can have the freedom without those glasses with refractive lens exchange. Aurora LASIK will take care of your needs. Here's what you do. Go to AuroraLASIK.com. That's AuroraLASIK.com. It's in Lacey. Set up that initial consultation. You can do it virtually and talk to the great staff down there. They'll walk you through the process. They'll tell you about financing, insurance, and what the process is all about. For me, it was simple. I went down there, had the exam. A couple weeks later, went down there, boom, in and out in less than an hour. No more reading glasses. You can have that same freedom that I now have by going to Aurora LASIK, AuroraLASIK.com. I'm trying to play it around, but it's not working. What do we?
Yeah, just leave the technical stuff to the adults, okay?
Hang on.
Certain things in here that you should just not be allowed to touch. All right.
I feel a lot better than Bob.
Yeah, that's Brian Schmetzer.
Make sense of this.
Where was the one I want?
How amazing was that?
Hang on.
Jackson doesn't know dick.
He's back today, by the way.
Oh, hey, there's your guy, Max Homa, after he threw his club down the fairway.
Yeah, just like me.
Is that
Just
relatable
like me.
or what?
100%.
God, that's so relatable.
100%.
I love
It'd be
that.
a little more relatable
now,
if
would
he
you-
chucked his pitching wedge into the lake or something like that.
Is
by
that
the way.
also relatable when he's all pissed off because he goes in the bunker and he chips like to three inches away?
No, not at all.
No, because you would have sculled into the side and then.
No, what I would have done is I would have let up about 80% of the way through, and that would not have made it out of the bunker.
You'd be on the other side of the bunker.
Rolled right back in.
I can feel that pain very well. So, how are you?
I'm good.
How was Husky football practice?
Great. We realized about 3 hours in, so we do the show from the touchdown terrace, which is the field level suites behind the end zone.
Can you see a game from there?
You can see what's happening in front of your face, but what's happening like on the opposite 50-yard line? No, you can't see squat. No,
have you been to Jerry's World down in Dallas?
Yes, but only for a Final Four, not for a football game.
They have suites that are behind the benches.
Right.
Why would you buy?
So they have those too at SoFi. Same thing.
Yes, they do.
At SoFi Stadium.
Yes.
And the cool thing about SoFi is one of the suites at SoFi, and I don't know if this was just for the LA Bowl or if it was like a typical thing they do. Like, the suites at Climate Pledge Arena.
Mm-hmm. The tunnel ones, or whatever they call them.
Yeah, but the big boss Lewicki has.
He's got a double suite.
He's got. I think it might be a triple one. By the way,
actually, you know what? Let's be honest. That's not his. That's Sam's.
Right.
He goes
Sam's
in
now.
there.
Right.
He goes in there.
Well, the greatest thing about that one is that suite's got a bathroom. Right. Everybody else has to walk outside. On the concourse and use the whatever.
How many times have you been in that suite? By the way?
A couple times.
Yeah.
A couple times. Just pop in, say hello. The point is that at SoFi, they have the field level suites behind the benches.
Yeah.
One of them was turned into and transformed into a gigantic tiki bar.
Whoa.
Which was really cool.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's a LA Bowl thing or if they do that all the time down there. But I'm thinking to myself, you can't see jack squat.
You can't see anything
in that thing.
Yeah.
I mean, first of all, you're literally about 10 feet below the playing surface. You're looking up. All you see is the players' asses.
Yes.
You're watching the game on the Jumbotron.
Yeah.
There's only one reason to go in there. And that's to get pied.
Yes.
Which is not a bad reason. Trust me.
Especially for an LA Bowl.
Right. But if you're paying that much money, So the point is the end zone suites at UW are very cool. You have your own private bar area. And Dick and I doing the show there yesterday realized about 3 hours in that the refrigerator behind the bar.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you.
Unlocked.
Oh.
Unlocked.
And stocked?
Fully stocked.
Is it still stocked?
Abso-freaking-lutely.
Stop it.
Now, it'd probably be locked by Thursday when we're back out there.
If someone went...
I had a San Juan. Dick had a Pacifico. He made a rum and Coke as well.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
If someone went and did inventory
That's
now.
right. It'd be slightly less than it was 2 days ago. Slightly.
You know what's going to be. You know what they're going to do before you go. You're going next Thursday.
Yes, every Thursday for the next 3 weeks, and then we'll be there for the spring game.
You know what's going to be in place by next Thursday if they're
lock?
smart. Not even a lock. It's worse than a lock. You know what's worse than a lock
What's
is when
that?
you have that when you go to a nice hotel.
Right.
And they have the
oh god,
where if you just touch, like you open up the honor bar,
mini bar,
and you look. Oh, I'm going to look at this thing. They charge you for it,
right?
Because it moved.
Right.
We stayed downtown at the Westin a few weeks ago. For
what's
birthday,
funny,
and
dude?
the people are losing. This guy's losing his mind.
Yeah.
He's like, I didn't drink that. And I'm just trying to check out here.
Right.
I didn't drink that. And the lady's like, well, it says you did.
Yeah. Your fingerprints are on the refrigerator.
Yeah.
You don't see a lot of hotel rooms that have mini bars anymore. And honor bars. In Vegas, we were down there in Vegas for the tournament. Aria had a fully stocked one. I think that the bag of peanut M&Ms
how much
was about $18 in the mini bar. And the fact that I did not take one item out of that thing the entire 4 days I was there is a stinking miracle, by the way.
Most remarkable.
Absolute miracle.
It's very
Come back to
remarkable.
the hotel room at 11 o'clock. Let's hit the mini bar. Nope. I fought the urge, man. Did you see what they did for April Fools, by the way?
Who's that?
Like the Vegas Tourism Board or whatever like that. They put a tweet out on April 1st, and actually it kind of makes a lot of sense, and I can see how people would have fallen for it. Where they said, starting next week, certain hotels on the Strip are going to begin charging you $28 a day
for air
to
conditioning.
use the air conditioning in the hotel room, because Vegas is actually kind of struggling right now.
Yes.
And they're looking to make up, dollars and cents wherever they can. And so they had a picture of the thermostat in the hotel room with like a little keypad where you could swipe your credit card to turn on the HVAC system. And people were actually buying it because I could see them doing something like that.
I saw that like on Instagram, and the comments, people were like losing
for
their
about a
mind.
half a second. I'm like, hey, no, it's April 1st, but you know what? God darn it, man. I could see him going down that road.
That whole April Fool's thing, with social media now.
It's not as fun as it used to be.
No, because
for sure.
social media has kind of ruined it. I
Totally,
think.
100%.
Because I'll be honest 100%. With you,
100%.
I fall for stuff.
Well, I remember calling my dad on April 1st when I was probably 15, and I called him at his office, and I told him I got arrested. And he was pissed.
Well, yeah.
And then I had to tell him I wasn't really arrested. And
was he
guess
more
what?
pissed?
He was even more pissed.
I was going to
say. Okay.
I was just trying to put myself in his position. Like if my kid called me and said he was arrested.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
when your kid's already a knucklehead.
Yeah.
And he absolutely could get arrested.
Not my
That's
kid.
the problem. Oh, your kid 100%.
You.
My dad is, David, I'm at work and you bring this to me. Okay.
Here's the thing. My kid,
oh, God.
He would call me, too. There's no chance he'd call mom.
Because mom would kick his ass?
He's afraid. He is
right.
deathly afraid of her. Wow. So he would call me.
I got to be honest with you. I'm afraid of her, too. I saw her at the beer hall last week. I was like, geez, man.
She snapped on me because I gave her a hard time because she was drinking a Coors Light out of a can. I go, you're at the beer hall. Look at all those great beers up there. That's what a Coors Light out of a can.
She likes what she likes. Who are you to judge?
I judge.
Okay.
I judge. I'm her husband. I'm judging.
Beer snob.
That's right. She judges me every day. What are you doing today?
What's today? Friday?
Yeah. Are you on YouTube today?
I don't know, man. Are we? We weren't yesterday.
Yes,
are we on YouTube? All right, good.
Yeah.
We should make people pay extra for that, by the way.
Yeah.
That like Vegas and the air conditioning.
This guy, Daddy Dennis, that just
Daddy Dennis.
He says, here's the problem.
Yeah.
You're going to be the same way. I'm distracted by the little chat that goes on.
Yeah, I'm not using that.
You need to.
No. I've got plenty of stuff that I need to worry about. That's not one of them. But for next April Fools, we should do it, make people pay for it.
Mm-hmm.
We're now charging you for YouTube. $57 a show. The more shows you buy, the less you pay. Anyway, Millen's on today. Thank you. Jerry DePoto was on yesterday. If you missed it, we'll play it for you this afternoon.
Okay.
We got a little fun with audio. Got a little You Make the Call. The team is back. And we also, by the way, I'll tell you what else we need.
Mm-hmm.
A longer version of this bed that we're playing right now.
How long should it be?
5 minutes. Just for
Dylan
giggles.
Morrison, the offense trying to get something cranked up because
41. I thought that was a 41. Damn it. I wanted to be 41.
Stop
It's
goofing
supposed to be an
around.
indicator for you to
There's
wrap
no
it up.
indicators.
Hey,
just have it ready in case we go long.
Let's do it again. How long should it be?
41 seconds.
41 yards.
Thank you.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, boys and girls, here we go. Happy Friday. Headlines on Softy Dick Jackson. Everybody's here. How about that?
Wow.
But don't get used to it, because come Monday, Dick is out yet again.
See, I need a vacation.
Yeah, you do. Headlines are brought to you by our friends at Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
Welcome to my happy place.
I'm looking for the Russell Wilson Easter weekend combing your hair clip. Nobody knows where it is.
I think that's such an awesome one.
Jackson's back, and I asked him, hey, can you find the clip?
He's like, no.
Well, to be fair, I have it downloaded right here. I haven't gotten the audio yet because I've learned how to do YouTube.
Okay, all right. Well, that's more important than Russell Wilson.
So you
Easter
have
weekend.
it?
Yeah, 4 o'clock.
Oh, you do have it. Okay,
4
good.
o'clock. I want it for 4 o'clock. All right, I want for the headlines. It's very important because it is Easter weekend, and somebody's combing your hair. What do we got? Headlines brought to you by our friends at Frostbrewed Coors Light. Thank you. I've already done that. Kraken, oh, God, blowing a 2-0 lead yesterday. The Woolly Mammoth roll off 6 in a row. And they knock off the Kraken 6-2 at Climate Pledge Arena last night. The boys are now 4 points out with 8 to play. They'll host the Blackhawks tomorrow, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock face-off right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Arizona coach Tommy Lloyd will not be going to North Carolina. He has signed a 5-year extension worth over $7 million a season to stay in Tucson as he prepares for tomorrow's Final Four matchup with Michigan.
How about Donald Trump, your president, signing an executive order today stating NCAA athletes can play a max of 5 years during a 5-year window, can transfer one time before they graduate without having to sit out a year. The order, though, is expected to be met by lawsuits and be ruled unconstitutional when it's all said and done. And he knows that, by the way, too.
NFL Brazil game has been announced. The Ravens are going to take on the Cowboys in Rio in Week 3.
NCAA basketball portal news. A couple days ago, UW losing Cortland Muldrew. Now it's J.J. Mandaquit has announced he will enter the portal and leave UW after just 1 year.
Manda-quitting?
He is Manda-quitting Danny Sprinkle. Yeah. Yes, he is. He's a Manda-quitter. The hell with him.
Absolutely.
Screw him.
WNBA expansion draft was today. Minnesota's Bridget Carlton going number 1 to Portland. The only Storm player selected was Nika Mule, who was out for the year with an injury anyway, going the last pick also to Portland.
Mariners tonight back at it against the Angels. Brian Wu versus Reed Detmers in game 1 of 3 at 6:38 p.m. in Anaheim.
And here we go.
And now, 2 goofy, wacko, out-of-touch homers. Just brutal radio. Just horrible.
Live
41 yards.
from Elliott Bay.
Can you feel it now?
This is Softy and Dick.
All right, here we go on a busy Friday afternoon right here on 93.3 KJR FM. We'll do a little fun with audio. Hugh Millen joining us on the radio show as well, but different time coming up at 4 o'clock today, which frankly, I don't understand why we don't just have them on at 4 every Friday. I mean, we do a little more at 4 on Monday. How about a little more at 4 on Friday? What the hell? Why not?
Well, we had a guest during football season at 4 on Fridays, didn't we?
I don't know if we did or not.
4 on Friday?
I don't know.
Not happen?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
Then we have to make the move.
Yeah,
not sure.
I don't listen to you often because you're not.
And wouldn't Hugh want that anyway?
Yes, he would want that.
Like, why would Hugh want to go on during happy hour on Friday when he could go on at 4?
Well, happy hour really starts at 3 o'clock, to be honest with you.
True, but like,
but the point is he's off 20 minutes or an hour earlier.
Yes.
He's got buddies over or whatever. They're drinking cocktails, margaritas, whatever. He's doing whatever he's doing. So, we'll have him on at 4 o'clock today. We'll start to hit the draft a little bit. We're hoping to have some news on our mock draft next week, by the way, so stay tuned for that. I will say this. I think I can say this. Can I say this?
Go ahead. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
The grand prize will be a $1,000 voucher to Delta Airlines for this year's mock draft.
Wow.
So we'll have information on that. Jed Fish was on the air with us yesterday. If you missed it, we'll give you a good chunk of it, if not the whole thing, at 5 o'clock tonight. Jerry DiPoto was also with us. We're going to get you that coming up at 6:20 before the Mariners and Angels tonight on the diamond down there in L.A. But I mean, look, man, there's a lot going on. The Kraken just a complete collapse last night against the Woolly Mammoth. They're staring missing the playoffs right in the kisser, guys. They got to get their act together and fast. 4 points out with 8 to play. Obviously, we'll chat about that. This thing that Donald Trump signed today is not going to become reality. Right. It's going to get met with lawsuits. It's going to be ruled unconstitutional, but God darn do I wish it was going to be reality.
I love the idea.
I love it, man.
It's fabulous.
Because I'm getting tired of watching players come and go. And I don't want to just be the fan. Like we talked yesterday, and you'll hear this with Jed Fish at 5 o'clock tonight. Have you listened to the Jed Fish conversation yet, Jackson?
No,
okay. So we asked him about yesterday. I began the show by telling Dick and Anders that I'm still a little bit queasy about the idea that our starting quarterback tried to quit the team and had no choice but to come back. Okay? So, again, I'm not going to hammer the point all year long. It might be brought up every now and then. It's not going to be an overlying theme for me. Eventually, I'll move on, but whatever. But I want to be able to root for the kid. I want to be able to root for the person. I want to be able to pull for the person. I don't want to pull a Jerry Seinfeld and just root for laundry, right? And I feel like in college sports, that's what a lot of us are starting to do because you don't know if you can trust these guys to come back the next season. Like, do you want to fall in love with Damon Williams and get emotionally attached to a guy when you don't even know if the guy's going to be here next year? He already tried to quit once. The hell's to say he's not going to be here next season?
I think for me, I am just going to attach myself to laundry until someone proves, like Michael Penix did, that he's a legendary Husky.
Right.
And once he proves he's a legendary Husky, then I'm all in on the guy, not only the team, but
Absolutely.
the guy. And maybe DeMond will do that. Maybe DeMond will be a top 5 Heisman guy. Maybe he will lead us to the college football playoffs, and DeMond Williams will be seen as a top 4 or 5 quarterback in Husky history when it's all said and done. Or maybe we'll go 8-4 and DeMond Williams won't beat a good team and he'll just kind of poof off into the ether.
Well, look, I mean, he's obviously got to end his career at UW for me to feel that way about him, right? I mean,
which I think he will, right? Because isn't he going to, I mean, don't you think this is his last year?
You think he's ready for the NFL after this season?
I do not think he's ready for the NFL, but that doesn't mean that he doesn't think he's ready for the NFL after this year.
Look, I mean, I think there's a better chance. I think right now where I sit, and this could change, but you're putting me on the spot, or I'm putting myself on the spot. If you're asking me what does DeMond Williams do in 2027, I think there's a better chance of DeMond Williams playing for a different school than there is him playing in the National Football League in 2027.
Is there a better chance of him playing for Washington?
That might be the most likely thing as he stays at UW. But again, the fact that I don't even have confidence that he will do that, like I should have confidence in my quarterback. I should have confidence that the quarterback is going to be the one that the school takes care of, the donors take care of, the NIL programs takes care of. He's the most important person on the football team outside of the head coach and the men's basketball coach. DeMond Williams might be the third most important person in the entire athletic department. Whoever the starting quarterback is of your football team, right? You can argue the AD, whatever, but he's top 5, right? Who the starting quarterback is of the Huskies is certainly top 5 and most important people in the department because of how influential he is. So of those 3 options, maybe I would lean towards going back to Washington next season, but it's not a major lean, right? It's not a big lean towards UW. I mean, would it stun the hell out of you if a guy that already tried to get out of here once tries to do it again at the end of this year and plays for somebody else as a senior? Wouldn't shock me at all.
No, we don't know what his contract looks like,
right.
But we imagine it's just for this season.
I got no idea, which is another. I wish Trump would make him do that. make him reveal how long these deals are.
Well, if this whole thing hadn't happened a couple of months ago, then I would be leaning. If you were telling me my option is he's not going pro, and it's either he's playing at Washington or he's playing elsewhere next year, I'd have been like 90-10 he's playing at Washington. But I'm with you. I'm probably 30, 70, 40, 60 he's playing at Washington because he already tried to leave once.
The point is, honestly, it's whatever because you just don't know. And so like you've said, like I've said, like I think a lot of us have now felt that it's just a year-by-year deal, right? Yep. It's a season-by-season thing. You know, how many of these guys are going to be here next year? I mean, the basketball team, there was so much made of this great class that Danny Sprinkle brought in, and now they're all walking. They're all taking off, and they didn't do anything, right? They didn't accomplish squat. So I don't know, man. I mean, maybe it's different for us, Jackson, because we're 52 years old. Yeah. And I'm not even including you in this group because you're in your 30s already, but some 11-year-old out there, this is what they know.
That's all they know.
This is all they know.
Yeah.
Like, what are those guys yelling about, man? This is just reality.
The thing for me was one of my earliest college football memories, I guess not memories, but the things that stood out about the business world is Reggie Bush and what happened at USC.
Right.
And that told me, oh my gosh, like they play by different rules, and that's dating myself as being a young kid at the time. But that kind of has morphed so far to where we are now that even for me as a 33-year-old, I'm looking at the situation saying this is light years from where we've come from 20 years ago. Just I wonder, can we just fast forward another 20 years? Can we just get to where this thing needs to get to eventually?
Right. By the way, there's a story that just dropped about 20 minutes ago that Zoom Diallo now plans to enter the portal and leave Washington.
Well, he's going to make a ton of money.
Okay, so
he's going to make
now here's the thing about guys like that. Zoom Diallo, and maybe I learned a little bit of a lesson with the Damon thing. I will just say this, that Zoom Diallo, J.J. Mandequick, Cortland Muldrew, maybe it's different for basketball. I'm trying to remember, Dick, how many guys in basketball enter the portal and then go back. Do we believe, let me just backtrack for a second. Do we believe that the biggest reason why Damon Williams came back to Washington is because he was legally bound to UW? Okay. So I'm assuming, unless these guys are morons and their representatives are morons, which is possible, by the way, that Zoom and Mandequick and Muldrew, because of what Damon went through just 3 months ago on the same campus, had their guys make sure that they're good to go. So that
Damon never officially entered the portal.
Correct. Because
these guys have entered the portal.
Well, not yet. The portal opens Tuesday, I believe. Right.
Okay.
But they plan on any. But the point is, if they've got multi-year contracts with Washington, they may not be able to do it. So I'm just assuming, again, I could be wrong, excuse me, that these guys that are entering the portal know that their deals are up and they're free to go, is my point. Right? So how many of them could put their name in the portal and then UW gets back involved in the recruitment of these guys, offers them more money, and they return? It's certainly possible they could return. Maybe I just feel differently about a quarterback, right, versus a point guard or a power forward or a center or whatever on the basketball team, because the quarterback is so damn important. But, I mean, Danny Sprinkle is in danger here of getting his roster pummeled by the portal. And he's going to have to do it all over again next season and rebuild this entire thing. I mean, Zoom was almost the one guy, because he's from here, that we thought maybe would be most apt to return. And now he's talking about leaving.
Well, I know there's a lot of schools that wanted him. There's a lot of schools. And for me, it's kind of a math game, right? If there's, let's say there's 5 guys that all enter the portal, right? And all of them have about an 80% chance of leaving. Well, the odds are you're probably going to get one back.
Right,
now, it may not be the guy that you'll want back, but you're probably going to get one back. And hey, if this program has the same amount of money to spend on players this coming year as it did this last year, then you're just going to get really good players to come into Washington. You're just not going to get the same really good players to come into Washington.
Well, I mean, look, I would hope so. I just think that they got to build a basketball team that can maybe stay together for a couple years, and that means role players. And I just don't know if it's possible, given what the situation is around college basketball, to ask these guys to stay together for a couple years.
Well, that's why they need to build the program like Jed Fish is building the football program around the high school recruiting classes. Jed Fish has had the 12th best recruiting class in 2026. He's got the 6th best recruiting class in 2027. The foundation of what Jed Fish is doing in the football program is building from the high schools. That is not what Danny Sprinkle is doing.
Well, what was Zoom Diallo doing before he came to UW?
Well, he's one of the few that was actually recruited to play at Washington.
Right, but what was J.J. Mandequick doing? He was playing high school basketball, right?
Yes, but how many players on this roster were recruited out of high school by Danny Sprinkle to play at Washington? I think you just named the 2.
I don't know.
Maybe there's like 3?
Oh, so you're saying don't take transfers. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the foundation is high school.
Right.
And then you fill your needs with transfers.
Yeah, well,
I believe that's the way to build a program.
But what's to say that those high school players won't come here after a year and quit, like Zoom Diallo and J.J. Mandequick are doing?
There's nothing.
I don't know if there is one way to do this. I think you got to get lucky. You got to have a year where you bring in a bunch of guys, and number one, they stay healthy, which they did not do last year. Number two, they find a way to play together very fast. I mean, you know my problem with UW, with the roster. I told you this in September, that I was nervous about the amount of guys they had that had accomplishments on their resume. They had too many guys, for my liking, that were conference players of the year, too many guys that were first team this, second team that, and they were all the man. Everybody wanted the ball. You know, J.J. Mandequick was on the under 18 team or under 19 team, whatever. Zoom Diallo's, was he a McDonald's guy, by the way, Zoom? High school All-American caliber player, whatever.
Player, yes, I don't remember.
And then you had all these conference. They had 2 or 3 guys they brought in that were reigning conference players of the year, whatever. Hannes Steinbach, the best young player in Germany. And so for some of those guys, you're asking them, hey, I know you're used to being the guy, but you're not going to be the guy here. And it didn't work. And so I think your point about the foundation, Dick, is spot on. You got to find a couple of guys that you can build around and then find dudes that are okay playing a different role than they played either in a high school or on their previous school. Maybe take some guys from smaller colleges, right? Maybe guys from the Big Sky. Maybe guys that played for, lower divisions, for God's sakes. Maybe guys that were sitting on somebody else's bench that you've had your eye on that you think might get a raw deal somewhere else. They're going to build a basketball team. And a basketball team has stars, and they have complementary players, and they have reserves, right?
Yep.
I don't think the way this roster was constructed looked like that.
No, you're right. I mean, you look at how the teams that are in the Final Four are constructed. I mean, Illinois, they were just recruited from Europe.
Right.
I mean, they brought in a whole lot of itches.
Peja Stojakovic.
Yeah, I mean, they brought in a whole lot of itches on their team.
Right.
No question about it.
He's a good player.
He's a very good player. And, and really, I'm looking at the recruiting classes from the last 2 years because that really is what matters. Other than Braden Burries and Koa Pete for Arizona,
right?
There's not another player in the Final Four that was in the top 20 of the last 2 high school recruiting classes. Not one.
Yeah.
So maybe my thought process of building from high school is not what's going to be happening anymore.
Dick, I don't even know what the hell's happening. I mean, this just goes along with what we've been saying for the last year or so, that anything you can come up with, any excuse you can make, any idea that you've got, any complaint that you can construct, it's all on the table. Everything's on the table. I'm trying to remember when Pat Chung was on with us, Jackson, last week, and what the word he used to describe college athletics. I think he said disaster.
He said disaster.
He said disaster. It's an absolute disaster when he was on the air with us. Yet here's the thing. Like you mentioned the ratings the other day. You think it's because of NIL. I think it's because of gambling, but there's no doubt that ratings are up.
And I also think it's because these kids are staying in school and we get to know them more because they're being paid $3 or $4 million to play.
Not here, we don't. Not at UW.
Not here.
And really, in the end, that really is all that matters for me, is how do we take advantage of it. But there were 3 reasons, Jackson, that we came up with where ratings might be better now than they were a couple years ago. Number 1, NIL is forcing the crap out of the way, which is your point. So everybody just watches the great teams.
That's right.
Number 2, the advent of gambling, which I think is a huge factor.
Major, yeah.
I made the analogy to Dick that when I was in Vegas 2 weeks ago, I was watching the Iowa State-Tennessee State game, I think it was. And it's late in the second half. Tennessee State's down by 30. And I'm watching and I'm sweating my balls off.
Gambling.
Because I've got Tennessee State plus 35. Like, they're literally, there's no reason to watch the game. It's over. You're like, 5 years ago, you would have turned it off. But you're watching it. And then the ratings thing. There's a new ratings system out now called Big Data, where they're able to track sports bars, restaurants, all these platforms, things like that. And they're saying that has increased sports ratings from 5 to 10%. But here's my point about all this. The ratings are up, yet we're talking about it being a disaster. A sitting AD is saying that college sports is a disaster, yet the ratings are up. So is the disaster just us being angry about it? Is the disaster us not going to as many games or maybe paying as much attention as we used to? Because it seems like the sport is in chaos, but there's also more people paying attention to it at the same time. Is it because they just want to watch the train wreck? Is that why?
No, I think
it's good. It's quality entertainment, man. The college basketball right now is so much better than the college basketball that you and I watched going to Final Fours 10, 12 years ago.
How is it a disaster?
So much better.
Disaster for the schools financially, disaster for what fans are being asked to contribute.
No, I think disaster for what we're being asked to, stay connected to. And it's for a lot of the reasons that we've been talking about, like Zoom Diallo, right? From here, guy that we can get behind, build this relationship with, get our hearts behind.
Yes.
And this
now he's gone.
Now it's done. So, and this is just one of thousands thousands and thousands of cases right across the nation where people aren't able to get connected to these kids. And unless you're that Ohio State point guard who becomes the highest scoring Buckeye ever, there's so few cases of that ever existing. And even for the lower schools, because if you are a standout at a D2 school or a mid-major, then you're leaving to go get money at a high major. So that just doesn't exist anymore. That's the reason it's that hard. It's that connection. Why it's a disaster.
I think people just want to see a quality product. And I think people realize that both in college football and college basketball, the product is so much more quality than it was 5 or 10 years ago.
Then it's not a disaster then. If you're right.
It's a financial disaster,
If you're right, well, if you're right,
guys like Pat Chun,
all fans want to see is quality basketball and quality football, then it's not a disaster. But here's where it could start to hit people. All right. When they have to start paying athletes, which they are, and every school can do $20 million, right? That's the number for now. Maybe that number changes down the road. That's $20 million across all sports. It becomes a disaster when Pat Chun comes on this radio show in a month from now and says, oh, by the way, we're cutting the golf team. Or, oh, by the way, we're cutting the soccer team. Or softball has to go. Right. Whatever. We have to cut other sports because these guys want too much money. Right? And we can't afford it. Or, by the way, your Ty donation that we need for your season tickets is going to quadruple in the next 5 years. And then you as a family say, well, we're just done. We can't do it anymore. Right? So I think the trickle-down effect of all of this, I don't even know if we've seen the middle of it yet, the end of it, if not even the beginning of it. I have no idea where in the process this thing is. All right, well, that's 3 now. Muldrew, Mandaquit, now Zoom Diallo have all announced they're entering the transfer portal for UW. We got Fun with Audio at 3:45. Hugh Millen joins for a little more at 4. We're going to hear from Jed Fish at 5 o'clock. Jerry DePoto around 6:20 right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
you're out. It is March Madness. Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for college basketball's shining moment. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's good! It's good! All right, by the way, for those that don't know, and I think by now a lot of people do know, but, there's a chance that some of you don't, that we are now streaming on YouTube on the 93.3 KJR channel on YouTube. You weren't here, Jackson, when we launched this whole thing, but you know as well as I that we made it a stated goal for the radio station. A couple years ago, we had a big corporate meeting in Seattle, and we said, look, man, we want to be the best radio station we can be, get ratings, hire great people, all that stuff, whatever. But we also want to make sure that we are the last radio station in the country to broadcast on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay? And we accomplished that goal. There are now no radio stations left in America that are not streaming on YouTube. And by the way, in San Francisco at the Super Bowl, every radio station there had multiple cameras.
Including Bellingham, which was right next to us.
KPUG. Yeah, had about 12 cameras, by the way. All right, they had more freaking cameras than the ABS system does, okay? So we have accomplished, I think, a round of applause for all of us here.
Yeah.
A little pat on the back for now being on YouTube. But apparently the last segment, by the way, you can only see me and Jackson on YouTube, and now Dick is back. So if you came to YouTube to see Dick, you are now taken care of.
There's probably one person. That would be my mom.
Dick, did you?
Yeah, I did.
I'm
didn't even respond.
It's just low-hanging fruit.
Didn't
It's so
even
good.
respond.
I could have just said if you came to the internet to see Dick Fane, then you're taken care of. I apologize. It's it's a Friday, I'm in a good mood. The sun's out, whatever. Played golf this morning. I have a haircut. I got to apologize to all the people that work here, by the way, because when they show up on Monday, there's going to be little pieces of hair all over the table
gross.
here. I got to clean this off, man.
It's a white
I
table,
know.
Guys,
too.
you know Chuck Powell is going to send an email.
Oh,
on
my
Monday.
God.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? You ever see the movie E.T.? Remember E.T.? Are you too young for E.T.?
No, I haven't seen E.T. Yeah.
Remember E.T.?
Well, he
Remember the
wasn't
hazmat?
alive when E.T. came out.
Remember the hazmat scene in E.T.?
Yeah.
Okay? Chuck is going to come in here on Monday wearing a hazmat suit.
Oh, there's no question.
Because he saw a hair.
Yes.
But I will tell you this, though. You know who's worse than him?
Mark.
By
1,000
50 times.
That's right.
He is the biggest germaphobe I've ever seen in my life. We were walking around our little house in Daly City for the Super Bowl, and every time the guy opened the doorknob, he would pull out a little hanky, right? He's not touching the doorknob. He goes on Radio Row at the Super Bowl, and he puts the headphones on. Before he puts the headphones on, he pulls a little Kentucky Fried Chicken wipe, and he wipes it off, and he puts it on his head. He is way more germaphobe than Chuck. God, between the two of them, they may faint on Monday when there's a hair. Oh my God!
Well, at least we know we got a clean studio when we come into it every day.
That's
But
right.
I'm wondering, do you think that was COVID created, or do you think it was like that before COVID? Because we didn't know him before COVID.
If you want to find out,
I think I might investigate
feel
that.
free, man. I got no idea, dude. I got no idea. Well, here's my question. The Mariners are going at it tonight against the Angels, and I want to know how long it's going to be, at least on this show, until people start really getting after Julio Rodriguez. Get your act together. He's hitting 77 after the first week of the year. It's a little chilly at T-Mobile Park. I get that. Blah, blah, blah. Can you imagine if the roof was open for every game, Jackson, how cold it would have been in that stadium? Oh, boy. So here's the thing.
But the roof was closed, so it was nice and warm, right? You went into the.
No,
it wasn't warm.
No, it was warmer.
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be really warm when the roof was. So that's
that was never.
We had a couple weeks.
Nobody ever said that ever.
Okay, gotcha.
Ever. You want to jump in here?
See, here's the problem. Here's the problem with this comment.
Nobody ever said that.
We spent so much time talking about the temperature of the roof of it. We spent so much scientific conversation that was not based on any actual scientist that I feel like now all we can do is chalk it up to, some people just stink in the months of April and May.
Yeah. Well, that might be it.
Didn't you tell us it was like 1 or 2 degrees?
He said the wind. The wind was a factor, a huge factor that could blow balls back into play, and the 1 or 2 degrees. Look, we've had this conversation. Here's the point. When the roof is closed, it's better for hitters and it's warmer. Not Hades, not hot as hell, but it's going to be warmer. But here's the thing about Julio Rodriguez, guys. His OPS home and road splits, and he's played damn near 600 games in his career already. His OPS home and away, he's got about 110-point higher OPS on the road than he does at home. So what I'm asking him is, anybody check the weather in Anaheim? I'm sure it's mid-70s. Beautiful,
sure
right?
fine.
Great
Let's
weather
check it
tonight.
out.
Let's start hitting the ball, right?
Yes.
Starting tonight. Let's start hitting the ball.
I think it's a numbers game, right? They are moving out of that park. Your three big sluggers in the middle of the lineup have all been pathetic. Yes. Cal has had 2 clutch hits. Good job for you. He has no home runs. Julio's done nothing. Josh does nothing. I think they bust out this weekend.
Guys,
in Anaheim.
first pitch temperature tonight is going to be 78 degrees.
Perfect. Let's go.
Tomorrow, first pitch is going to be 77 degrees.
Okay.
Sunday, first pitch is going to be 78 degrees. This is the weather for Julio.
So when Cal and Naylor and Julio go 2 for 35 with 18 Ks this weekend against the Angels, we can barbecue them on Monday when they come out, when we take the radio show. Is that right?
Yeah, then we know, because the question is it more mental or is it more the temperature?
Yeah.
Then we know it's more mental. If he can go through a weekend of 75, you're saying at game time tonight it's going to be 70 degrees.
Yeah.
What is it going to be on Sunday when they play at like 1?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. It is 78 degrees. Sunday at 1.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm looking at last year's wild card standings, by the way. Actually, no, I should look at the American League West and the other divisions. So the Mariners finished with 90 wins. Toronto was 94. Blue Jays had the 1 seed, so they were 4 back. But here's the point, man. I've gotten into a habit over the course of my life, and I don't know if you guys feel the same way, where you don't get too worked up about a win or a loss on any given day in baseball. But in the end, the Mariners finished 4 games behind Toronto for the number 1 overall seed. That's not even an extra win a month. Mm-hmm. So these matter, right? Like, these games matter, all right? And look, the Yankees are damn good, right? They came in here and they clocked us in those final 2 games of the season, of the series. They outscored us, 10-3? Whatever. The Mariners couldn't score bupkis. They went into a buzzsaw, and Max Fried, the Schlittler kid, say that slow, might be legit. And they buried us. They punched us right in the face. And what I say, the Mariner record against the Yankees now since the start of last year is like 3-8 or 3-9 or whatever. It's not very good. So I just think when all these things get totaled up, do you want home field? Do you not want home field? And maybe we don't, honestly. Maybe we think the Mariners are better off in the playoffs playing on the road. I don't know. They had a great home record a year ago. They go to Toronto, they steal a couple of games in games 1 and 2, and then come back and, drop 2 out of 3 in Seattle, obviously, and then lost both in Game 6 and Game 7. So I don't know where we want these guys to play, because the weather's going to get colder as the year goes by. Into October, November, it's going to get colder. Like, let's say the Mariners and the Padres play in the World Series. I mean, look, you'd want 4 games at home because it's the World Series.
Yeah.
But from a performance perspective, do you feel better about the Mariners hitting in Petco Park or T-Mobile Park?
Well, tell me
in early November.
Yeah, tell me what the temperature is at that point. But yes, probably Petco Park. But this is 3 years in a row, and I've given the numbers on the air before. 51-30 at home last year, 49-32 at home the year before, 45-36 at home in 2023. It's the beginning of the season where they're mediocre, 13-11, 14-10, 10-12. Once it gets warm, they can win here, and they do win here.
They did start off 4-8 a year ago, and then they went 14-4 to end the month of April. So they actually ended the month of April red hot, and they kind of took off from there.
Home? Because these are the only home numbers I'm giving. No, these are just home numbers.
I'm just saying overall. I don't know what their home record was in the last half of April last year, but I just know they ended 14-4, and they were ready to roll. All right, we're going to break. A little fun with audio, and then Millen joins at 4 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM.
Now time for Softy and Dick's Fun with Audio.
Jimmy G, porn star Jimmy, Mr. Garoppolo.
Now, let's have some fun with audio.
All right, a little fun with audio here on a Friday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Every single day we give you this segment, which is quickly becoming my favorite segment on the radio station.
Is that true?
No, I just lied. I just can't think of anything else worth talking about.
I don't think you like it as much as Jackson and I.
I don't like really anything we do. I think the whole show stinks. Oh, okay. That's what I think.
That's fair enough.
Everything stinks. I stink. You stink. Jackson sucks.
Wow.
YouTube stream's terrible.
And you got
Text
hair
line,
all over the place.
Hairs everywhere. What we need is some damn food in this building.
I'm getting some cupcakes out there.
Yeah, I've already had 2 of them. There's nothing else to eat. I'm starting to get hangry here. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
Yesterday on the Adam Schefter podcast, the ESPN reporter explained how the NFL was able to make a double announcement of the next 2 teams participating in Hard Knocks, both the Seahawks and the Patriots.
Let me tell you why there was a double announcement which we've never seen before. Because the NFL in recent years has struggled to get teams to do Hard Knocks. And when the NFL has asked teams to do Hard Knocks during the summer, the answer that they're commonly told is, we'll do it next year. We'll do it next year. Like, Dan, me saying to you, let's go grab lunch. We'll do it next month. We'll do it no lunch. Okay? So the NFL has been asking teams to do Hard Knocks, and the answer always is next year. We'll do it next year. So what the NFL did this year is, when the New England Patriots said we'll do it next year, they said, you're in. You've got 2027. Congratulations. Next year. And they held their feet to the fire.
Wow.
And they said, next year it is.
Wow. I love it. Hey, great. What? Line them up. Whatever. I mean, I'm looking forward to it. I'm not oh my God, we're on Hard Knocks. I'm going to watch it. I'm not sure if I'll sit there and make an appointment viewing whenever it debuts on HBO, but I'm going to watch Hard Knocks. I'm not a giant Hard Knocks maniac to begin with, but I will watch because the Seahawks are on. I just want to see how many people I can spot that I know on camera walking behind the scenes.
I feel like I have to watch it because we're going to talk about it on the air.
We don't have to do anything.
Yeah, but I mean,
we're old now, Dick. We can do whatever the hell we want to do.
That's true.
I didn't watch it. I was taking a nap. It's on demand. I don't know how to do that. We have a lot of excuses now.
That's true. I kind of feel obligated because people are going to watch. Seahawks fans are going to watch it in droves.
Yeah,
and I am not. I have probably seen 4 or 5 total episodes throughout the years of Hard Knocks.
Well, here's the problem for me with shows like that and the quarterback thing on the Netflix deal, right?
I did watch that first season of that.
Watch it the way I watch a lot of other stuff now, and that is in 90-second to 2-minute increments on Twitter or YouTube. That's how I'm doing this stuff now. And if I see something that catches my eye, maybe I'll watch the entire show. And then if I like that, maybe I'll watch the entire series. Honestly, I mean, everything is 90 seconds, 2 minutes, short videos on Twitter, short videos on YouTube. It's the greatest promotion of all time. If I want in, I'll stick around. If I don't, I'm out.
Now imagine growing up like that.
Yes.
Where from 7, 8 years old, you were only watching clips of that.
I was just going to say, Softy has turned into an 18-year-old because that's exactly how high school kids consume media right now.
If only my voice started like this. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
37 years ago today, Ken Griffey Jr. played his first game in a Mariner uniform. The 19-year-old doubled on the second pitch he saw in his first at-bat as called by the great Dave Niehaus.
25 years from now, you're going to want to say, I was there when Ken Griffey Jr. made his home debut. So don't forget that on Monday night. There's a drive into the gap in left center field and deep left center field. And Henderson's not going to get to it. It's off the base of the wall. And Griffey to second base in his first major league at bat. A ringing double off the 375 marker. And we have seen that all spring. Welcome to the show, Ken Griffey Jr.
And they're going to grab the ball and put it in the dugout for him after the ball game. Look at this. What a way to break in. Big smile on Ken's face as he pulled into second base.
So that was Dave Niehaus. Who's the color guy there, by the way? That's not Ken Levine, is it?
I spent a while looking.
I couldn't
it didn't sound like Ken Levine.
Or a really, really, really young Rick Riz.
Yeah, no.
I don't think it was.
It wasn't Rick.
Or Ken Levine with a cold. I mean, maybe.
Well, how about being so good that you have Dave Niehaus saying you're going to want to remember where you were 25 years from now before you ever take a pitch in Major League Baseball. Now, that's how big Ken Griffey Jr. was for you kids out there.
Number 1 pick in the draft, obviously. But here's the thing. I'm just doing some quick math. That was 1989. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So Dave Niehaus died in 2010. He was 75 years old. So he passed away 21 years after that. He was 54 on that call, which means he was a year and a half older than I am right now.
Wow.
That is amazing. What?
I know.
That's a 54-year-old Dave. He's basically me, my age, on that 3 years older than you.
And
that's ridiculous.
And I always felt like Dave was an older man.
Absolutely. 100%.
And so now we know that
what it's like.
15-year-old kids consider us older men.
Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
Because I was 15 when Ken Griffey Jr. got his first base hit.
It happened so fast. It happened so fast. All right, hey, Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
The Mets are off to a 3-4 start to 26, but New York has now lost each of their last 3 games after falling 7-2 to the Giants yesterday. Here we go. Barstool's Frank the Tank Fleming posted this reaction on social media.
There you have it. This is the same team as last year. The same team, even worse. They will not touch 500 again. That's it. Over. They're going to finish with 100-plus losses, and Lindor's going to be happy about it because he got rid of Pete Alonso. They have no heart, no accountability, nothing, no heart. They just love losing. They don't even try. Never going to be good. They're never going to be good. They just love losing. That's all they care about.
Oh, God, this is going to be fun listening to that all year.
I think we need our own version of Frank the Tank.
We do.
We got to have somebody. Do we just sign people up for the honor? You can audition.
So
if things go south for the M's in a hurry,
I think this is perfect.
Where's Jack the Jerk? Where's Sarah the Slut?
So
call the radio show and lose your mind.
Okay,
come on.
I think
bury the butthead. Let's go.
I know he's listening because he decided to listen to us all day, every day. Anders Hurst.
Yes.
I think that Anders needs to become that person on his post game show. Just lean in and be that type of guy.
But he's not a yeller.
He can be.
Turn into
Anders the Angry.
Anders the Angry.
Doesn't he have like a little Scandinavian in him, by the way, Anders? Anders the Angry. We don't even know his last name. We don't even know his family's history. All we know is he's angry. Anders the Angry.
That's it.
Anytime something goes to hell, we have Anders the Angry jump on and lose his mind.
Anders, I know you're listening. So again, this is your chance to carve out your niche and just become that guy in Mariner fandom.
It's your opportunity, Anders, to finally contribute something to the radio station.
Well, when he filled in for me.
Oh God.
What would it take for Mariner fans at this point to get really angry?
What if they were 10 games up and blew the lead like they did 2 years ago? They pissed it away again. They've done it again! We stink! We're never going to make the World Series! Right?
How far under 500 do we have to be before Mariner fans panic this season?
Ooh, I would say
7 or 8 games.
Yeah, I was going to say 7 or 8.
Yeah,
I had 7 or 8 because you're just kind of touching 10 at that point. You're sniffing 10. That's a pretty good number, man. All right, hey Dick, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Dave?
What's that, Dick?
All right, according to a report earlier this week from Jeff Agrest from the Chicago Sun-Times, or Agrest, White Sox TV announcer John Schriffen, quote, sent shockwaves through Chicago's offices after he bestowed a potentially racist nickname on Japanese slugger Munetaka Murakami. Here was the call and nickname from John Schriffen that started the controversy.
Super exciting.
There it is, crushed into center field. Here comes Caro. He will score easily. An RBI single for the Southside Samurai.
Whoa! I mean, I don't have a... Is that bad?
Southside Samurai apparently has angered a lot of people inside the White Sox organization.
Why?
Good question.
I think it's...
Samurai is a Japanese figure held in high regard.
High regard.
Yep. Right? You ever see the movie The Last Samurai with Tom Cruise?
That was a
phenomenal. I thought it was really good. But it showed you how well regarded the samurai are in Japan. They were defeated, obviously, but they're still held in high regard. I mean, am I missing something? 49451.
Help us out.
I mean,
if
you're the young guy here. You got your beat on the pulse of what people are complaining about more than we do.
I think this is just shows how some people in sports organizations are so just on edge.
Right.
Whenever you use any term to potentially culturally appropriate a term onto a person, then it just triggers and it says, oh, it doesn't trigger, but it gets everybody in that organization just on the edge of, that's a questionable term. And I think that's what happened here.
Well, I think, look, I mean, I don't want to get into a whole thing here, but a lot of organizations are okay pissing certain people off, but not other people. That's a different conversation for a different day. But here's what I would do, Jackson and Dick. I'd go to Munetaka Murakami and I'd ask him, what do you think?
Hey, how about that? That's a novel idea.
Southside Samurai.
Hey, would you like have some Southside Samurai T-shirts in the team shop? What do you think?
Does the nickname bother you? Are you okay with that nickname? Does it bug you?
No.
Then we're good. We're good to go.
Easy.
Why not let him decide?
Well, maybe Shivers should have done that. He should have preemptively done that.
I mean, I don't think it's anything I would have ever thought would offend anybody, but now that apparently it is, now you go to him and you say, hey, does this bother you? And if it doesn't, then, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, guys need nicknames. It's part of what makes sports great.
Absolutely.
Right? Holy cow.
It's a fabulous name.
49451. Is that offensive? Japanese Americans out there tuning into the radio station. Do you find that offensive? We're going to break. Hugh Millen coming up. A little more at 4 with Hugh. We'll talk some draft. Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza getting reunited getting united, I guess. Reunited with Kubiak for sure in Vegas. And a lot more with Huey next on 93.3 KJR FM. Lines on Santi Dick with Jackson right here on 93.3 KJR FM, brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light. Dick, what's happening this weekend, by the way?
I believe it's Easter weekend.
Is that what it is?
When you're on Easter weekend, your wife is over here braiding your hair.
Yeah, baby.
There it is.
We got to play that every hour for the next 3 hours on the radio show. I want people sick of it by the time the 7 o'clock hour comes around. All right, Kraken have lost 7 of 8. My God, 6-2 loss to Utah last night. Now 4 points out with 8 to play. Getting down to it, boys. They play the Blackhawks tomorrow. 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock face-off right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Well, the NCAA expected to finalize the expansion of both the men's and women's basketball tournaments to 76 teams beginning next year. The proposal would add 8 games to the first 4, with 24 teams playing in an opening round before advancing to the main brackets.
Well, we'll see if the Huskies have enough players next year because they've got 3 guys in the portal now. How about this? A couple days ago, it was Cortland Muldrew. Today, J.J. Mandaquit and Zoom Diallo both announcing they plan to enter the transfer portal.
Michigan point guard Elliot Cadeau rejoined the team after receiving medical attention for an allergic reaction suffered before traveling to Indy for the Final Four.
And the Mariners Angels tonight from Anaheim, Brian Wu versus Reed Detmers at 6:38 p.m. in Southern California. M's have started the year 3-4, now embark on a road trip to L.A. and Texas before coming back home to play the Astros. All right, here we go. Normally live at 5 on a Friday, but it just got me thinking today. We do more at 4 on Monday. Why not do more at 4 on Friday and let Hugh Millen start his weekend a little bit earlier? So I don't know, Huey, if you're cool with that. We're cool with doing a little more at 4 on Friday as well as Monday.
Flexible like a rubber band, David.
Done.
All good. We can do audibles at the line of scrimmage, right?
Yes,
absolutely.
You are playing both ways in this business, man. Gordy Lockbaum. Remember Gordy Lockbaum back in the
Holy
day?
Cross?
That's right. Heisman finalist. You're going both ways.
Well, if I'm going both ways, that would be the way I would want to go.
Good. I'm glad we cleared that up because somebody could hear you going both ways and have totally different thoughts about what that could mean.
Defense, that suits me fine.
Yes. How about the current state of Seahawks football, man? I mean, we're kind of waiting until the draft to see what happens with the running back room. We're looking at some guards. We'll get into those on Monday that could potentially replace Anthony Bradford. I heard Ian and Rob Rang talking about John Benton, that, hey, maybe the Hawks are higher on Bradford than some other people are. What is your kind of, State of the Union topic address, if you will, view from 40,000 feet on where the Hawks are at right now?
Well, let's start with a couple of at least one significant assumption. Let's just say the Seattle Seahawks at the end of the 2025 season was the best. They were the best team in the NFL, okay, demonstrably, right? And now you could say the Rams were close, but let's just posit that the Seahawks were the best. And then, of course, every team changed. No team ever truly walks it back, right? So when you look at the Seahawks, now this isn't the only way to measure it, but if you look at all of the teams and the players that left the team versus the players that came in. Now, there's a lot of ways to try and assess their value. One way, and again, it's not a perfect way, but it's a way, which would be to say the average salaries of the players that walked out the building versus who walked in the building. Got me?
Yep.
Well, the Seahawks are number one. They had $63 million, $63.3 million worth of contracts walk out that building in the 4 guys that we know: Walker, Mafe, Kobe Bryant, and Reek Woolen, right?
Mm-hmm.
The next closest is the Dolphins at 43, like 20 million less. And then when you say, well, what walked in the building? The Seahawks at 2.1 million with Emmanuel Wilson. That is almost the low. The Rams had a trade, but in terms of the net, the Seahawks are the number one. They have lost, at least by that measure. And again, there's holes you can punch in it, but by that measure, the Seahawks have lost the most. And then when you say, okay, the draft is going to be pivotal, if you take the draft value chart, guys that we've referenced so often through the years, and you say, okay, the Broncos have the least amount of points at 136 going into the draft. The Jets have the most at 1382. Got me? So the best in the league is at 1382. Seattle's at 26 with just 282 points. So the question right now is, to me, is, okay, you were the best team in the NFL as of Super Bowl Sunday. If you could just imagine, what if those 4 players had been ruled out? Now that's not fair, because there's a big difference between being injured and losing a guy in free agency, because you have the entire offseason to address a loss like that. But it's just food for thought about kind of, whoa, the Seahawks are taking on some leaks. This is no fun topic for me. I'm just saying, let's just address the topic squarely. One of the things we talked about right after the season, to try and get back some of the capital, would you want to make any trades? And just a thought to try and bring, obviously you got the trading down proposition, but I just wonder if Jalen Milroe, for example, if a team looks at Milroe and says, okay, we're willing to do the investment with him, then and take on a couple more years of development. Well, Seattle's already used a year of development, so it's possible that he could hold his value as a 3rd rounder, maybe the 4th, 5th rounder that you lost was Rashid Shaheed. I just think it's a little bit concerning to just assess who's left the building, who really has not come in the building. You only have Manuel at 2.1 million, and you only have 4 draft picks.
Yeah.
With those 280 points, 282 points I described. So in any event, it's just Seattle's got some they got some ground to make up in this offseason, I would say.
Well, I think the biggest hole, we all agree, is at running back. And it's interesting, Mike McDonald made a comment saying, we are excited about the running backs in the building. And as soon as I heard that, Hugh, it reminded me of his quote last February when he said, quote, Geno's our quarterback. I don't understand the conversation. Can't wait to go to work with him. So Did we just get the repeat? And he may be excited about the running backs in his building, but he realizes his starting running back is not in the building.
Yeah, I think the key word for me is in his statement is excited, because excited is a relative term.
Right.
And you say, well, you could pin him down and you say, well, I was excited back when I said that. Excited about those guys relative to my expectations, which parenthetically always included the idea that we didn't have our guy in the building. So it's not a contradiction to say you were excited about them based on what you expect for them, but you didn't have the expectation. I'm talking about you, Mike McDonald. You didn't have the expectation that they could reasonably replace Kenneth Walker. So
right.
In that regard, I think that they're likely to dip their toe into the draft with the running back in the 2nd round.
Well, we've busted his chops before about that Geno Smith thing, and it's possible that he thought on that day that Geno was going to be his quarterback. Maybe he thought he was close to a deal, and then things just fell apart. But it is a reminder to not put so much stock on what these guys say. But I would also say to you, and you kind of hit this, Hugh, that they got 12 picks in next year's draft. There's nothing precluding them from dipping into that pool of draft picks next year to make a move this year to improve their running back room. But, look, I mean, there's going to be a lot of activity during the draft. And I think, getting your thoughts on the Monday after the draft on what the running back room looks like, that's going to be the day, right? Mm-hmm. That's going to be the day where we really start to get a feel for whether or not it's time to kind of panic a little bit here.
Yeah, and of course there'd still be the window for trades at any time. But no, you're right. I mean, I think it's pivotal. I think that whether it's a 2nd rounder or I don't think it's going to be a 1st rounder certainly, but if it's a 2nd rounder, a 3rd rounder, Alvin Kamara was a 3rd rounder. He's one of the best, my favorite running backs of this century. So it can be done.
Right.
But for every Kamara that you can list out, you can list 5 other 3rd rounders that didn't do anything.
Chris Carson's a 7th rounder, right, for the Seahawks, and played well.
Yeah, and but he's the 4th, 7th round running back that they have, and he's the only one who did anything.
Yeah, how about
so they're batting 250 on 7th round running backs. Okay,
Hugh, how about your take on Kirk Cousins going to the Raiders to presumably tutor Mendoza and not force him to start right away? You like it?
I think it's great. I think it's really good. I mean, I think that Kirk Cousins has probably done more, certainly financially. His accountant might back me up. He's done more with less talent. When you consider the traditional, just let's call it combine talent. What's your size? What's your release? How do you throw the football? How do you move? He's not impressive, but he's been an impressive quarterback. Multiple years at 4,000 yards. He's made close to 300 million. I don't even know what the figure is. I know it's he's got an empire damn near. And I think his personality. Mm-hmm. I think there's something quirky about Kirk Cousins, and I really like the guy. I like his faith. I like it, how hard he works, but there's a little bit, he admits that there's a little bit of obsessive nature to him. Mendoza, the presumptive number one, I think certainly shares that. I mean, he's got, he said, for example, when he went to Indiana, he said, "Hey, I need to give me the picture and the names of all the players." Well, he was able on the flight to memorize all of them. And then when he went to the Heisman Trophy, he said, "Give me the names of the backgrounds and the pictures of all the Heisman Trophy winners," so that when he arrived on the scene, that he would be able to recognize all of these guys. I think he's phenomenal. If I was the Raiders, I wouldn't hesitate. I draft him first, and I think there's an interesting story. If I can kind of wade in there. Let's talk, and we're going to come back to Mendoza on this. There's a story that when you take Jeremiah Love, who is likely to be maybe even a top 5 running back. This is from his mother, Tyona Love, in a documentary I saw on ESPN. Quote, "We spoke with the pediatrician who had seen Jeremiah since he was a baby, and he kind of leaned into that Jeremiah could be on the spectrum, that he could be higher functioning," end quote. And then they go on to say that father says, "Hey, we didn't want to get an official diagnosis, but there was a lot of things that were going that had inclined them to believe that he might be on the spectrum." I think the reason I'm bringing this up is Mendoza. It may, and I'm not reporting anything. I'm to my knowledge, it hasn't been reported that way, but it's always been said, well, he's very unusual. He's quirky. One of my best friends has a kid who has autism, and I coached him in youth. He was the delight, high achiever. There's been a lot of athletes. Tony Snell with the Milwaukee Bucks, James McLean, a soccer player. Elon Musk went on Saturday Night Live and joked. He says it's the first time that a guy with Asperger's has hosted Saturday Night Live. Anthony Hopkins, Courtney Love, Dan Aykroyd. So here's my point.
Long list.
So my point is this: we're going to hear a lot about Mendoza. I love everything about this guy. His faith, what everybody says is his quirkiness, and he obviously has this aptitude. I think don't be surprised if 10, 20 years from now, we're talking about a really triumphant story that can be really uplifting to a lot of people. And so at any rate, those are two guys that are going to be in the top 5. I think Mendoza, just to sum it up, he'll be a Raider. I think that's the right pick. I love his game at Indiana. I love how he led, how people responded to him. And I think Kirk Cousins, from a personality standpoint, seems like a fit.
Hugh, stay on the quarterbacks. I mean, I usually like to bucket quarterbacks into I either like you or I don't like you. And the guy that I've waffled probably more on in the last 5 years than any quarterback in the NFL is Kyler Murray. And now he's in a situation that seems pretty healthy with great targets, presumably a really good offensive mind. Am I going to be able to dump Kyler Murray back into the like bucket after a year in Minnesota?
Well, I think that he has got it depends how he has a kind of pause. Think of the Pete Carroll pause after he had been fired by the Jets and the Patriots. And he said, okay, if I ever get a chance, I'm gonna substantively change, right? And had he not been fired by them, maybe he wouldn't have ever endeavored to change to that degree. And then, of course, he built his foundation. It was successful at SC, and he brought to the Seahawks. If Kyler Murray, on the basis of how the Cardinals just so unceremoniously dumped him, if it really causes a real introspective and change, and accountability. His work ethic had been questioned. They had that clause in the contract initiated by the owner that he has to, study X number of days. It was humiliating for a quarterback. They took it out, but you can't unknow that. Then you saw, Cliff Kingsbury. I have this. Go on YouTube. So ironic or coincidental. I had friends last night with a friend who's from Minnesota, a huge Viking fan, and we were talking about Kyler Murray, and I brought it up on YouTube on my phone at dinner. I said, "Did you remember that exchange he had with Cliff Kingsbury? I can't forget that." I've never seen, in 50 years of watching quarterbacking, I've never seen a quarterback just undress the head coach like he did. And you can trust me. I looked at it last night on YouTube. Kyler Murray, undresses or yells at Cliff Kingsbury, and they're down in the red zone, something to clock, whatever. It didn't matter what the deal was. I remember just going, Cliff Kingsbury's done, but I've never seen a quarterback like that. So I think that he's got to do a major overhaul in terms of what he sees in the mirror.
Yeah.
Does he see a prima donna in the mirror? Or does he see a guy who's been humbled, who still has ability, but needs to figure out how to interact with this head coach, how to interact with the other players? As Mike Holmgren says, what's your affect on the field?
Right.
How are people responding to your leadership? I think he's got a lot of strides to make in that.
How tall do you think Cliff Kingsbury is, by the way? He's a decent guy. He was 6'1", maybe 6'3". And Kyler Murray's 5'9.5".
Yeah.
When Kyler Murray was yelling at Kingsbury, was he on a footstool?
He was yelling at his belly button.
I mean,
It could have been straight out of that scene in Wizard of Oz.
You got to be kidding me. Hey, Jed
lollipop
Fish.
kids just going after the head coach.
Jed Fish was on the radio show yesterday. I want to play this clip for you. I asked him about him and his thoughts on fans that are maybe still a little bit uneasy about Damon Williams being the starting quarterback when he tried to at one point leave the football team.
It's no big deal.
Okay.
It's a free agent re-signing.
Okay.
It's an opportunity. What would freak me out is if the starting quarterback of Washington left the team.
Right.
That'd be a problem.
Right.
If he wasn't the starting quarterback this year. If we were like most of these other programs out there that lost their quarterback. We didn't. So I am not freaked out about it at all. I hope our fans aren't freaked out about it. We got an unbelievable quarterback that I think's just gotten better. Since last season, he looks bigger, he looks stronger, he looks faster. He's more engaged in the offense than ever before. Maybe that's because I'm in the quarterback room every day, so I know it more than the last year or so. So I think that our fans should be really excited about D.
We're going to hear all that at 5, by the way, Hugh, for those that missed it yesterday. But your thoughts on that?
Well, I think he said exactly what he should say. It doesn't mean it's entirely the truth in terms of the picture of the team, because there's 3 factions of players on that team that I would predict. I don't know what the percentages are in the following, but I'm certain that there's 3 factions. The relatively pro Damon that says, "Hey, it's just a sign of times, no big deal. I'm a Damon guy." Jed Fish is exactly right. The indifferent guy that's just like, maybe he's on defense, or whatever, say, "Hey, that's out of my lane. I worry about myself. Whatever happened. He's relatively unaffected." Jed Fish is talking about that guy. But the third guy who's bothered by what happened, he's not going to tell you or me. He's not going to tell Jed Fish. He's not going to tell his position coach. He's not going to tell the Seattle Times. He's not going to tell Dogman. He's just going to talk to his teammates that are of a like mind, and those players have a capacity to have the leadership undermined by Damon Williams if there's some snags in the football season. As you pointed out, Dave, the schedule, it lays out well for the Huskies to have to handle this, because presumably if they play to their potential, they can put it further and further in their rearview mirror, and they don't have to absorb a loss. They could have a hell of a win streak going, and by the time they hit some adversity, maybe it'll be less of a factor. But if they have something wonky like the Wisconsin game or something unexpected, that's where you could have the divide, and nobody's ever going to talk about it on the radio or on the record. And so Jed Fish, it's in his interest, it's in Washington's interest to sell all of us that it's a nothing burger. That's absolutely in his interest. And so again, he said what he should say, but it doesn't mean he's telling the whole truth.
Hugh, I thought it was interesting. The Athletic just came out with a top 30 coaches poll in college football, and they had Bruce Feldman and they had Stuart Mandel, two really respected guys, rank their top 30. And Fish was not in Stuart Mandel's top 30, and he was 29th with Bruce Feldman. And it was interesting, the two guys ahead of him, Jason Eck, who has been rumored to be the Washington head coach if Jedd Fisch ever left, the guy in New Mexico, and your guy, Jim Mora, were the two guys ahead of Jedd Fisch. And I thought it was interesting because I think Jedd Fisch has done a nice job here. He's 6th in the recruiting in the nation for the class of 2027. He's 12th in 2026. He's clearly bringing guys in. So is that underrated or is it about right in your mind?
Well, I don't know exactly the methodology, right? Like, I mean, obviously they're not putting a huge primacy on high school recruiting classes, which even you, Dick, while we could say it's important, there's no way you can argue it's as important as it was 5 or 10 years ago, right? We can agree on that.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Right. So it's because if you take the 4 competitors for the Huskies, I don't have it in front of me, but I know it almost exactly off the top of my head. If you take Oregon, USC, Indiana, and what was the 14? But whatever it was, they were over half of their starters last year. I think it was 54%, might have been 57%, were transfer players. And so so obviously the strength of the high school class is important, but not as important. I would say that they probably, if you're disappointed with that ranking, it's probably just looking at last year and saying, hey, what happened on a couple of those losses, and they weren't really competitive against the top teams, and so they didn't feel like they were even threatening to be a playoff team.
Well, I can see him rolling off a 9-1 kind of 10-0 thing, and people saying, "Well, that's great, but let's see how they do against Indiana and Oregon to end the year, right?" Because that's the meat of their schedule as far as the toughest games they play have all been shoved to the end of the year.
Yeah, and we had and he mentioned those teams. He kind of bristled when you said, "So what about the performance against the top defenses?"
Right.
And he said, well, everybody kind of struggles. And, I'm sorry, but objectively, that is just not true. If you take Washington's offense, you take all teams in Power 4 against top 25 defenses, there's exactly 60 teams that played 2 or more games against top 25 defenses. The points per game drop, but the Huskies they go from 40.2 against all opponents not in the top 25 defense to 9.2. That 30.95 drop is number 1 out of 60 teams in the Power 4.
Interesting.
And then the yards per game drop of 216 yards is also the number 1 drop. And then if you go DeMond, his passer rating drop of 68.1 on his passer rating from the top defenses versus the not top, it's 68.1 drop. 53.8 is second, and the last one, the expected points per average drop back, which is a new stat that actually has very high correlation. He was against not top 25, he was 0.50, but against top 25, he was negative 0.21. That 7.1 drop, that 0.71 drop was number 1, 0.48 was number 2. So there's all these numbers that say, yeah, everybody, of course, they drop against a good defense. But you can say objectively, and the stats are there, that the Washington Huskies and DeMond Williams, both, they had the biggest drop of any team in the Power 4 in terms of their performance against the top teams and their opponents and their performance against the not top defense.
Yep,
So
we got to run.
They got to get better.
No doubt. Enjoy the weekend. We'll talk a little more on Monday.
Thanks,
all right,
enjoy.
see you, bud. Hugh Millen with us on the radio show. We're going to hear more from Jed. If you missed our conversation with Jed yesterday, we're going to give it to you at 5. Jerry DePoto, you'll hear from him at about 6:20 tonight. We'll do our, what's the name of it? Softy and Dick's Hardball pregame. And we're certain we're staying with that. There's no room for considering anything else. Okay, fine. That's at 5:45 coming up on 93.3 KJR FM.
lose, you're out. It is March Madness. Now back to Softy and Dick on your home for college basketball's shining moment. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's good! It's good!
If you're stuck in the car tomorrow, we got the Final Four. The first game, Illinois-UConn, will be on both 9:50 a.m. and, I believe, FM. And then we'll switch over to just AM for Michigan and Arizona. We got Kraken hockey tomorrow night. So I guess you could just go to 9:50 a.m. tomorrow for the Illinois-UConn game and get both 3:09, 5:49. It's always these stupid tip times, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like tune in tomorrow at 3:06 p.m.
Yeah, that's right. 3:09
p.m., 5:49. That's just estimated, obviously, because it depends on how long that first game goes, all that stuff. But they're saying 3:10, 5:50 tomorrow, Illinois, UConn, Michigan, Arizona. I heard the news, Tommy Lloyd today staying at Arizona. He's not going anywhere. He was offered the Carolina job, or that he was pursued by Carolina, and he says no. Dusty May, apparently the Michigan coach, both coaches in this game apparently pursued by Carolina. Both guys said no.
I feel this is a fit thing with Tommy Lloyd. It's kind of similar to how I felt about Kalen DeBoer.
Yeah.
I thought Kalen DeBoer was a perfect fit at Washington.
No doubt.
I thought he would have been a very good fit at Michigan. I always thought he was a weird fit at Alabama.
Yes.
And I think Tommy Lloyd would have been a weird fit at North Carolina. He is a West Coast guy who is recruited internationally, but predominantly on the West Coast with Gonzaga. And it is a fabulous job by Arizona. Now, they have now cemented themselves with, I think, the dip of Gonzaga that will continue to happen because of NIL. I think Arizona is clearly the #1 basketball program west of the Rockies. I think you could have been debated with Gonzaga and Arizona, and actually Gonzaga has had more success recently in the tournament than Arizona has. But I think going forward, Arizona is #1, and they are a top 5 powerhouse in the country, and they could win their first national championship in 25 years this weekend.
Well, I think they're going to win it, by the way. I think they're going to win it on Monday night.
Were they your pick from the beginning, too? Because I had them winning it from the beginning. But
that depends on how many brackets you filled out.
Oh, you have one bracket.
No, I filled out like 19 different brackets.
You don't have a bracket of integrity?
No, not at all. I just want to make money. That's all I care about. I don't care about being right. I care about making money. And so I was on a pool, and you could enter as many times as you want, and it was like $50 a bracket. I just said, the hell with it. Let's just jump in for like $400 and have some fun. So honestly, I don't know who I had winning.
Do you have a chance in one of those brackets?
Yes, I do. And 2 of them I have a shot.
Who do you need to win?
Arizona to win both, by the way.
All right, I'm with you. So I'm rooting for Arizona.
I'm rooting for Arizona to win. I think Tommy Lloyd made the genius move of all genius moves, because Tommy Lloyd probably could have left Gonzaga like 3 or 4 years ago for a lesser job, but he went from Gonzaga to Arizona. I mean, has he ever been a head coach before in his life?
No.
And he's 51 years old.
That tells you about Gonzaga. I mean, you go from the assistant at Gonzaga to the head coach at Arizona. It tells you what people think about Gonzaga.
Right, but who was the other guy that was Mark Few's longtime assistant coach?
Leon Rice.
And what's he doing now? Yeah, whatever. But nobody's had the success that Tommy Lloyd has had. That's my point, is that he was smart as hell to just jump to that job and not go to Montana State, by the way, or, Fresno State or whatever. He left for a gig that, let's face it, was kind of already ready-made to win basketball games because of the passion and the amount of money they pour into it down there. So good for him, #1. But then #2, I was telling you off the air that I watched Michigan play in person this year. I think you may have been there also against UW, and I didn't even realize watching them in person how long they were. They are long.
Yeah.
They are really long. I mean, they got some trees on that basketball team. So I think it's going to be an Arizona win, but I think it's going to be a lower scoring game, a real low scoring game slugfest on Saturday night, pal.
I mean, I did guess the spread before it came out, and honestly, I thought the 2 favorites would be underdogs.
Right.
I thought Arizona and UConn would be the 2 favorites in these games.
I'm surprised UConn's getting a point.
And I'm taking both dogs in this. Would you say that 14-0 against the spread is a pretty good run?
Yeah, but 15-0 is better. Yeah.
Well,
sure.
okay. If Danny Hurley covers, he will be 15-0 career in the round of 32 or better against the spread. That's not straight up. That is ATS for Danny. I am not getting in front of the Hurley train.
Yeah, well, the guy just knows what he's doing this time of the year, man. I mean, he's a kind of a jackass, and he's a little bit unhinged and all that. And I still don't think it was a headbutt, despite what Anders said yesterday. I don't know if you heard that conversation, Jackson, but Roger Ayers, who's the referee, that when UConn won over Duke, you saw what Danny Hurley did, right? When he got in the guy's face, like that.
It's very weird.
People are calling that a headbutt. Like he cocked and smacked him in the head.
I think he just decided to give the guy a massage with his head.
Pretty much.
It was
Pretty
weird.
much.
I like a head massage.
Right.
I like that.
It was very odd.
But I mean, I could see doing that like to a buddy of mine if we were playing in like a 2-man scramble or we were, on a basketball court and like getting in his face going, yeah, you like that? Yeah, right? But that
wasn't that.
There was no headbutt. See, there was no headbutt.
If that was the opposing head coach he did that to, I think you could justifiably call it a headbutt just because of who it is.
Correct.
That's a referee. He's not headbutting the referee after that shot.
I think if he did that to the opposing coach would have slugged him in the face.
Yeah, he would have.
Right? Come on. All right, we're going to break. Testimonials, and we're hearing from Jed Fish at 5 on 93.3 KJR FM.
Coming to you live from the Elliott Avenue studios of Sports Radio KJR. This is Textimonials. Take it away, Dave Softy Muller and Dick Fane.
All right, we're going to hear from Jed Fish coming up. He was with us yesterday. You missed it. He was on in the very first half hour of the program, so a lot of people may have been working, doing things that actually matter. You missed it. You hear from Jed coming up 5 o'clock, top of the hour. Jerry DiPoto, 6:20. We'll do our hardball pregame show at 5:45. Will you make the call at 6 o'clock? A lot going on here,
what
man.
We're going to call it the Cockamamie pregame show.
The Cockamamie pregame show.
Softy and Dick's Cockamamie pregame show.
3 dumbasses talking baseball. How's that? Because that's really what it is when it's all said and done. All right, 49451 Tacoma Dodge text line. What do you got?
The Mariners should start the season on the road every year. Let the park warm up as much as we can.
Yeah.
Hell, don't play at home until May.
That's fine by me. By the way, I heard something the other day about the Toronto series that's coming to town the 4th of July, by the way. The Mariners want it to be over the summer on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
They do.
Yeah.
Like, that is... There's
no surprise.
For you to convince me any differently, I don't even know how I could be swayed.
So disappointing. So the question is, would they be able to give up if you went to them and said, hey, you're better off playing more games later in the year and less games early in the year at T-Mobile? Would they agree to that? I would hope so. How about they go on the road the entire month of April? Hell, they did it in August of 90 whatever when the freaking tiles fell down, right?
That's right.
Do it again.
Teams do it all the time. The Lakers have to do it. Remember they had to do it for the circus forever? They go on the road for a month.
The circus?
They used to have the circus come into Staples Center. Yeah.
What? Come on.
That's true.
That's not even close to be. You're making that up. The Barnum and Bailey Circus?
I mean...
came to Staples Center.
A long time ago.
Well, I can see if it was the Forum and it was like 40 years ago.
That was probably like 20-ish.
In the Staples Center era, which includes the Kobe, Shaq, LeBron era. In that era, the Lakers were pushed aside by the frickin' circus. I don't believe that at all.
So I think
I'm not buying that. You're lying.
Pretty simple.
You're a liar.
So
liar.
Every year the Mariners do stadium upgrades, right? Whether it's the field or whether in stadium, they always make some sort of upgrades. Always schedule them for March and April every year.
Right.
And then you just have to,
ready.
And then you have to tell the Major League Baseball, sorry, we can't play at home in April.
I'll tell you what we should do. We should get how many toilets do you think there are in the men's rooms at T-Mobile Park?
20
total.
Each.
20 each?
Yeah.
And how many bathrooms are there? 30?
How many stalls?
Okay, let's say there's 600 toilets at T-Mobile Park. Okay. We'll find 600 guys.
Plug them all.
We'll plug every single one up with like bricks, cement, rocks, like stuff that's hard to get out. And they'll have no choice. They'll have to move every game the rest of the way somewhere else. All right, what's next?
They have got to actually make contact with the baseball for the weather to become a factor.
Oh.
But all they do right now is whiff.
Well, the Yankees scored 10 runs, so I don't know. Whatever.
They found a way.
Seemed to work for them. That's kind of part of it, right? But it's just crazy how these are the same stupid conversations we have every single year. And sometimes they don't matter because the M's go on a run and they make it up. And then other times, guys, they fall a game or two short of making the playoffs. And they do matter, these games.
Yeah, I just don't know how we're going to get around it. It's right-handed hitting and it's cold weather. I mean, and I heard Chuck talking about it today that this is going to be another right-handed heavy lineup today. I don't think it's going to matter as much because it's on the road. If this is a right-handed hitting lineup today for the Mariners at home, then I'd be really nervous. But I'm not nervous because it's on the road.
Well, the only guy that I know on this baseball team that hit better at home than he did on the road last year was Josh Naylor. And that was a very smaller sample. That everybody else is a better hitter on the road than they are at home. And it should be that way. I mean, we said Julio's OPS is, 120 points higher on the road than it is at home. Cal Raleigh lifetime OPS is 140 points higher on the road than it is at T-Mobile. So let's see it. All right, Jackson.
Using Michael Penix as a guy you can buy into and connect to emotionally is ironic, Dick, because he was a transfer too.
Yeah,
but he's a transfer here that played
matters is what he does for us.
Yeah, he played 2 full seasons for us. He stayed healthy the whole time and took us to the national championship game. He's a Husky legend. He's the greatest Husky quarterback of all time, in my opinion.
All I care about is how guys do when they're here. and what their legacy is here, and that their final college game is here.
That's exactly
How many
right.
times can I say here? Okay, like who was the guy that went to Miami, the cornerback that played for us?
Pick six, Mish Powell.
Yeah, Mish Powell. Mish Powell not on the same level as he would have been if he had stuck around.
Exactly right.
Because he went to Miami. He took off. He left.
Even though without Mish Powell,
okay?
we don't make the Final Four.
He's a local guy, and he quit on this team. And look, you want to say, well, it's within his right. You're absolutely god-darn right. It's within his right. It's also within my right to call the guy a quitter, okay? Look, I mean, free agents, whatever, they leave. They leave the team. They quit the team. He got a better deal somewhere else. So what? He still quit, still left. So you leave this program, and your legacy, what it could have been, gets blown to bits, in my opinion. All right, what's next?
That was this year's Huskies basketball team.
What?
Small school studs. We are learning you cannot build a great team from those players from other schools.
Yeah, but I'm talking about they had too many guys that I think wanted the basketball. I just don't know if they had a real roster of role players, complementary players, man. And again, I do think that we need to realize that the biggest reason why this basketball team didn't perform up to their potential was because of injuries.
No question.
Indiana, did Indiana make the tournament or not? I think they were out, right?
When
it was all said and done. So they were a bubble team at the end. And without the injuries, where would Washington have finished, for example, in the Big Ten, you think, this year?
500.
Would they have won 3 or 4 more games?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's where Indiana was, and they were a bubble team. They were right there. So without the injuries, they would have been right there for the NCAA tournament. And maybe being right there isn't enough, and I kind of agree with that. Really heading into year 3. Like for Danny, it's time. It's time to make the big dance next year, especially if they're going to make 1,000 teams eligible for it, which they're talking about doing.
I mean, they need to be a top 10 Big Ten team every year. And if they're a top 10 Big Ten team every year, they're making the tournament. Because if you're going 76 teams, 10 Big Ten teams make the regular tournament most of the time. 10 Big Ten teams will definitely make a 76-team tournament.
Did Iowa go to the Sweet 16?
Yes.
They were 10-10 in the Big Ten. The Huskies were 7-13. They finished 3 games out behind Iowa.
And the Huskies had 4 losses in the Big Ten by 4 points or less.
They could have been Iowa.
That's how close it was.
Injuries were a huge factor, guys. They just were. The problem is the more you lose, the less you get to use injuries as excuses. Yep. What's next?
Well, I guess we should not call James Paxton the Big Maple anymore. That might be offensive, certainly is to White Sox people.
That's pretty good.
I'm a Canadian. I find that offensive, by the way. I don't know, man. You guys know me. It takes a lot to offend me, but, there's this White Sox announcer who called, what's the guy's name?
Schriffen.
Murakami. Munetaka Murakami. Yeah, Schriffen, the broadcaster. He called him the, what do you call him again?
The Southside Samurai.
Southside Samurai. And apparently, according to some people, that is offensive. I guarantee you what happened. Like 5 people threw a fit, and the White Sox just completely cowered. Right?
Yes.
5 or 6 people emailed their offices. 5 or 6 people wrote letters, called, and they just flipped out. So go to him and ask him. Go to Murakami and ask him, hey, what do you think? You cool with this? Yes, I'm cool with it. Great. You're now the Southside Samurai.
I did some research on the circus trip. It actually affected many NBA teams before Ringling Brothers shut down the Barnum Bailey Circus in 2017. Many NBA teams would have to go on weeks-long road trips to accommodate the elephants.
They did
in
go
their
on.
arena.
They did go on weeks-long road trips.
Yes.
That's the most idiotic thing I've ever heard.
Well, there's only one arena in town, and the circus needs to be there for 2 weeks.
That was only 9 years ago. This isn't 1960. Are you kidding me? The bearded lady, and was LeBron there 9 years ago in L.A.? Who was playing for the Lakers in 2017? Who was in the Lakers roster?
This wasn't just the Lakers. I mean, this is the Bulls, the Celtics, the
Heat.
Heat.
You're telling me the biggest names in basketball had to go on the road because the bearded freak had to do her act at the Staples Center.
Speaking of bearded, Softy.
Yes. All right, what's next? Go ahead.
From YouTube, is Jackson sporting a beard just so we would see what Patrick Reed would look like with a full beard?
Yes, he is. We are on YouTube now. I like it. You're using the testimonials as a tool to promote the YouTube broadcast. Apparently, there's some conversation happening as well on the side in the comment section on YouTube.
Oh no!
Which I will not be a part of. By the way,
we have a comment section.
Yes,
open?
we have a comment section.
Yeah, that's.
I will not be a part of it. It's not my contract.
Not happening.
It's not my deal.
Oh no!
Specifically says in my deal I don't have to do YouTube. I'm not doing it. I'm going to take my contract to Rich Moore, and maybe he'll piss on it like Roger Dorn and Lou Brown.
Should we get paid extra for being on TV?
100% we should get paid extra.
I mean, what are we doing here?
We should get paid extra for a lot of stuff we don't get paid for. I mean, who wants to see our faces?
Nobody.
You want to see this, honestly? Really?
Nobody.
There's a reason why this thing is on radio and not on
Sati,
YouTube.
wrong camera.
Talking to you people right now.
You're looking at the wrong. You're looking at the
one
right
right
there.
there.
No,
That's what you want to see this? You want to see this Pee Wee Herman looking guy? You want to see that face?
No.
You want to see Dick on the
I
internet?
have to see him every day.
Jesus. All right, we're gonna break. Jed Fish. So what's this camera for then?
I don't know what that camera's for.
Jed Fish next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh no, Terry Ryden's calling.
that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukesseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All righty, here we go. Headlines on a Friday afternoon right here on Easter weekend, brought to you by our friends at Frostbird Coors Light. Choose chill, baby.
When you're on Easter weekend, your wife is over here braiding your hair.
God, it's so good. It's just so perfect, man. Where have we been all these Easter weekends up until now? Connor Griffin, the phenom in Pittsburgh, who eclipsed Colt Emerson's contract with his own 9-year, $140 million deal, 1 for 3, including a double and a walk in his Pirate debut. And Pittsburgh has beaten the Orioles 5-4 in Pittsburgh.
Husky guard Zoom Diallo and J.J. Mandequit reportedly entering the transfer portal. Mandequit missed the last month of the season with an injury.
Kraken have now lost 7 of 8 after a 6-2 loss to the Woolly Mammoth last night. The Woolly Mammoth fell behind 2-0, and the Woolly Mammoth scored 6 consecutive goals, by the way, to win 6-2. That means the Kraken are now 4 points out with 8 to play. Next up for the boys tomorrow against Chicago, 6:30 pregame, 7 o'clock faceoff right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
Do we know if Fitzhugh honored our request to call him the Woolly Mammoth?
I have no idea. Probably not. Probably just forgot.
We got to ask Moger.
Yeah.
Moger would know.
Yeah.
Right?
The Ogre?
Moger the Ogre. Luka Doncic is going to miss the rest of the regular season, maybe longer, after injuring his hamstring in the game to which Stephen A. Smith thought he might have been faking.
He said what about Luka? That he was what?
He said he might have been faking.
Oh, God. And now he's out for the rest of the regular season. Maybe Stephen A. Smith is on.
Who was on crack?
Mariners at the Angels tonight for 3. Brian Wu versus Reed Detmers at 6:38 p.m. And one quick note on the programming for the weekend. Final Four, 9:50 tomorrow. Illinois, UConn, Michigan, Arizona. Both FM and AM will have the Illinois game, but the Michigan-Arizona game exclusively on 9:50 KJR tomorrow, starting around 5:30. All right, yesterday on the radio show, Jed Fish sat down with us, and I started off with a little compliment for Jed Fish, that I enjoy how he doesn't whine and bitch and moan about the changing landscape of college football and college sports the way a lot of other coaches around the country do.
You're not going to hear us whining about any of that stuff. That's just not, what's the point?
Yeah.
What are we complaining about? We have an unbelievable job and an unbelievable opportunity, and we get paid really well to do it.
Yeah.
So why are we going to complain?
Yeah, I get it, man.
What do you think about the popularity of both college and football and how it has skyrocketed in the NIL era when so many people were worried about, are people going to pay attention to college football if they don't have the same guys on their team every single year? And so you've got all this turnover, and yet the popularity has almost never been better.
Yeah, well, I think the popularity is so good because it's a story every day. We're always talking about it. Right.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So we're constantly marketing college football, and we're constantly marketing college basketball.
Yeah.
And we're marketing – I mean, there was a storyline the other day about – what does Dusty May think about whether or not some player on his team is considering going in the portal when the Final Four is over? And he's like, these are not concerns that I'm going to have. Like, this is what we're dealing with.
Right.
But it's an article, and it's a story, and it's a retweet, and a retweet, and a retweet, and people start talking about it, and more people are going to tune in.
Absolutely.
I bet you it'll be the most watched Final Four game, the Michigan-Arizona game, that we've seen in 25 years.
Well, and now you have this new rating system that you've heard about where they're able to get sports bars and platforms and all that stuff, and the gambling thing. Obviously, a lot of people are involved with that. But I totally agree with you that it's almost like the old cliche, any pub is good pub, right? Like whether we're complaining or we're complimenting, we're upset, we're happy, we're engaged. Doesn't matter, right? And the thing with Damon, I mean, honestly, like I know you talked about it on Monday, when somebody asked you about it, and you said it only gets talked about when people like us bring it up. Well, I'm going to bring it up, right? Because it's still, I told Dick, and from day one, you've been great about just be honest, whatever you want to talk about. So I'm going to bring this up to you, and I'm going to let it go. It still kind of bugs me a little bit today that the starting quarterback for Washington tried to leave the team. For people like me that still are kind of a little bit freaked out by that, what do you say to people like me?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Like, it's no big deal.
Okay.
It's a free agent re-signing.
Okay.
It's an opportunity. What would freak me out is if the starting quarterback of Washington left the team.
Right.
That'd be a problem.
Right.
If he wasn't the starting quarterback this year. If we were like most of these other programs out there that lost their quarterback. We didn't. So I am not freaked out about it at all. I hope our fans aren't freaked out about it. We got an unbelievable quarterback that I think's just gotten better since last season. He looks bigger. He looks stronger. He looks faster. He's more engaged in the offense than ever before. Maybe that's because I'm in the quarterback room every day, so I know it more than the last year or so. So I think that our fans should be really excited about D.
Why did you make that move like you just talked about? You're more involved now. You're in the quarterback room. There's no real coordinator and name on the roster. You hired JP, obviously, but tell me what you saw last year that made you make that move.
Yeah, I felt like we were probably just one too many voices. And a lot of times I felt like we were in a situation where he was getting double teamed, in terms of something. We would make a correction and then the correction would be made again. Yeah. Or, he'd have to sit through a film watching with me, and then he'd have to go into the quarterback room and get a film watching again. And I felt as if what was happening is we were losing the relationship that he and I felt was so important. And that it became more of like good cop, bad cop, and I don't think that's what we needed. So I felt like what was best for us was to have a situation where I could be more attached to him, build that relationship even stronger, and then in turn also bring in a veteran presence like Matt Cavanaugh, who has just done it for so long and been around so much football that he's able to kind of give more of a broad spectrum approach rather than the approach of really us doing the same thing for 6 years.
How much are distractions real and how much are they created by the media? And I'll give you some examples. The DeMond situation. You mentioned Arizona. Tommy Lloyd's getting asked every single day right now as he's preparing for the Final Four whether he's going to North Carolina or not. Kalen DeBoer was asked every single day while he was preparing to play Michigan in the national championship whether he was going someplace. So I mean, are those media creation or are they legit to some extent?
I was asked a lot, too, by the way, at the end of last
you
year.
were.
No, you weren't.
Many of things
By
from
who?
you guys. And, like, whatever answer you give is never good enough.
Right.
So, I think it's kind of funny. I'm sitting back and watching, what answers people are giving. And there's no good answer.
Yeah.
Other than I am 1,000% signing a lifetime contract, and my name's Bill Self, right? Like,
would you say that?
What's that?
But say Jed Fish and not Bill Self?
There'd have to be one in front of me to sign, right? But I would say that it's distractions are nonstop, and how you deal with them, and are you able to put it aside? And what I think each coach's approach is very different.
Right.
Lane's approach. I mean, could you imagine? I said all the time I couldn't even imagine being an Ole Miss football player last year for whatever reason. Just the amount of talk of that was constantly going on, but they managed a way to handle distractions.
Right.
I would say the same thing that it certainly looked like Arizona basketball is handling distractions exceptionally well. I mean, those guys are playing unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
So I just feel like it is what it is in this world, that there's going to be, just like I said last December, if you have success or if people deem you as somebody that they would be interested in talking to, it's going to get out there. The media is going to talk about it. The media is going to assume it's happening. With that being the case, you got to decide how you want to handle it with your team. You got to decide how you want to handle it with your family.
Right.
And then you let it rip.
Right.
And then you see what happens.
All right, a few more minutes with Jed Fish. Matt's behind me telling me we got to wrap it up. You don't want to cross him. He'll be in the lake, by the way. So let me just ask you this. What position group do you have the most confidence in right now, besides quarterback? Let's just take quarterback out of it. What position group do you feel the best about right now, and what group by the end of spring ball do you want to see take the biggest step?
I love our linebacker group right now. I'm very high, very bullish on our linebacker group. I think we have 4 linebackers that have started a substantial amount of football. I would bet if you put the total starts in there of Jacob Manu, Buddha, and X-Ray in Power 4 or Division I football, you'd have a ton of starts. And then add Zadrius Rainey-Sally, who started the last 6 games or 5 games of last season, who's an incredible football player. and you add him in that equation, the amount of starts that group of 4 has got to be one of the most, if not the most, in any linebacker room in the country. So I feel great about that. Your question was, which group do I want to say that? I'd like to see what the defensive line looks like at the end of spring.
Yeah.
I think Elenius, Derek Coleman-Brusa, Conley, Watts, those guys, Omar Khan. Then we got a couple more coming in the spring. But those guys have all, really invested in their bodies and invested in football. And I feel in the 2 months or 3 months they've been here. But, I feel like those guys on the interior and then the edges, that with Jacob Lane, Isaiah Ward being back, and then Logan George being here, and then, continue to get Devin Hyde's improvement. I think we're going to have a really good group.
Yeah. All right, you got to go?
Hey, I'm the head coach. So I'll do that.
There we go.
Matt,
I love that.
Hear that?
I love that. Well, let's talk about your running back room, because ever since you've been here, Jed, the Husky fans haven't had to worry about the running back. I mean, you turn around, hand it to one, you turn around and hand it to 24, and you're good, right? Well, now one's gone, 24's gone. So tell us about Lamar. Tell us about Bonner. Obviously, we know Jordan Washington a little bit. What's your comfort level handing the ball off to those guys right now?
Very, very high right now, but also I really want to see what it looks like as we go. I was watching today, Jayden Lamar, Trey Cooley, neither of those guys are able to practice in the spring, which gives Jordan Washington and Quade Carr a ton of reps. Okay, so I'm getting to see them a lot. I got to see what Bonner and Ansu looks like a couple snaps the other day. I think 8 snaps each yesterday or Tuesday's practice. But I think Jordan Washington is going to be a special running back, and I believe that Quade Carr has all the skills of anyone that we've ever had at that age last year and this year. So I'm excited about the group. And then, of course, when Jayden Lamar gets back and Trey gets back, we should have some good depth there, too.
Well, we know the deal from the fans' perspective and the media. I mean, you talked about the narratives just real quick, and, the narrative is easy. We all want to know how Jed Fish and Damon Williams do against the best teams on their schedule, right? It's year 3, time to rock and roll. Why do you feel like this will be different? Why is this offense, why is this football team ready to do things that they have not done the first couple years?
Yeah, I think it's always interesting, right? Everything can be spun certain ways. I think the bottom line is, against the great defenses, no one's scoring a lot of points. Mm-hmm. And against the other defenses, the good teams are scoring a lot of points. I believe that, we went from 104th in scoring offense to 17th in scoring offense in the country. We were top 10 in red zone, top 10 in third down. So when you get to that level, you got to do that for 12, 13 games in a row. You look at Ohio State versus, Indiana, it's a 10-7 game or a 13-10 game. Like, that's what it's going to be. We have to understand that. Like, that is what, ASU versus Washington in 23 was, 16-7 or whatever the number. Like, there are low-scoring games in this world. So we have to be able to handle that. What we have to be able to do is we have to score one more point than the other team. So we scored 17 more points than Illinois. We didn't score 17 more points than Michigan or Ohio State or Oregon or Wisconsin. We got to find a way to score one more point than those guys did. And if we did that, then I think we'll be sitting there in the top 10. And if we don't do that, I think we'll be somewhere in the top 25. And that's where we want to be.
Well, look, I mean, they should have been a 10-win football team last year because they should have beaten Wisconsin.
Yes.
And if they beat Wisconsin and they go 10-3, I just think the optics, guys, of being a 10-win football team in year 2, considering what he took over when the roster got blown to bits when Kalen left, that would have looked and landed a lot differently. The problem is you lose a game like Wisconsin and people bitch about the loss to Wisconsin for weeks and weeks and weeks, because there's nothing you can do to make up for it until you play Oregon 3 weeks later, and you got beat by them too, right? I mean, you play Purdue, you play UCLA, 2 really bad football teams. That's a frustration, I think, guys, is you play a team like Wisconsin, you score 10 points, but then you score 97 points in 2 weeks against Purdue and UCLA. So I'm not asking the Huskies, to score 50 points against Ohio State and Michigan and teams like Oregon. I'm just asking them to be functional. And they weren't even functional offensively. They scored 13 points combined against Ohio State and Michigan. I mean, can it be 30 points combined? Can it be 40 points combined? Can you at least have some semblance of an offense that gives the opposing team a threat, no matter how good the opposing defense is?
Because I think the other side of the ball was fine. The defense kept you in both those games.
Right.
The Ohio State game and the Oregon game. You just were not able to keep up offensively with them. And I just think that Husky fans would have been disappointed even at 10-3. It would have been a different disappointment. We had the disappointment early because we lost to Wisconsin. We knew we weren't going to the playoffs.
Right.
This would have been a
that
different.
was in November. What do you mean? What do you mean early?
Earlier,
That was
right?
November 8th.
Right, but we still had, 3 games left?
Yeah, 3 games left.
3 games left.
Yeah, they were 6-2, yeah.
Here's the difference. We would have gone in to the Oregon game, and that would have been our letdown. Oregon would have kicked us out of the playoffs,
So
which
you
would have been a
rather had him get kicked out earlier?
I almost would have rather had it been done the way it was, and we knew that we weren't going to the playoffs versus going to that game and knowing if we beat Oregon, we're going to the playoffs and having our arch rivals kick us out of the playoffs.
Well, but I never thought they were beating Oregon anyway, honestly. I just didn't think they were ready for that. So I would not have been surprised. I don't think you would have been surprised.
No, I wouldn't have been surprised.
Jackson,
I'd have been really disappointed,
though. No. Well, but it's hard to be that disappointed when you kind of expect it. I mean, you do you. I would not have been that disappointed because I would have thought it was coming. So I would have much rather have beaten Wisconsin and rode that train for 3 weeks heading into the Oregon game, gotten more national attention on this football team than they had gotten since Kalen left for Alabama. I think it's exactly what the team would have needed. And who knows, maybe because they had more to play for, maybe they would have rallied against the Ducks and played even better. Maybe they would have lost, but the game would have been closer.
That's the world you can't go down, but we can try to go down and say, listen, if they start to think like, wait a second, we could do something here. It's the great Yogi Berra. How much of the game is mental, right? If you set up the situation where they're going into that game in a very different mental mindset of guys, not only can we ruin them, but we can give ourselves a shot.
Right.
Maybe that's just the inch they needed to. Obviously, it was a far-away game, but still, you never know.
Well, that was a 13-7 game at halftime, the Oregon game.
Yeah,
I mean, offense had the one drive, and the defense was playing pretty well. So if they were able to do that with nothing to play for, who knows what they would have done with something to play for. But I just think that in general terms, Dick, and this is kind of why I disagree with you, the longer you can go in the mix, right, the better off you are.
I got it. No, I understand that. I mean, I think the Husky fans are still just going to judge their seasons from here on out, whether did you make the playoffs or did you not make the playoffs?
And they should.
And that's the only way they're going to judge them. And so I think they would have been a letdown either way. But the one thing, you look at the ESPN's got the rankings at the end of the year, and they do the CFP AP coaches poll for rankings. They also do the analytics rankings. The Huskies were a far better analytics rankings team than they were by votes. I mean, in the SP Plus, I mean, the Huskies were number 13 in the country.
Right.
In the Football Power Index, they were number 21, and yet they weren't ranked. So they weren't on anybody's radar other than the computers. And so maybe that win over Wisconsin, you're right, probably would have got them at least on the perception radar going into that Oregon game.
Well, let me ask you this without trying to be a smartass, all right? Why is that relevant to you?
Because I think that analytics means something when ranking teams. And that's why the NCAA tournament uses it. And that's why I don't think the college football playoffs use it as much as the NCAA tournament does. But we have seen in the last couple of years when the NCAA Tournament Selection Committee has gone more to analytics like the ones I just mentioned, you get a much more accurate bracket and you get much more chalky because the actual better teams are the actual better seeds.
See, I could go with you on that if the Huskies were sniffing the tournament, which they really weren't last year. I mean, once they lost to Wisconsin, they were done. They were kaput, finished. So if they were the 13th team or the first team out or the second team out, you can say, hey, look, they're making all this progress. It's great. And I do think they are making progress. But I don't know. I mean, I almost get uncomfortable bringing up rankings like that because they're not relevant.
Why are they brought up so much in basketball then?
Because I think there's 68 teams in the tournament, number one, versus 12. And number two, I also think that it's a lot more stat-driven in basketball right? We're talking about individuals. We're talking about all these different, websites and stuff that track this stuff. But I don't think it's even really relevant in basketball either. All you should care about as a fan is what your team does at the end of the year. Are you playing for a title? Are you not playing for a title? Are you challenging for the conference championship? Are you not challenging for the conference championship? Are you getting better? 2 of those 3 things they're not doing. One of them they are, which is getting better. Now it's year 3. Now it's time. Now it's time for this team to start talking about making the college football playoff and being in the race for something more than just a middling team in the Big Ten. So, I mean, if I were to go with you on the analytics stuff, I would say, hey, if you want to tell me that the analytics show that Washington's improving, then that's great. Absolutely, because they are moving in the right direction, and the numbers show that they're moving in the right direction. But we had this conversation last year, and I'll have it with you right now again. What is Jed Fish's signature moment at Washington? Where's that signature victory? Where's that one big win that shows that his way is capable of winning titles and competing in the Big Ten for a championship? He doesn't have it yet, right? I mean, his biggest win might be the Boise State game in the LA Bowl, honestly, or the Illinois game.
I think
Illinois ended up being kind of a team when it was all said and done.
Well, they won 9 games, right?
Right, yeah, but so did we, and we're whatever. I mean, that's middle of the road.
What are we?
And you're a 9-win team because you played 3 crap teams in your non-conference schedule and won all 3 of them.
Yeah, but so did everybody else.
And then you beat a Mountain West team.
Right.
But you're 5-4 in the Big Ten. 5-4 in the Big Ten is not good enough. Talk to me when they're 7-2. Right?
Yep.
Hell,
that's where you got to be.
How about just talk to me when they're 6-3, and maybe they go 6-3 next year? I mean,
6-3 isn't good enough to make the tournament,
right? But they should be at minimum a 6-3 Big Ten team next season.
Correct.
All right. If you just automatically chalk up, and I hate doing this, but let's just do it for shiggles and gets, the Oregon game and the Indiana game as losses. Then they kick one they're not supposed to. Right? Nebraska.
Which they do almost
USC.
every year.
That's 6 wins right there. This team should have a real shot to be a 7-2 Big Ten team next year, I think. We're going to break. Jerry DiPoto around 6:20-ish. We'll do our hardball pregame show, set the lineups, get ready for the Angels series at 5:45 tonight on 93.3 KJR FM.
Brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we have an update on the poll to get to.
Update on the poll.
In a matter of minutes here. Big reminder, the 5 o'clock hour always brought to you by our friends at Duke's Seafood Restaurants, where I'm hearing, by the way, direct from the mouth of Johnny Moscrip, that all the decks are going to be open this weekend. So a great weekend to get out there and enjoy your local Duke's Seafood. We'll do our little hardball pregame show coming up 5:45, and then 6 p.m., 6:20 or so tonight, Jerry DePoto, who was on the radio show yesterday. Why is my voice cracking?
Yeah, really it's been all week.
I have no idea. Is it allergies? Is it all the hair that's floating around the studio
Unfiltered
after the haircut that I got?
Unfiltered Camels?
Something's going on. I'm not smoking. I guarantee you that. I have not had a cigarette, a full cigarette.
Full, you Bill Clinton? I have not inhaled.
No, I definitely inhaled. I was on the golf course about 2 years ago, and I took a drag off somebody's Camel Light, Camel Blue, and I did not like it at all. It was not anything like I remember. I was like, this is disgusting. You know why I quit smoking, actually? Because I got on the elevator at the old studio, by the way, and somebody who had been smoking was in there before me, and it stunk like hell.
Yeah.
I was like, is that me?
Well, I remember as an intern.
They're like, yeah, that's you, fatty. So I quit.
You were doing the early afternoon show. I remember when I was an intern in 2012.
10 to 1, right.
Yeah, and I remember smelling it and going, I would have never known Softy was a smoker had I not smelt it. And it was sort of just like, okay, interesting. And something you learn something new about Softy every year.
Well, you know why I started smoking? It's because of the garage. The garage got me hooked on cigarettes.
Really?
He's like, hey, come on down and meet me in the garage. All the cool kids are doing it.
You were always
that was in the 80s.
You were always very respectful on road trips.
The hell?
80s.
I'm not that old. Holy crap.
Jackson, he
really?
was always very respectful on road trips. He would always go outside the hotel room. He'd like go out on the deck to smoke.
Who, me?
Yeah, you. We were on a road trip.
What am I supposed to do? Light up in the room?
Well, I mean,
wondering. Dick, go in the bathroom.
Yeah.
If there's one thing Softy is not inconsiderate.
Well, okay. So anyway, I don't know where this is going, but let's just move on.
Right? So I asked you guys yesterday before I put this poll on.
Oh, we're doing this now? Okay.
About Jed Fish.
All right, hang on.
Update on the poll.
All right.
I asked you guys what you thought the percentage was going to be from the listeners.
Correct.
When I asked this question, Dog fans, is your feeling for Jed Fish mostly positive, negative? Jackson, what was your predicted percentage that you gave us yesterday?
Well, I wasn't on the air yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Dick, so
Anders,
that's a good
right.
question.
Anders is like, what the hell?
Yeah.
I'm guessing Anders said negative.
Both of us said it would be negative.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought it would be slightly positive, but not as much as it has been.
Yes.
77 to 23.
How about that? The fish man coming through.
How about the fish man?
People like the fish man.
I don't, but all I hear is complaining about the fish.
That's because that's what you hear. That's what you hear.
That's what I hear.
It's the same thing with the NBA.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
Yes.
So 77% of Seattle likes the NBA too?
Yes.
Really?
Look at the ratings.
Yes.
NBA ratings are big, right?
No.
but it's social media and it's the vocal minority that craps on Jed Fish, that craps on the NBA. All you have to do is look at the numbers because the numbers don't lie.
Let me ask you a question. You were there yesterday, right? What conversation did we have with Jed Fish after the interview was over? Walking out to the practice field. What did I say to Jed Fish? You can tell Jackson.
You said that we are positive about him.
I said you only hear the bad stuff. That's what I told him. Because he's making a crack as he's walking away. But
he always likes to make crap.
Crapping on me. Yeah. I was like, you know what, dude? Stop. And I brought him back. And I said, you only hear the negative. Coaches only hear the negative. Like, how many times do you see a coach walk up to a media member or anybody or a fan say, hey, I really appreciate those nice words? Never.
Yeah. Never.
You never hear that. You only hear when a coach is pissed off and angry at somebody.
About his play calling.
Okay? Or whatever. Right? I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be positive about Jed Fish, and there's a lot of reasons to be slightly skeptical. I mean, look, I don't know what his future is, and frankly, right now, I don't even care. All I care about is what the guy's doing while he's here. How long will that last? I don't know, okay? But I think he's working his ass off.
Yep.
I've said this before many times on the radio show. I've never been around a Husky football head coach who's got his ear on more parts of the football team than Jed Fish does. And I'll give you an example of that. I've given this example before. I'll do it again. His first year on the job, somebody was outside the team room the hallway in the tunnel asking who was on the call that weekend for the Big Ten Network TV broadcast. Jed Fish is standing there and blurts it out.
It's a Jake Butt.
It's this guy and that guy, right? Like I don't ever remember a head coach off the top of his head remembering who's calling the game for TV, because who cares who's calling the game for TV? But it's things like that.
Yep.
You know, he's always on it. He's got his finger on the pulse of everything involved, from the tickets being sold to the advertisements to traffic outside of like how long it takes fans to get in the stadium. I'm telling you, it's crazy.
And isn't that half the battle, or more than half the battle? That he is working his ass off, and he is in touch with all those things, because not every coach does.
Yes, well, not every coach is Tyrone lazy-ass Willingham, okay? all these coaches, that should be the standard. That should be the norm. Right? Having a lazy-ass coach who does nothing should not be the norm. But what Jed Fish does is the norm. And again, what that means for winning and losing, I don't know. I'm just saying that I'm impressed by that, that he's that deep into the weeds, and maybe sometimes he's too deep into the weeds. And what he told us yesterday, you heard it in the interview right there, he's now spending he's more time with the quarterbacks, and he's streamlining everything, right? Like they got rid of Jimmy Doherty, who just got a job with the Seahawks, by the way. And Jimmy Doherty was the offensive coordinator. Jed Fish is basically now the offensive coordinator. They did not hire an OC. There's no OC in name on the team. So the film study, the game plan, there's not three voices, there's one voice, and it's Jed. And I'm curious if Damon benefits from that.
It does make me wonder, given that current college head coaches are very much like CEOs, where you do have to look over everything. I mean, was it North Carolina where we made the headlines of Bill Belichick's the coach, but then they're hiring an actual general manager, right, to oversee all the. How many programs are going to go down that direction, where you don't have Jed Fish covering how quickly it takes fans to get in the building, all these separate things? You have an actual business head coach, business general manager, and you let coaches coach a la Belichick, because it does feel like there's only so much you can pile on to the current head coach model before they break.
Well, I'm just glad that the fan base, if this poll is any indication at all, that the fan base is mostly positive on Jed Fish, because I think your program is healthier. Your program is healthier when everybody's growing in the same direction, and you don't have a huge percentage of people that are like, I hate the head coach, right?
Well, okay, but I'll just throw this in then. And I would like to have it like that. I think it needs to be organic, number one. I don't want people waking up just being lemmings and just saying, I like head coach, right?
No, of course not.
But it doesn't help when the quarterback tries to quit the team, okay? I mean, that's part of it, right?
But that's not Fish's fault.
I'm not saying it is Fish's fault, but I'm saying that when you talk about Husky fans and the pulse of Husky Nation, what is the number one conversation still probably from a lot of people's perspectives about? It's about the quarterback. It's about Damon. And I think if he gets off to a slow start, I think he's going to get barbecued. He's going to get killed.
Which he won't, because we know who's playing.
I'm just saying if he does, okay? If something stupid happens like that Cougar loss a couple years ago at Lumen Field, he's going to hear it. And he has put himself in a position to not have any slack from anybody if things go south. And so I'm with you. I actually believe it's going to go the other way. I think he's going to kick ass. I mean, I'm not necessarily a big fan of what he did. I think that's obvious by now with the things I've said on the air and on social media. But I think he is going to actually kill it this year. I think Damon Williams is going to crush it because of their schedule. He's a third-year guy. Coaching staff is set up differently. I think Damon Williams is going to be in a really good spot to have a lot of success. And I hope that he does, because selfishly, it benefits me. All I care about with Damon, I don't care where Damon goes. I don't care what Damon does in the NFL. I don't care what kind of money he makes. I want him, if he's going to be here, win me some freaking games, dude.
Totally with you.
Period.
My joy in the fall is largely dependent on what the Huskies and Seahawks record is. And if Damon Williams can help me have more joy in my life because the Husky record is good, then so be it. I don't care if he's making $3-4 million or if he wanted to go to LSU.
Our hardball pregame show is coming next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Play ball!
Welcome to Softy and Dick's Hardball Pregame Show, presented by PEMCO, the insurance you get. Learn more at PEMCO.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, 5:47. It's time for the segment nobody's been waiting for. Softy and Dick's Hardball Pregame Show. I think we should open this up for consideration for a name change, but I'm getting shot down here.
By whom?
Well, this guy for sure.
I like Cockamamie.
Cockamamie?
Softy and Dick's Cockamamie pregame show.
The beautiful thing about Hardball is it's a play on the show's name.
Well, so is the other one, by the way. Did you not know that?
Cockamamie is not a baseball term. Hardball is a baseball term.
You know what? That's a cockamamie play you made there. Don't do it again. What's wrong with that?
Bad play you made there. Same difference. I mean, hardball is a baseball term.
You never heard people say cockamamie when it comes to sports?
It's not a specifically baseball term like hardball is a baseball term.
It's not a baseball term, but it's a play on his name. You
How
get
about
that?
Softy and Dick on ball?
We're doing a hardball pregame.
Okay. 49451.
You're no fun.
If you like the name.
This is awesome. I love this name.
Okay.
It goes two ways. Cockamamie only goes one way.
Let's set the lineups.
So to speak.
Are we on YouTube right now?
Yes, we are. Hi, folks.
Thank God. It's Friday at 5:48, man. Things devolved.
Oh, my God, dude. The lineups are out for tonight. Rob Refsnyder, leadoff DH, Kyle Rowley in the two-hole. Julio, Josh Naylor, Randy Arozarena, Brandon Donovan, JP Crawford. Victor Robles gets the start tonight in right field. Cole Young at second base, and Brian Wu is on the mound. We're starting to get to a situation here with the Mariner lineup where you can kind of night in and night out know what the lineup's going to look like, which is a very good thing. By the way, I may have just cursed this guy, or I may be about to curse this guy. Mike Trout is 0 for 8 lifetime against Brian Wu. So let's keep an eye on that tonight.
Okay, well, 2 home runs incoming.
Yeah, no kidding. Joe Adell, 5 for 9 with 3 bombs. The right fielder for the Angels, who crushed it last year. He's got 3 bombs in 9 at-bats against Brian Wu, who is in 8 starts against the Angels, 3.27 ERA, 46 Ks, 8 walks, and a 1.0 whip against the Halos.
I'm just looking at the beginning of this schedule, and just about every team that the Mariners play, other than the 3 against LA, are in the top
it's hard. It's
4 or 5 odds to win the American League Championship.
We talked
Houston,
about that over the
Texas,
offseason.
New York,
Correct.
Cleveland. I mean, this is your series. You got to make some hay. You never want to assume a sweep, but I would be massively disappointed if they didn't pull out 2 wins this weekend.
No, I mean, we talked about that over the offseason, that the Guardians, the Yankees, the Rangers, the Astros, and then a good San Diego team, and the Rangers again.
That's brutal.
Through the first, what would that be? 3, 6, 9,
about 25
10,
games.
13, 16, 19, 23 games. I mean, if you go, I don't know, 13 and 10 or even 12 and 11.
I think you sign up.
You kind of take it. Just kind of float above water, right? And then beat up on the bad teams. I mean, we talked about this last year, guys. That's how you do it, right? That's how you make the playoffs. That's how you get to the World Series, by taking care of the crap and hanging in there against the good teams.
Yeah, and I think you made a list last year.
Baseball Reference does a great job of this.
Yeah, and most teams that are 90-ish win teams, like the Mariners should be, and like the Mariners are almost every year this decade, are teams that go 500 about against the winning teams.
Right.
And then they take care of it. They get their 18 to 20 games over 500 against the dregs of the league.
So they were last year, the Mariners were 47 and Mariners were actually a bit of an anomaly. They were actually better against the better teams. They were 47 and 43 against the plus 500 teams and 43 and 29 against everybody else. They won more games, but the percentage was better, obviously, against the bad teams is my point, but they won more games. They actually played more games, I guess, but their percentage was way better. I'm trying to find an example of a team that made the playoffs a year ago. Here, the Guardians. The Guardians were 42 and 47 against the plus 500 teams and 46 and 27 against everybody else. All right.
They just made their hay against the weak teams.
Correct.
And that's how you win 90.
The Brewers were 46-38 against the good teams and 51-27 against the bad
Blue
teams.
Jays?
49-41 and 45-27.
So they were good against good teams.
But they were better against the bad
teams. Of course.
teams.
Well, I mean, was there any team that's better against the good teams than the bad teams? I can't imagine that there would be.
This isn't sorted by percentage. It's just sorted by total wins. The Dodgers were 48-37 and 45-32. The Phillies were 10 games over against the good teams and 20 games over against the bad teams.
So the Dodgers really, that wasn't that much difference between playing above 500 and
11 games
500.
over versus 13
You know, I
games
think
over.
the Dodgers basically were bored for 6 months last year.
Yeah, probably.
I think they could not give a crap what happened between April and October last year. It was all about mid-October to November.
Yeah. The Mariners were 47-40. They were 4 games up against the good teams, and they were 14 games over against the bad teams. So there's a correlation there, man, that you're gonna play more games against sub 500 teams likely, and you got to clean up. You got to absolutely clean up against those teams, man. And the Mariners did that. And the Toronto Blue Jays did that. And the Brewers did that. And that's how they made the playoffs.
You mentioned Trout, and it just brings back horrendous Scott Service memories. The guy refused for years and years and years to walk Mike Trout. He was just like, no, I'm gonna be stubborn, and I'm gonna pitch to Mike Trout, and Mike Trout just killed him every single time.
Well, let's see what Dan Wilson does tonight. Maybe he's got a little Scott Service in him too.
He's a little different Trout than he was 5 years ago.
No doubt. But he's still good, right?
He's still good.
We'll get a break. Jerry DePoto around 6:20 on 93.3 KJR FM.
the rest of the regular season with a hamstring injury.
Mariners tonight, Brian Wu versus Reed Detmers, game 1 of 3 against the Angels. And, oh, by the way, tomorrow on the iHeart Sounders stream on the app, 5:30 kickoff against Houston.
Yes.
You can hear Jackson Feltz on the pregame show, halftime show, postgame show, and
play-by-play. Doing the whole darn thing.
The whole kit and caboodle.
Tell me you're getting paid extra.
Nope.
He's
paying them for the opportunity.
Good. Okay.
I actually had to confirm that because it seemed quite a tall task when I was asked to do all that.
So I've never done that. I've done pregame, halftime, postgame, and sideline.
Yeah.
But I've never done pregame, halftime, postgame, and play-by-play. Yeah. That's a lot of work, man.
And the funny thing is, as you guys know, I've been on vacation for the last 5 days.
Really? I didn't know that.
Right, exactly. And
evidently, I didn't know that because I asked you what you said yesterday on the air.
That's true. But I have had to dedicate probably a good hour each day of vacation to prep. I mean, it's a lot of work, Dick. To do play-by-play. And it's a bad time on my part doing vacation before that.
Why do you think I'm going on vacation twice in the matter of 3 weeks before the storm season starts?
So here's the difference. So the difference is, what time does your pregame start tomorrow?
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. And the kickoff is at 5:30.
Yep.
What time do you think the game's going to end? 7:30 or so? 7:45?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay. So your postgame show is over when?
8:15-ish.
Okay. Not to crow here, but I want you to try showing up at Husky Stadium at 8 a.m., doing a pregame show, doing the sideline, doing the halftime, doing the postgame show, and then leaving at 6 p.m. at night.
Yeah.
All right. Football is so different. I mean, obviously, there's a lot less games in football versus soccer.
Right.
But 10 hours at UW, I am literally the first person to get there and the last person to leave.
Yeah, soccer and basketball is awesome. It's like 2 hours in and out.
Oh, exactly. Insane. All right. By the way, we got to talk about this NCAA tournament thing. Jerry DePoto will join us. We had him on the air yesterday. If you missed it, he'll be on with us next segment. Lots of stuff on Colt Emerson, by the way. Logan Gilbert's future. Great conversation with Jerry yesterday. It better be a great conversation if we're going to replay it, you know? If it was terrible and we replayed it, that'd be a bad idea.
Naughty Cal. Naughty Cal.
So Jerry is going to be on next segment, but there's news today that came out that the NCAA tournament, Yahoo is reporting that they are actually going to expand. Is that right? Mm-hmm. From 68 to 76. And I guess my question is this: when does it end? When does it end?
I know we've heard about this for years. We've heard up to 96 10 years ago.
But they've gone from 8 teams in, what year was that? Was it 1939? 1939, they had 8 teams. I think Oregon may have won the first ever tournament, by the way. They went from 8 teams. 12 years later, Dick, they went to 16. 24 years later, they went to 32. 10 years later, they went to 64. 26 years later, they had the play-in game to 65. Mm-hmm. Now, 10 years later, they're at 68. And now 15 years later, they're going to 76. So, you can, feel like, hey, at some point it's going to end. How do I know that? When does this end? Rights fees are going up and up and up. CBS Sports is paying billions for this thing. I'm sure they're behind it. They want more inventory. They want more games to sell more advertising. But you mentioned it before. People have thrown out the mid-90s for teams to play in the tournament. When does this end? What number?
I don't watch Tuesday and Wednesday before the tournament anyway. Why would I watch it now? I don't watch the 16 versus 16. I don't watch the 11 versus I mean, we had it on, but we're not really paying any attention to it. I pay attention to it on Thursday morning at 9 a.m. That's when I pay attention to the tournament. Why would I pay attention to a team that's essentially a 18 seed versus a 19 seed?
I'll tell you why, because you got money on it. That's exactly why.
Yeah, but usually I'm only betting games I actually care about.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying people have money on it. Like, for example, you would ask, why would you watch? Okay, you don't watch, right?
And I'm a huge basketball fan.
You don't watch, I don't watch, because I couldn't care less. But there's a reason why it makes financial sense for CBS to carry these games. Because somebody's watching.
Right, but you can gamble on the Crown Invitational. You can gamble on the NIT. If you didn't care, you don't care about those games, you gamble about it. You're not going to care about these games. You're still going to gamble on them.
Let me just ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me just try to, you know who David Burson is?
No.
David Burson is the president of CBS Sports.
Okay.
Okay, so it's Turner, right? Turner, CBS, the tournament, okay? why would he agree to have more games in the NCAA tournament if they don't make financial sense for Turner and CBS?
Well, I'm not saying they don't make financial sense.
They absolutely right. So the point is, somebody somewhere is watching. Somebody's watching. You and I may not watch. Jackson may not watch, but the world is more than our bubble, right? Somebody somewhere is watching these games. Somebody somewhere says the play-in games are doing well enough, or it makes sense to bring on more teams, play more games, sell more advertising, and get the money back that we spent on rights fees.
Guys, this year, I know it was a very unique year, but 2 points from this year in the first four. You had Miami, Ohio, who everybody wanted to see in such a, this is their first test of the whole year. And then the Texas game, Tremont Marks comes down and he hits a buzzer beater to win
good
it.
Games.
So
was it UCLA in the play-in tournament a couple years ago?
They went a run, right? So what you see is you also see, hey, I'm going to wait till Wednesday night, Thursday morning to fill out my bracket. So I'm going to watch to see how these teams do in these playing games. It's going to be, they're fully, everybody wants to see, because I think that they're having little individual characteristics, little things that you can take for either personal, for gambling, or just interest.
I just think guys, the bottom line is they're not doing this unless it makes them money, period. End of story. And it's making them money, right? I mean, why do you think they're expanding the football tournament? Because it makes them money.
But they're not going to change the contract. It doesn't sound like they're going to change the contract for the NCAA.
Right, because it's already been signed, and they want more money. You spend money. It's like Climate Pledge Arena, man. I mean, they spent $1 billion on that thing. They want every penny back, and they should. It's their money. They invested $1 billion. That's why they're charging, $20 for a slice of pizza or whatever it is. I mean, it's not. There's things up there that are costly, right? But I just think, again, they're not doing this unless it makes somebody somewhere money, whether it's money back to the NCAA, whether it's money back to Turner and CBS, whatever. Somebody somewhere is doing this because they're pocketing from it.
So if the Huskies make the NCAA tournament next year as the 18 seed,
correct,
and are playing in the 18-18 game,
yes,
does that mean anything to us?
It doesn't mean anything to me, but to somebody who's got money on the game and is watching.
No. I mean, as a Husky fan, does that mean that, does that advance Danny Sprinkle to a position where we're like, well, hey, he made the tournament, so it's making the tournament now enough?
I think it depends on what generation you are, right? Like, if you grew up with nothing but a 98-team tournament, it might mean something to you, but for guys like you and me that find teams that just backdoor their way into 185-team tournament, I don't think it does, right? I mean, at some point, the teams aren't going to get better. The tournament is going to get bigger, and they're going to meet them on the other side, not the other way around, right?
There's a point where to go back to the original question, where it will be so much and there will be such poor teams in the dance where you kind of are saying, what are we doing here? But even if you expand it, we're not seeing a below 500 team in the dance. We're not going to see that. And we're right at the line right now where we were talking about Indiana, right? 500 in Big Ten play, and they were on the bubble, didn't make it. When there's a team who's vastly under 500 in their conference making it, then we start to have that conversation.
You mean in conference play? Because Iowa was 10-10.
That's what I'm saying.
And they made the tournament,
If a team like this year, Washington makes it at, 7-13 in the Big 12? Right.
Yes.
So if we made the tournament this year, there would be conversations nationwide of, come on.
I almost feel like you got to have some standards, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're under 500, you're out.
Exactly.
There was 13